Specific criteria for measuring performance minimize subjectivity, provide objectivity, and enable you to evaluate any performance fairly. To objectively assess the performance of a process, product, services, or the organization as a whole, before and after a Six Sigma and Lean initiative, you can use business performance and financial measures. These measures are strategically important financial and non-financial indicators of business goals that keep track of performance every step of the way. A Six Sigma effort needs to align projects to the most essential business goals of the organization. Some of the Six Sigma business performance measures that you can use are the balanced scorecard, key performance indicators, customer loyalty, and lagging and leading indicators. Projects also must align with the most strategic financial goals. Some of the financial measures used to analyze and track Six Sigma performances are top-line and bottom-line measures, a cost-benefit analysis, return on investment, and net present value. One business performance measure that you've most likely worked with in Six Sigma implementation is the balanced scorecard. The scorecard approach, created by Robert S. Kaplan and David P. Norton, keeps the company's vision, mission, and goals centric. The balanced scorecard considers 4 different perspectives: financial, customer, internal business process, and learning and growth to assess performance. All 4 perspectives impact how the organization is doing. Financial performance is the traditional way of viewing an organization in terms of profit and financial status. Metrics associated with this view include net income, ROI, market share, and cash flow. Viewing an organization with the customer in mind allows managers to identify who their customers are and what their needs are. Metrics aligned with this perspective include customer retention, customer satisfaction, number of complaints logged, and customer loyalty. Viewing a company in terms of its internal business processes is important in establishing how well those processes are running. Metrics aligned with this perspective include all metrics associated with project management, throughput, and Six Sigma. And finally, viewing an organization from the perspective of learning and growth is important, as many knowledge workers have the goal of continuous learning. Metrics aligned with this goal include staff morale, training levels, amount spent on training, and extent of knowledge sharing. For Six Sigma, the balanced scorecard helps to continuously link Six Sigma goals to organizational mission and vision. It is a way to view an organization from specific perspectives. Managers can then develop or select metrics that adequately evaluate the organization from these specific business perspectives. Consider this example. The operations director of a company that manufactures car seats is using the balanced scorecard approach to link goals and metrics on the latest project in the packaging department. The first area on the scorecard that she considers is the financial performance perspective. Goals for the new improvement project have already been established. The financial goal was to provide the cheapest product to the market and undercut the competition by at least 5%. Thinking about metrics from this perspective means that she chooses cost per unit as a metric. The customer in this case is a large car manufacturer, OEM. Customer satisfaction is a primary consideration. The operations director chooses to measure this using a survey to be completed after the project is delivered. When the operations director considers the new improvement project from the internal business process viewpoint, she decides that Sigma levels of the packaging process need to be measured to ensure quality levels. This metric addresses the goal of achieving Six Sigma in packaging processes. It also links to the goal of satisfying customers and its associated metric. The final perspective from which the operations director approached the new beverages project was the learning and growth perspective. To measure the training effectiveness, she chose the metric of the number of people trained in Six Sigma methods. This gives an indication of how capable the organization is to handle the new project and to achieve the process goal of Six Sigma. Since you should be familiar with the balanced scorecard approach, this video's focus is on how to determine and use key performance indicators at every Six Sigma phase. A key performance indicator, or KPI, is a business performance measurement. If company leaders were to ask themselves what needs to be accomplished to consider the organization successful, a few basic success factors would be articulated. These can be formulated into effective KPIs. Every effective KPI has 3 attributes: to reflect an organization's goals and measure progress toward them, to be quantifiable, and to be tied to an organization's success. A KPI is a mission-critical objective for the organization and must be quantified. Don't worry at this stage about when it will be achieved. KPIs can be translated into more specific goals and projects as the Six Sigma initiative advances. The focus is on how to achieve the objective. If an Olympic gymnast is judged on poise and posture, he'll know that he must practice and train a certain way. KPIs serve as organizational performance targets, much like poise and posture do for an athlete. And each organization will have unique KPIs based on the industry and customers it serves. For example, a disease management organization might consider increasing the perception of quality of life for its diabetic clients, a relevant KPI. An insurance company has identified percentage of claims paid within 30 days as a KPI. And a food relief organization articulates number of on-time emergency relief deliveries as its KPI. A KPI must reflect an organization's goals and measure progress toward them. Why? Because Six Sigma projects are based on KPIs, and if projects don't align with important goals or aren't measured, they may waste resources. A KPI must be quantifiable, and the quantifiability must have substance and not just be for the sake of measuring. Finally, a KPI must be tied to an organization's success to provide value to employees. Employees might be confused if you measure total follow-up calls when this measurement isn't tied to the goal of finishing orders within 15 minutes of a call. Each organization mentioned previously identified a key performance indicator specific to its type of business that reflects organizational goals, can be quantified, and is tied to organizational success. The KPI for the disease management entity is increasing quality of life perception. For a disease management entity, affecting perception of life quality is reflective of its mission. It can be measured through surveys or calls, and if reached, could improve profits and retain clients. The KPI for the insurance company is percentage of claims paid within 30 days. For an insurance company, efficient and timely payment of claims is aligned with its goal to be the most sought-after provider. It can be quantified through the total claims percentage paid within a month, and if achieved, could mean more repeat business. The KPI for the food relief organization is number of on-time emergency relief deliveries. For a food relief organization, timely emergency relief directly reflects its goal to offer food for those in need. It can be measured through total relief deliveries that arrive when needed and could mean positive publicity for the organization. A business must determine specific, measurable, and organization-driven KPIs as a first step. Then, Six Sigma goals can be set based on the original KPIs selected. And finally, projects can be selected based on the Six Sigma goals identified. The KPIs that your organization determines will become inputs at 3 phases of a Six Sigma effort. These phases are improvement goal identification, improvement project prioritization, and project planning and control. It's important that the identified KPIs can be formulated into future-based goal statements that summarize what an ideal result might be. Often in a Six Sigma effort, the technique of coming up with aspirational statements describing an ideal future state is used. It is called defining point of arrival, or POA. The POA process can provide a bird's-eye view of where you are and where you hope to be, and quickly shows how far the goal is from reality. You can do a similar analysis with your organization's processes. Describe them as they are now, and then describe how you would like them to be in the future, POA. Suppose that an organizational KPI for a long-term care facility is total number of patients served. The Now column may indicate that 800 patients are served currently. In the Future column, it might show that, ideally, 1,000 patients will be assisted. The POA process also offers chronological points to assess if Six Sigma projects and processes are on the right track. The first phase of a Six Sigma initiative is improvement goals identification. At this phase, a Six Sigma team will need to take specific steps. Identify strategic improvement goals, SIGs, in specific areas. Develop outlines of measures to be used to track progress toward goals. Prioritize strategic improvement goals. Develop a deployment strategy, and create buy-in and leadership. Phase 2 of a Six Sigma effort is improvement project prioritization. This phase involves 4 steps. Identify projects that align with strategic improvement goals, decide which projects have paybacks and what type, agree upon a variety of projects and prioritize based on payback, and assign planned champions to each project chosen. During improvement project prioritization, more mid-level managers and employees become involved. The objective is to list and select projects that align with the Six Sigma goals and established KPIs. At this phase, it's important that team members understand what project benefits will be produced in what time frame. For Phase 3, project planning and control, additional steps are taken for the Six Sigma initiative. These steps are to form teams of black belts and plan champions, create project charters, scorecards, and dashboards, and motivate employees and manage people. During project planning and control, members of all organizational levels need to be involved. The main objectives of this phase are to select appropriate project metrics based on the original KPIs and to use these KPIs to motivate employees. Six Sigma initiatives use business and financial measures to judge Six Sigma performance qualitatively and quantitatively. Key performance indicators, formulated as POAs, form the basis of Six Sigma improvement goals. Because KPIs reflect organizational goals on the one hand and influence Six Sigma improvement goals on the other, KPIs can help leaders to choose improvement projects that align closely with organizational goals. Business and financial measures together provide a robust analysis of Six Sigma efforts. Measurements from just one category might not offer complete feedback. The balanced scorecard and key performance indicators are business measures that can be effective when evaluating a Six Sigma initiative. And to have key performance indicators reliably assess performance, you must determine whether they possess the needed characteristics. Effective KPIs will become inputs at each of 3 phases in a Six Sigma initiative, and knowing how they impact the steps completed at each phase is critical to on-point performance. An asset can be defined as a valuable resource or commodity. Do you view your customers in this way? Customers are obviously valuable to organizations, but not always in the way that you might think. They're more valuable as long-term assets than short-term cash flow. Customers can become assets if you can accurately determine customer duration and measure lifecycle cash flow. A customer who believes she is receiving quality products and services is more likely to become a long-term customer. One of the key business performance measures for your organization is whether your products and services are delivering value to customers and whether customer relationships are converted into long-term loyalty. Six Sigma attempts to deliver error-free and great quality products and services to customers. In a Six Sigma effort, a critical success factor for an organization is customer retention. It starts with identifying what is important to the customer and translating this into business requirements that can be measured and then into technical requirements. These technical requirements become the basis for improving existing products and processes and developing a near-perfect process, product, or service to ultimately retain customers. Did you know that it costs more, at least 5 times more, to win a new customer than to please an existing one? Truths like this can help to emphasize the value of customer retention. Customer loyalty is always a worthwhile goal, and Six Sigma initiatives cannot afford to ignore these financial advantages. Understanding the financial impact of customer loyalty for Six Sigma endeavors is important, as it will allow you to choose improvement projects aimed at securing customer loyalty. It will also allow you to get consensus about the necessity of achieving customer loyalty in general and as part of a Six Sigma goal in particular. Understanding customer loyalty's financial impact is also valuable, as it will allow you to gain improvement project buy-in from colleagues and connect process efforts with goals to win customer loyalty. The cost of obtaining new customers versus retaining established customers is just one financial consideration that has far-reaching implications. According to Keki Bote, a Six Sigma expert, there are others. For example, increasing customer retention by just 2% can cut operating costs by 10%. And reducing customer defection rates by 5% can lead to a 30 to 85% increase in profits. And finally, relying on so-called satisfied customers to stay may cost companies a 15 to 40% defection rate. Even a single long-term customer can create significant revenue for an organization. Consider this example of how one loyal customer is quite beneficial for this computer company. One particular customer is 30 years old and will be a customer for 45 additional years. The cost of an average computer system is $900. And although costs will likely change over the next 45 years, assume that it remains, on average, at $900 per system. This customer is expected to purchase a system every 5 years. She will purchase 9 systems in her lifetime. That's $8,100. Also, she might tell 10 family members and 15 friends to buy computers from the company. Suppose 12 do. They spend $10,800 and continue to buy from your organization over their lifetimes and spend $31,000. Are you beginning to do the math? This customer may be worth over $50,000 to your company as a retained customer. If a single customer can produce such compounding profit, imagine what your entire customer base can do. Retaining customers seems quite critical from this perspective. Compare how 2 Six Sigma-focused companies from different industries learn about the value of customer retention. An airline has a customer retention rate of 85%. This company loses 15% of its customers each year. If this airline recruits new customers at a rate of 15% per year, it will have a 0% net growth in customers annually. A self-storage company has a customer retention rate of 90%. The self-storage business loses only 10% of its customers each year. If this self-storage company recruits new customers at a rate of 15% per year, it will have a 5% net growth in customers annually. The airline has no increase in customers because its defection was equal to its recruitment, and a 15% recruitment rate requires substantial work to end up with nothing to show for it. On the other hand, the self-storage business had a 5% increase in its customer base because its recruitment was higher than its customer defection percentage. A 5% increase in total customers is certainly better than no growth at all. Over the years, this will have significant impact. Once an organization acknowledges how profitable customer loyalty can be, senior leaders may want to focus efforts on boosting retention. Yet, sometimes the best intentions can get in the way of actual results. Consider this example. A cellular service company implemented several customer retention projects quickly last year. The cost benefits of these projects are unclear. The marketing, sales, and accounting departments can have different perspectives, which can influence the success of customer loyalty efforts. Marketing managers are reminded daily of total dollars spent to get new customers. Their budgets are scrutinized. They support customer retention efforts because they know that even satisfied customers over age 35 defect at an astonishing 60% rate. For this department, it's frustrating that salespeople and accountants aren't on board with retention efforts. The salespeople are extremely skeptical of customer retention efforts. For them, quotas and sales targets loom overhead. Reaching out to long-term customers through call campaigns and appreciation days just seems like time wasted to them. Salespeople have a difficult time looking past a sale today for a sale tomorrow. The accountants have been calculating total sales and revenues the same way for years. Reviewing sales from new customers separately from those of loyal customers isn't the way they usually do it. Some accountants refuse to do additional work to measure the outcomes of retention efforts. Salespeople are rewarded for acquiring new customers. Therefore, they resisted the belief that customer loyalty can mean longer-range profits for their organization. They were probably wondering what's in it for them. Also, the accountants trusted the processes they'd been using and actually refused to try new measurements. All of this did not bode well for the improvement initiatives. Customer loyalty can be hard to capture with typical accounting practices. A simple accounting ledger does not distinguish between new and loyal customers and, without adjustments, cannot show all the benefits of customer retention. Yet you probably sense that loyal customers can mean larger profits. You're right. And Six Sigma initiatives that have consensus on the value of customer loyalty are more likely to succeed. At a high level, it may not be difficult to convince leaders that customer loyalty is advantageous. But when you get down to the actual process of having employees capture customer loyalty data and then make decisions based on it, it could be. You'll need to overcome strong belief systems and obtain near-perfect buy-in to launch your customer loyalty-driven improvements. Typical organizations have a 15 to 40% yearly customer attrition rate. For the 20 to 25-year-old age group, even if they are satisfied customers, this increases to at least 85%. So it's true that customer loyalty and customer satisfaction efforts are not necessarily interchangeable. Customer satisfaction isn't always tied to retention. In fact, if you're measuring Six Sigma initiatives only by customer satisfaction measures, such as surveys and follow-up calls, you may be off track. Think about an established company that sells computers and has done so for over 25 years. This business knows that customer loyalty makes an impact on its bottom line every year. Recall the example of how one loyal customer influences revenue for this type of business. The company's goal is to secure even more loyal customers. To address the first three metrics of customer loyalty, this company focuses on acquiring new customers, improving base profits, and increasing revenue per customer. The company acquires new customers through print, TV, and online ads using marketing for individual and corporate consumers. Also, telephone operators and in-store salespeople are trained to win new customers. The computer company's base profit increases by 1% every 6 months that a customer is retained. A customer retained for 3 years has a higher base profit than a customer of 1 year. Customers typically purchase a new computer every 5 years. The longer they stay, the more computers they buy. Long-term customers also become bored and buy software frequently. Steady purchases really improve revenue. Customer loyalty has certain components that, when properly identified, can be reliable and meaningful metrics for Six Sigma efforts. Although not always obvious or straightforward elements, they can be quantified. One component is acquisition costs, which are the costs associated with getting a brand new customer to purchase your products or services for the first time. These might be marketing, advertising, or employee salary costs. Another component is base profit, which describes the profit made on the products or services purchased by the customer. Essentially, the longer a customer stays a customer, the more profit the company makes from this individual. The next component is revenue growth per customer. Revenue growth per customer is related to the price of goods or services and the number of goods or services sold to a customer. Over time, revenue growth per customer rises because the customer buys more or upgrades often. A fourth component is operating efficiency. Operating efficiency applies to what operating costs are associated with each long-term customer. As customers become more self-sufficient, they know what they want. They don't need to ask a lot of questions or tax employee time. Another component is referrals, which relate to new business and first-time customers brought on by longer-term customers. Established customers tell friends, colleagues, and family members to also purchase from a particular company. A final component is price premium effect. Price premium effect has to do with the actual price paid by the customer. New customers are attracted by discounts, but over time, loyal customers tend to pay the higher premiums and take less advantage of discounted services or products. Translating customer loyalty into specific and quantitative metrics is what every company must do. Yet it takes fortitude to do this effectively. Continuing with the computer company example, the company's leaders constantly analyze how customer loyalty metrics can be measured completely. It must quantify acquisition costs, measure base profit, and tally increased revenue per customer. To quantify costs, every dollar spent to win a new customer is tracked, even those hidden. The costs of sales training, direct mail postage, First-year warranty payouts, shipping, and delivery are calculated. Each new customer costs $100, and each year costs are recalculated. To measure base profit, the company must determine how much additional profit is gained in a month, year, decade, or fixed measure of customer duration. It must scour financial records and analyze dollar value to determine base profit. To tally increased revenue per customer, the company must put customers into cohort groups by first sale date and track annual revenues for each group separately. Revenue per customer increases 5% per year. To avoid artificial results, employees don't just take the current customer base, separate into tenured groups, and measure revenues for each group. But acquisition costs, base profit, and revenue growth per customer are not the only metrics of customer loyalty. The computer company must consider other metrics of loyalty. One metric is operating efficiency. The company knows that long-term customers tend to call tech support less or have shorter call times. Also, in-store sales support is drastically reduced for repeat customers. They ask salespeople specific, knowledgeable questions and take up less time with these individuals. Less tech support and less time spent with staff reduces operating costs and improves operating efficiency. To properly analyze this situation, the company has to be acutely aware of what efficiencies are directly linked to customer retention and measure each one diligently. Another metric is price premium. The computer company attracts new customers with a variety of promotions. Sometimes these promotions offer 15% off certain brand name computers or give an extended warranty. Over time, as repeat customers buy computers and products without promotions or when the warranty expires, they end up paying the higher costs. To calculate price premium, the company must determine the exact price a customer pays at the time of first sale for a computer or accessory. Then it must figure out what the same customer pays for the same product as time passes. A final metric is referrals. The computer company has found that customers who have at least 3 positive experiences will refer family members and colleagues to purchase products from the company. This is especially profitable in the group corporate sales division of the business. Since this division makes up 60% of the profits at the moment, this really impacts profits. To keep track of referrals, the company has a referral reward program, so it enters all referred customers into a database and links each one to the original customer. As a black belt, you will use performance indicators to help reveal how a business is performing compared to the expected level of success the business wishes to achieve. There are 2 indicators that are used particularly in this regard to help gauge performance: lagging indicators and leading indicators. Lagging indicators are reactive, which means they measure and identify results after the fact based on past events rather than current activities. Lagging indicators are quantitative or tangible and are useful when tracking progress, setting business objectives, or when identifying trends based on data collected over a specified period. However, because they are results-based, they aren't useful in predicting or influencing future performance outcomes. Leading indicators, by comparison, are predictive in nature and are used to drive performance measures to achieve a desired outcome. Leading indicators focus on measuring short-term performance activities that can improve a company's chances of achieving performance goals and strategic objectives. Such indicators can change quickly and are used to measure intermediate processes and activities. Unlike lagging indicators, leading indicators are intangible and require some form of initiative to be implemented. Because they are difficult to quantify and predict and could change frequently, leading indicators involve a degree of risk. For example, introducing a new line of products can be a leading indicator to revenue growth lagging indicator. Similarly, improved customer service can be a leading indicator to customer satisfaction scores lagging indicator. Rate of hand washing, a leading indicator to number of employees down with flu lagging indicator. And pipelines of proposals, a leading indicator to sales lagging indicator. When developing performance management systems, it is best to use a combination of leading and lagging indicators. But why should you use leading indicators in conjunction with lagging indicators to enhance business performance? Because lagging indicators without leading indicators don't indicate how outcomes are achieved. Leading indicators without lagging indicators are equally ineffective. They fail to provide measurable performance data. Essentially, leading indicators steer the performance of lagging indicators, and lagging indicators ensure the outcomes of leading indicators are measurable. Because of the strong interaction between the two types of indicators, you should carefully consider which particular leading indicators to use in conjunction with lagging indicators, and vice versa. When deciding on indicators to use, consider your organization's strategic objectives. Use key objectives as the basis for identifying indicators that can uniquely integrate with each other, in addition to the functional elements of the organization. Consider the scenario of a bakery that has two key strategic goals: to increase revenue and to expand its customer base. The bakery's owner decides to implement a leading indicator of introduce 3 new products. Because there's no guarantee that the investment will be successful, lagging indicators are also put in place to measure the outcomes of the leading measure after a specified period of time. Suitable lagging indicators in this example would be the total number of sales, total number of customers, return on investment, and growth in revenue. Used in combination, these indicators could reveal to the bakery owner whether the initiative to increase revenue and expand on the existing customer base is proving to be successful. There are advantages and challenges of leading and lagging indicators. Advantages of leading indicators include that it's predictive and supports strategic planning. The challenges include that it's difficult to identify and quantify. On the other hand, the advantages of lagging indicators include that it's easy to identify and that it's quantifiable. The challenges include that it's reactive rather than predictive and that it's based on historic data. Performance improvement efforts such as Six Sigma rely on achievable business objectives and measures to be effective. Strategic goals and objectives set the course for the organization and determine the performance measures that need to be implemented. Leading and lagging indicators are collectively useful during the strategic planning process. When conducting strategic planning, lagging indicators can be used to reflect on whether business goals and objectives are obtainable and realistic. A lagging indicator that measures the total number of customers could reveal a decrease in customers during the previous financial quarter, for example. A lagging indicator such as the number of sales could indicate a decrease in profits. Additionally, lagging indicators are vital to ensure strategic business activities are meeting the desired goals. Should an investment in an organization's capabilities not lead to increased profit, the organization may need a different perspective. Without leading indicators, however, these results will not help an organization achieve its business objectives. Leading indicators such as improved customer service and investing in organizational capability will drive the organization toward attaining its objective of increased sales and profit. As a black belt, performance measures such as lagging and leading indicators tell you why specific business activities are important to the organization and how they contribute to achieving the organization's strategic goals. Six Sigma projects should therefore focus on achieving organizational goals across the organizational level, departmental level, down to the process level. This is known as creating a line of sight from performance measures to organizational strategies and goals. Creating such a line of sight is critical to determining Six Sigma goals aligned to organization's goals, and also for having the Six Sigma project team cohesively work to achieve these goals. A line of sight approach helps establish clear outcomes and measures for success, and helps Six Sigma team members visualize the link between their activities and organization's goals. Several studies have revealed that a key obstacle in implementing a strategy effectively is the lack of ownership among team members. A line-of-sight approach engages team members and motivates them to achieve their project goals and hence ultimate organization goals. A line-of-sight approach is also known to be closely linked to increased job satisfaction, commitment, and loyalty among team members. Consider the example of a large aircraft engine manufacturer that has specific measures linked through different levels of organizational goals. There are 3 levels of organizational goals, each with its own improvement measures. One level is the organizational goal strategy. The organization wants to achieve the highest possible customer satisfaction rating in all its commercial engine product line, which translates as the smallest possible number of aircraft malfunctions due to engine failures or problems. Then there's the departmental level strategy measures. The commercial engine manufacturing department determines that the key driver for customer satisfaction is ensuring the highest level of product quality with the lowest possible level of defects. The process owner analyzes the assembly process to identify any inefficiencies that need to be improved or eradicated to improve quality and reduce defects. The third level is the process level measure. The improvement team in the assembly process runs a Lean Six Sigma project with a single overall performance measure of reducing defects to less than 3.4 per million opportunities, or DPMO, which is equal to a Six Sigma level of performance. It is important for departmental leadership to collaborate with the Six Sigma implementation team to ensure line of sight and align the improvement goal of less than 3.4 DPMO to the organizational strategy of ensuring the highest possible level of customer satisfaction. Leading and lagging indicators relate not only to each other, but collectively with the business goals, and finally to the strategic goals of the organization's balanced scorecard and key performance indicators, or KPIs. A balanced scorecard typically evaluates an organization's performance from 4 different perspectives: financial perspectives, customer perspectives, internal process perspectives, and change or innovation-driven perspectives. Aligning strategic objectives with the organization's mission and vision and performance goals will ensure that lagging and leading indicators drive your business toward its specific goals. A combination of lagging and leading measures can be used to attain strategic objectives across 4 perspectives. Strategic goals within the financial perspective include broadening your revenue portfolio and reducing overall costs. Adding new services or products to your organization's revenue portfolio is a leading indicator of the lagging indicator revenue growth. Strategic goals within the customer perspective include decrease customer attrition and increase customer satisfaction. Increasing customer service is a leading indicator of number of customers. Strategic goals within the internal process perspective include reducing operational problems and creating innovative products. To reduce operational problems, time spent with a customer could be a leading measure for the lagging indicator service error rate. Strategic goals within the learning and growth perspective include better strategic communication. The Six Sigma project information ability is a leading indicator of employee satisfaction at the performance level, while employee satisfaction is a proven leading indicator of customer satisfaction at the organizational level. There are several guidelines that can assist you in defining the indicators for your business. One is to review the strategic planning process. It is important to identify current measures that are beneficial to the organization's planning for the present and the future. Another guideline is to review your strategy to identify key focus areas. These tools will help identify key indicators aimed at the performance outcomes you have achieved, lagging indicators, and a prediction of market trends and areas you should focus on in the future, leading indicators. The next guideline is to identify key leading and lagging indicators. Defining your key indicators will help your organization stay focused in reaching its strategic business goals across departments and perspectives. You may want to involve external stakeholders. Another guideline is to observe your lagging indicators continuously. Having the correct lagging indicators will ensure that your leading indicators are equally accurate. Continuous observation will also help you stay current. A final guideline is to select specific, focused leading indicators. Be as realistic as possible in choosing leading indicators that are based on your strategic objectives. The balanced scorecard can be useful to ensure your leading indicators are representative of all the business perspectives. Customers can be long-term assets when organizations can truly calculate duration and lifecycle cash flow. Really understanding how loyal customers financially benefit an organization will help you to get the employee buy-in needed to move forward with Six Sigma efforts. The financial advantages of customer loyalty far outweigh the added time and complexity of choosing and carrying out retention measurements. Leading and lagging indicators are vital in measuring performance outputs and driving the strategic outcomes of a Six Sigma project. Recognizing what customer loyalty metrics have been identified and addressed will offer enormous reward. You can access the content in Customer Loyalty Metrics after this video to refer to when considering and measuring aspects of customer loyalty for Six Sigma initiatives if you wish. Imagine that you walk into your sponsor or process owner's office and request $200,000 towards Six Sigma projects for the upcoming year. The officer asks you questions about potential financial return, but sadly, you don't have the answers. Without a way to measure your product's potential financially, getting budget approval will be difficult. Six Sigma projects require a major investment of money, effort, and time, and organizations are only willing to make this investment if they will reap expected benefits. When considering Six Sigma projects, organizations need to use financial measures to compare potential projects and determine which ones meet financial expectations. They also must evaluate project results with the same reliable measures. The most commonly used financial measures are revenue growth, market share, margin, net present value, NPV, return on investment, ROI, and cost-benefit analysis. Financial measures must be considered in conjunction with business measures, such as the balanced scorecard, to fully assess Six Sigma initiatives. Yet the financials can make an immediate and lasting impression. Consider this example. Members of a cross-functional Six Sigma team met to discuss why using financial measures is so critical for their internet company. Kasim's team wanted to launch an online member newsletter campaign as part of their suite of Six Sigma customer retention projects. Their competitors weren't doing this yet. The analysis showed that they could gain a market advantage. This really solidified viability and offered more immediate financial benefits than another retention project they were considering. When Marion's team wanted to get approval and support for a project to completely retrain their cable installers, they diligently prepared a cost-benefit analysis and an ROI analysis. These allowed them to convince skeptical field supervisors that this project could reduce redundancy and pay off with an 8% cost reduction. Training usually isn't a high priority for them, but the numbers said it all. Last year, Mel's company's job routing system improvement project seemed like it was off to a great start because field technicians reported improved efficiency. Yet, when they checked the actual job durations and did a 6-month cost-benefit analysis, they hadn't impacted costs significantly. This allowed them to realign efforts mid-course and eventually notice cost savings results. At the end of the fiscal year, Inga's company had 20% higher revenue growth from the year before. They were able to compare 3 Six Sigma projects and determine which one contributed most to the growth. They presented their findings, and leaders were surprised to find out that the referral program project had made the most financial impact. Being able to provide tangible financial projections can eliminate the guesswork when deciding on Six Sigma initiatives and determining their overall financial impact. Kasim, Marion, Mel, and Inga knew that financial measures can help determine project viability goals, get management approval and support, conduct mid-project reviews, and compare and evaluate project results. To determine an organization's overall financial health, one of the first items to assess is revenue. Think of revenue as the temperature of the organization. It can tell you about general well-being, but it may not give you a complete health assessment. Revenue is the entire amount of money brought in during a defined period. Essentially, your revenue is the top line of your accounting ledger or your gross income. This is important for analyzing a Six Sigma project because it provides a starting point. Assessing a company's temperature is a good beginning for evaluating financial health. You must know how much revenue is being generated first. To calculate revenue, you multiply the unit sales price by the number of units sold. The unit sales price is the price for each unit or service sold. For example, a coffee company sells a 1-pound bag of ground coffee beans for $5.95. The number of units sold is the total amount of products or services sold. The coffee company sells 100,000 pounds of ground coffee per year. Revenue is determined by taking the unit sales price and multiplying it by the number of units sold. To determine revenue for the coffee company, take the unit sales price of $5.95 and multiply it by the number of units sold, which is 100,000 pounds of coffee, to get the revenue of $595,000. If revenue gives you the temperature of the company, revenue growth gives you a health history as a basis of comparison. The formula for revenue growth percentage is current period revenue minus previous period revenue, divided by previous period revenue times 100. This requires that you first determine the cost of the items sold and multiply by the number of items sold. The coffee company is calculating its yearly revenue growth percentage. The results show outstanding growth and potential. The current period revenue is the total revenue for the current period. This could be for a quarter, for a year, or for some other set time period. Currently, the coffee company has a revenue of $800,000. The previous period revenue is the total revenue for a previous period of time, for a quarter, for a year, or for some other set time period that is equivalent to that reported for current revenue. Last year, the coffee company had a revenue of $595,000. To determine annual revenue growth percentage for the coffee company, take the current period revenue, $800,000, and subtract the previous period revenue, $595,000, which equals $205,000. Then divide $205,000 by the previous period revenue, $595,000, to get 0.345, or 34.5%. Just as a company's financial health can be affected by internal and external factors, revenue growth can be impacted in several ways. One factor that can impact revenue growth is when a new product line or service offers a new stream of revenue that did not exist before. The coffee manufacturer added a new line of teas this year, which resulted in new business for the company. Another factor that can impact revenue growth is repeat or new business, which can mean that more products are sold to the same customers or an expansion of the customer base from referrals. The coffee manufacturer added 25 new corporate customers from referrals this year. Also, one particular customer increased its monthly order from 50 to 200 pounds. Revenue growth can also be impacted by share of wallet, which refers to the amount, preferably expressed as a percentage, that your product captures of customers' total spending in a particular commodity or service category. Out of all the consumer's monthly beverage expenses totaling $200, $100, which is half of the total spending, goes to this coffee manufacturer, or 50% wallet share. One of the most important ways that Six Sigma deployment can impact revenue growth is through encouraging customer loyalty. If the coffee manufacturer initiated a Six Sigma project to standardize customer service processes, customer retention and overall revenue growth might improve. Market share is the portion of sales of a certain product or service in a given region controlled by the company. While revenue growth allows a company to calculate growth internally, market share gives an indication of how a company is doing in comparison with similar entities. Market share accounts for market variables and performance from year to year. Market share can also provide information about the financial health of an organization. The first steps to calculate market share is to define the market. The market can refer to a demographic, a geographical area, or subproduct categories. Geographical segmentation of the market is the type most commonly associated with market share. The second step is to identify total market share revenue, which is how much revenue is produced for a product or service in the whole market. Again, the market can be a demographic, such as adults or children, a subproduct category like children's toothpaste, or a geographical segment such as the state of Colorado. The final step is to apply the formula to calculate market share. This involves taking the company's sales revenue and dividing by total market sales revenue, then multiplying by 100 to express the number as a percentage. Consider an example. Every year, the Six Sigma team at an automobile dealership calculates market share. Selling cars is a competitive industry, and knowing where the dealership stands against the competition is a good success indicator. To determine market share, you must break down the entire market share formula into its components. The company's sales revenue is the total sales revenue for the year. For this automobile dealership, sales revenue is $9.3 million. The total market sales revenue is the total sales of automobiles in a particular market. For this dealership, total market sales revenue is $248 million, and the market is defined as the state of Massachusetts. Market share is the company's sales revenue divided by the total market sales revenue, represented as a percentage. In this case, it is $9.3 million divided by $248 million, which equals 0.0375. Therefore, this automobile dealership has a 3.75% market share. Revenue growth percentage and market share are both important in assessing a company's overall financial health and for analyzing Six Sigma projects. Another critical financial measure is profit margin. Margin measures what portion of each dollar earned a company can keep and is represented by a percentage. Profit margin is useful because it will show how profitable a company is within an industry and how well it manages costs. Margin is a ratio calculated as net income divided by revenue, or net profits divided by sales. It allows you to analyze company earnings, but higher earnings don't always mean company profit growth. As an example, let's compare the profit margin percentages of two construction companies. Construction company A has been in business for 10 years. It has a good reputation as a solid performer, and this year it constructed and sold 45 condo units at an average price of $325,000. Total costs increased due to a rise in input prices, a shortage of skilled workers, increased marketing costs, and a change in housing safety regulation costs. The company spent $12,700,000 on operations this year and had a sales revenue of $14,625,000. Its profit margin was 13.2%. Construction company B has been in business for 12 years and is a solid performer in the industry. This year, it sold 40 condos at an average price of $300,000, yet its earnings were considerably higher than those of construction company A. Although this company also experienced a shortage in skilled workers and a change in housing safety regulation costs, it didn't experience a rise in input prices or marketing costs, and it actually gained customers from construction company A. Additionally, it kept site cleanup costs down. The company's operational costs were only $9 million and earnings were $12 million. Its profit margin was 25%. Both companies had similar overall earnings, yet construction company B had a higher profit margin because of its ability to contain costs more effectively. It kept more of the dollars earned. To further understand margin, you need to know the difference between gross profit margin and net profit margin. Gross profit does not take taxes into consideration. Management at a bakery wanted to determine gross profit margin. Sales revenue was $13,000 for the first quarter, and the bakery spent $7,000 on supplies during the same quarter. Its gross profit margin would be $13,000 minus $7,000 equals $6,000. Then, $6,000 divided by $13,000 equals 0.462, and 0.462 multiplied by 100 equals 46.2%. Gross profit margin does not show the effect of taxes. To determine profit margin while considering taxes paid, you must calculate net profit margin. So, for the bakery, if taxes were $1,000, the net profit margin would be $13,000 minus $7,000 minus $1,000 equals $5,000. Then $5,000 divided by $13,000 equals 0.385, and 0.385 multiplied by 100 equals 38.5%. Financial measures help organizations to compare potential projects, determine which ones meet financial expectations, and evaluate project results. These pertinent financial measures include revenue growth, market share, and margin. Six Sigma efforts can enhance customer loyalty, improve product quality, and create a culture of innovation, all of which can positively influence revenue growth and market share. Six Sigma can also lower customer acquisition and operational costs, thus increasing margin. You have a dilemma. Should you buy a new car and reduce your daily commuting stress? Or is the vehicle's hefty price tag going to mean you can't pay your mortgage? To make this decision, you'll probably conduct a simple cost-benefit analysis. The idea of costs versus benefits is the foundation of any personal or business decision that impacts finances. At first glance, assessing costs and benefits seems simple. Just add costs on one side and benefits on the other, and then determine which side outweighs the other. But what if all factors aren't immediately apparent? Buying the new car might increase monthly insurance premiums, or it might save on gas expenses. If you wouldn't make a personal buying decision without weighing costs and benefits, why would you make a Six Sigma implementation decision without doing the same? A cost-benefit analysis might help a company decide whether or not a Six Sigma initiative is worthwhile. It also might help a team predict whether a venture will yield expected results, or if a Six Sigma project is a good choice. Yet, a Six Sigma analysis is more involved than the one used to buy a car. One reason to use a cost-benefit analysis when analyzing Six Sigma projects are to assess whether costs are manageable at the front end of a project. Another reason is to determine if the benefits of a project really exist. You can also use it to decide if now is the right time to implement the project and to prioritize projects appropriately. To properly conduct a cost-benefit analysis, you'll need to follow 6 steps. The first step is to identify project benefits. Project benefits are the positive factors, or those that make the project potentially worthwhile. These factors might include cost savings or improved process efficiency. The second step in the cost-benefit analysis process is to express project benefits. Expressing the benefits involves translating the benefits into dollar amounts, timing, and duration. Benefits might result in a total savings of $100,000. You must also decide when the benefits will be paid back, this quarter or over a 2-year period, for example. Identifying the project cost factors is the third step. You must carefully consider all obvious and hidden factors that add to the price tag of the project, such as material, labor, and resources. Estimating the cost factors is the fourth step. This step involves translating costs into total dollar amounts and expenditure periods. You need to decide how to measure all costs, even ones that may occur late in project implementation or ones that are difficult to capture. The fifth step is to calculate net gain or loss. This involves subtracting all costs from all financial benefits and determining whether the project will gain or lose more money than it will spend. Deciding on project viability is the sixth step. This can be done at the project start to decide if it should be implemented at all or at project completion. To ensure that your cost-benefit analysis is effective, you must ensure that you go through each step sequentially. Why? Because if you realize that a project doesn't offer rich benefits during step 1, it may prompt you to halt the rest of the analysis. Consider this example. A medical supply company manufacturer is considering a project to implement a new inventory control software system. A team conducts a cost-benefit analysis to determine if the project is worthwhile. First, to identify project benefits, the team came up with a comprehensive list of 20 items. Benefits included fewer warehouse errors, cost savings from reduced obsolete product waste, decreased customer wait times, and improved morale of warehouse workers. Next, to express the benefits, team members determined that the company loses $1,000 a month on obsolete products that must be sold at a reduced price or thrown away. The team estimates that the product waste will almost be eliminated with the new system. They predict an $800 monthly savings from this. Then, to identify the project cost factors, team members created a complete list of costs, including the price of the new system, training costs for getting workers up to speed, and technology upgrade costs. And to estimate the cost factors, team members figure out how to accurately measure each one. For example, they know the new system will cost $35,000. Additionally, they estimate technology upgrades to be $2,000 for each of the 6 warehouse sites, for a total of $12,000 in technology costs. Then, to calculate the net project gain or loss, team members tally up the total cost savings and benefits and come up with $122,000. They then add all the project costs and get a figure of $88,000. They subtract the negatives from the positives to get a net project gain of $34,000. And finally, to decide whether the Six Sigma project is viable, team members discuss the risks, such as project readiness, and weigh this against the $34,000 gain. Previously, they noted that if the project gain was at least $20,000, the project would be viable. The $34,000 gain is clearly over this, so the project is unanimously approved for implementation. Members of the Six Sigma team followed each cost-benefit analysis step methodically. By doing this, they discovered that the project being reviewed could offer a healthy financial benefit for their company. Don't let the seemingly straightforward nature of the cost-benefit analysis fool you. Properly assessing factors takes time, attention, and patience. It's easier to figure out what you missed after the fact, but you need to do it before. The cost-benefit analysis process can be especially challenging for Six Sigma efforts because, in general, Six Sigma can be expensive, require intense organizational change, and be influenced by implementation speed and a company's risk profile. You need to know what Six Sigma efforts will cost and how much return they can yield. The cheapest approach may cut too many corners, yet an organization cannot throw money at a Six Sigma effort either. When analyzing potential benefits, you need to understand if the benefits are tangible, quantifiable, intangible, or unquantifiable. Tangible and quantifiable benefits can be called hard benefits, and intangible and unquantifiable benefits can be called soft benefits. A tangible benefit is one produced by an investment that is immediately obvious. It refers to a benefit that is directly reflected in the profit improvement performance of the organization. Examples of the most obvious, and the ones you'll likely identify first, include a reduction in salary expenses and cost savings. And a quantifiable benefit is one that can be measured. Some examples of the most obvious, and the ones you'll likely identify first, include an increase in sales percentage or an increase in company stock prices. Yet, even tangible and quantifiable benefits can be improperly defined and measured if you're not careful. Suppose that a new tooling machine will reduce scrap for a manufacturer. The actual monthly scrap reduction is a tangible and quantifiable benefit. Yet, a Six Sigma team still has to account for a certain percentage of machining error. If team members calculate the cost savings benefit too high without this in mind, actual benefits might be overestimated. Intangible and unquantifiable benefits tend to pose added considerations. And in projects with many of these benefit types, a cost-benefit analysis becomes more of an art than a science. An intangible benefit is one produced by an investment that is difficult to recognize and cannot easily be measured. An example of an intangible benefit is overhead savings, like using a more efficient light bulb that reduces overall electricity costs. And an unquantifiable benefit is one that cannot be measured. Some examples of unquantifiable benefits include increased customer satisfaction and employee morale. For Six Sigma projects, more cash flow is beneficial. For example, a manufacturing production process improvement project might produce $75,000 more cash next quarter. But future cash inflow and outflow will have lesser value today than in the future. The time value of money should be considered in any cost-benefit analysis, but it is often overlooked. Some of your Six Sigma projects may require purchasing expensive equipment or technology to improve processes. You could easily use the cost of the equipment or technology in a cost-benefit analysis without considering taxes and interest on money spent. If items are purchased on credit, there will be interest charges. So let's take a closer look at interest and taxes and some other costs which are not considered at all or not enough in a Six Sigma cost-benefit situation. Interest is defined as the cost of borrowing or saving money. Finance charges, whether on a credit card or through a bank, include interest payments. Money saved has an interest benefit. Taxes could include sales taxes, employment taxes, or property taxes, among others. Taxes might be paid monthly, quarterly, or annually. When taxes are paid will influence how costs must be considered. Another commonly missed cost is installation costs. Installation costs are any costs associated with the space or environment. Installation costs might be higher electric bills, wastewater removal fees, or rent for a larger office space. Next, opportunity costs represent costs for missed opportunities. For example, a company relocation could lead to lost sales. If there is no explicit monetary cost attached to a course of action, ignoring these costs may produce the illusion that its benefits cost nothing at all. And inefficiency losses are expenses associated with an inefficient process or employee. For example, employees might make mistakes for a few weeks when using a new document uploading procedure. These errors might contribute to productivity loss. Other hidden costs could be human resource or professional development costs. Examples include the cost of health insurance, long-term disability for new employees, or continuing education credits. Consider this example. The Six Sigma team at a bottling company is undergoing a Six Sigma initiative. The team has completed a cost-benefit analysis for changing the conveyor belt system at the main processing plant. To do this analysis, the team looked at the costs of the conveyor belt system. The $500,000 price of the conveyor belt system is an obvious cost that is an integral part of the project. Team members identified this one right away. Then they consider the production downtime while the new belt is installed, which is a fairly obvious cost. Another rather obvious cost that might be identified at the start of the project is training employees on the new conveyor belt system. The Six Sigma team at the bottling company is off to a good start with identifying the obvious costs, but these alone don't represent the entire cost of the project, do they? One of the costs the team should still consider is the credit interest paid on the system. Another cost to consider is sales tax paid for the new system. Then there is the cost of upgrading the electricals to support the new conveyor belt, and floor space considerations due to the larger size of the system. The team will also need to consider the cost of higher workers' compensation insurance coverage for conveyor belt operators. They'll also need to take consultation fees on production processes and protocols into account. And a final cost they need to consider is employee overtime costs due to changed processes associated with the new system. You can access the content in Six Sigma Cost and Benefit Analysis Considerations after this video if you wish to review possible cost and benefit types that can impact a Six Sigma project. Six Sigma projects will result in costs and benefits for your organization. Before implementing a Six Sigma project, the organization should weigh the potential costs and benefits of a project and determine if implementing the new project will be beneficial to the organization. There are 4 classifications of costs and benefits as either hard or soft. Soft costs are not directly involved in a process or a business operation and do not directly reflect on the company's income statement. There are several examples of soft costs, such as taxes due to different tax agencies and any fees or insurance premiums that the organization pays. Another example is time spent by management and employees on Six Sigma projects. Opportunity costs, or the time that was lost by not pursuing alternative strategies, is also an example of soft costs. And a final example is investing in initiatives to improve efficiency, retrain some staff members, or change job structures instead of reducing the current number of employees. Soft benefits are difficult to quantify and measured in monetary terms, yet these benefits are necessary for the organization to reach its strategic goals. There are several examples of soft benefits, including reduced need for working capital, avoidance of capacity enhancement, increased employee satisfaction, etc. On an accident reduction project, for example, soft benefits can include free workplace safety training, improved morale, and process simplification benefits. And on a waste reduction project, for example, improved flow and enhanced employee satisfaction can be soft benefits. In comparison, hard costs are reflected in the overhead expenses and general and admin expenses sections of the organization's income statement. There are several examples of hard costs, such as sales returns and allowances, materials purchased, and overhead expenses. Hard benefits include all savings that appear directly on financial documents, such as the income statement. Revenue from sales, reduction in the cost of goods sold, and reduction in overhead costs and operating expenses are all examples of hard benefits. Although soft benefits may not directly influence the income statement, efforts, such as improving employee satisfaction, can result in hard benefits, such as increased production, which leads to an increase in revenue. Soft benefits can be organized into 2 categories. One category is cost reduction, which is achieved as a result of tangible efforts made by an organization to reduce monetary expenses as reflected on an income statement. Cost reduction efforts include cutting expenses by changing a process, technology, or policy, improving efficiency that produces cost and waste reduction, for example, reduced defects, and reducing the net cost of materials. The second category is cost avoidance. Cost avoidance is less tangible than cost reduction and refers to efforts made by the organization to reduce its costs without reducing overall expenses or increasing revenue. Cost avoidance efforts focus on avoiding the negative impact caused by inflation or the increased cost of materials from suppliers. Cost avoidance produces long-term rather than immediate cost reductions. Examples of cost avoidance efforts include purchasing goods for less than the asking price and offering free training and consultations. Another example is providing price protection in long-term contracts with suppliers. Adding additional products and services to the revenue portfolio is another example of cost avoidance. And a final example is negotiating with suppliers for a delayed price increase. Estimating hard and soft costs and benefits before the onset of a Six Sigma project is essential. Defining estimates will prevent you from implementing a project that will incur more costs than benefits. Additionally, the benefits outlined in the estimate will help steer your Six Sigma project toward achieving attainable and measurable outcomes. Also, estimates assist the Six Sigma team in aligning the project's strategies and measures with organizational, departmental, and performance level goals. It is equally important to ensure your estimates reflect a balance of both hard and soft costs. It may seem beneficial to focus on the more measurable, hard benefits, but this may prove costly in the long run. A best practice is to ensure a combination of hard and soft benefits. A cost-benefit analysis provides a methodical way to articulate all financial considerations for a project and is key for Six Sigma efforts. The six-step cost-benefit analysis process involves identifying project benefits, expressing project benefits, identifying the project cost factors, estimating project cost factors, calculating net project gain and loss, and determining project viability. To thoroughly complete a cost-benefit analysis for Six Sigma, you have to determine and estimate all costs and benefits, regardless whether they are hard or. Before you invest your money in a savings account, you'll probably shop around for the one with the best interest rate and the lowest fees. In essence, you want a good return on your investment, the highest payback for the money that you put in. For an organization, return on investment, ROI, determines how many dollars are received for every one invested after all costs are recovered. ROI is the amount of profit expressed as a percentage of the total investment made. If you asked 5 separate business leaders with different backgrounds how to calculate ROI, you'd probably get 5 different answers. There really is no absolute calculation, it is flexible. But the business leaders would certainly agree that the concept and its measurement are important to business decisions. From a finance and accounting perspective, ROI is usually defined as net income or earnings divided by the investment. And in the context of an improvement program such as Six Sigma, ROI is defined slightly differently. Net income is equivalent to the net profits of the investment divided by the cost of investment. Cost of investment is equivalent to program costs. ROI calculation flexibility can mean measurement inconsistency. It can also lead to an individual manipulating calculations to serve an agenda. The preferred Six Sigma formula for ROI is net profits on an investment divided by total cost of investment times 100. Net profits on an investment is the gain from the investment minus the total cost of investment. For example, gain from the investment equals $500,000. Total cost of the investment equals $125,000, and net profit on an investment equals $375,000. And total cost of investment is equivalent to program costs. These program costs can be for labor, resources, and materials. For example, labor costs equal $399,000, resources equal $145,000, materials equal $200,000, and total cost of investment equals $744,000. While profits are always an important consideration, Six Sigma teams are also interested in cost savings, because Six Sigma initiatives typically offer opportunities to save money over time. Recurring savings like process efficiencies are associated with Six Sigma projects and can be difficult to accurately measure. So to figure out ROI in a Six Sigma initiative, you must be aware of the savings achieved. Typically, cost savings fall into two categories, hard and soft. Hard savings tend to be consistent from project to project. They are more directly related to actual cash, like reduced waste or lower salaries. Soft savings are more likely to vary from project to project. They are less directly related to cash, such as reductions in cycle times or fewer employee errors. Common mistakes made when defining savings include counting gross sales improvement instead of the net amount, and measuring working capital reduction rather than the reduced financial costs. An additional mistake is not distinguishing between one-time and recurring savings. Another common mistake is ignoring soft savings completely because assigning value to them is difficult or controversial. Before going to the bank, you probably have an ideal rate of return on your savings in mind. This gives you a point of comparison and helps you decide whether the investment is viable. Similarly, for Six Sigma, in addition to being aware of hard and soft savings, companies must determine what ROI value will make a project worthwhile before doing an analysis. Consider an example. At a telecommunications company, a Six Sigma team wants to launch an improvement project. This project is aimed at reducing call center order errors by 3%. To do this, the company has proposed hiring additional employees, adjusting the hours of current call center employees, and offering more training. The team is about to conduct a project ROI analysis. Company leaders have set an ROI of 40% or higher as acceptable. Continuing with the example, the Six Sigma team is calculating the project's ROI for 3 years. The cost of investment includes that the call center project requires an initial investment of $100,000 for new employee recruiting. It also requires $50,000 for training costs, $30,000 in overtime costs for scheduling, and $10,000 in other expenses over the next 3 years. The financial benefits of the project for the next 3 years include reduced rework and order reprocessing for a savings of $120,000, fewer employee sick days for a savings of $90,000, and increased orders, which will yield $70,000. To find the ROI, team members add all investment costs, training, overtime, and expenses for a total of $190,000. Then they add all investment gains, reduced rework and order reprocessing, fewer sick days, and increased orders, totaling $280,000. After this, they subtract the total cost of the investment, $190,000, from the investment gain, $280,000, and get $90,000. The $90,000 is divided by the total cost of the investment, $190,000, which equals 0.47. Finally, they multiply 0.47 by 100 to get 47%. Cost savings for call center improvements included reduced rework and fewer sick days. These are soft savings that can really impact profit. Also, since the project exceeded the 40% ROI requirement, it would be an ideal one to launch. Using annualized values for ROI is becoming increasingly more common, especially for improvement programs. It can also be a more cautious approach. Suppose that the same Six Sigma team wants to determine the ROI percentage for 1 year instead of 3. A 40% ROI is still used as a target. The cost of investment for the first year would total $11,000. The financial benefits of the project for the next year would be reduced rework and order reprocessing for a savings of $8,500, fewer employee sick days for a savings of $3,000, and increased orders, which will add a profit of $2,500. And to find ROI, team members take the investment cost of $11,000 and add all the investment gains to get a total of $14,000. Then team members subtract the total cost of the investment from the investment gains and divide the total cost to get 0.27. This is multiplied by 100 to get 27%. In this scenario, the Six Sigma team members came up with a 27% project ROI. This would fall short of the 40% ROI expectation and could mean that the project isn't viable. For a Six Sigma initiative, it makes good business sense to have a strategy in which you begin with projects that offer concrete savings and healthy first-year ROI values. Then move to projects with more far-reaching goals, such as revenue projects that can change the company's growth rate. These projects will have high long-term ROI values. And finally, focus on projects that may have higher soft savings aimed at providing a solid competitive edge. ROI calculations will vary based on the perspective of those doing the measurement. For Six Sigma efforts, it's preferred that you use an ROI formula based on net profits. Although an ROI analysis is a good financial measure for Six Sigma initiatives, you must understand the applicable hard and soft savings, set an acceptable ROI percentage, and align projects with organizational. Would you rather have a $5,000 increase in salary now or next year? Having the raise immediately means that you can pay off bills today or invest the extra money and make more. On the other hand, knowing that you'll get a raise in a year doesn't do much for you right now. Wanting the salary increase now means you understand the time value of money. Having cash today is better than having the same amount in the future because you can invest it. And if you don't have the money today, in essence, you've lost that money. But if your boss offers you a $5,000 raise today or an $11,000 raise next year, which would you choose? It's difficult to know how much $11,000 will be worth next year. You need a way to get a feel for what the future holds. The future value formula is a way to get a feel for what the future might hold. Before putting money into something that could yield returns later, you'll want to know the potential value of the current investment. Future value, FV, is the present value of future returns. Smart investors always consider FV when making financial decisions. In Six Sigma, it can be an excellent way to assess a potential project. To obtain future value, you use a formula. FV equals PV times 1 plus R times N. PV stands for present value and is the value of the investment today. The R represents the interest rate or discount rate divided by the cost of capital. And N represents the length of time of the investment in years. So it signifies how long it will take to receive the total value of the initial investment. Future value and present value, PV, are different sides of the same coin. To determine one, you must understand the other as well. The formula for PV requires using a discount factor. But this is not something you need to memorize or calculate. You determine this factor by using a discount table. The PV formula when you use a discount table is PV equals FV times discount factor. PV is a helpful tool because it can determine what money must be invested today to have a certain financial return in the future. To receive $200 in a year, you might need to invest $230 today. To determine present value, you can use the PV formula, which is a rearrangement of the future value formula. The present value for $200 might be $178. For Six Sigma, present value calculations can help you make project decisions and clarify what your future net return is worth in the here and now. Suppose that a Six Sigma project needs to yield $500,000 in 2 years and assumes a 6% discount rate. Let's consider the important components to determine present value. One important component is the discount rate. The discount rate of 6% has been dictated by the Six Sigma Black Belt. You'll need the assumed discount rate to find the discount factor to complete the formula, which is the next important component. To determine the discount factor in the table, locate the interest rate in the column heading, 6%, and find the year in the row heading, year 1. Where they meet is the discount factor used. Investment length is another important component to determine present value. The total investment length is 2 years in this Six Sigma project. You'll need to find the PV for both the first and second year in this case. Another component is PV returns for the first year. To get the first year PV returns, multiply the FV of $500,000 by 0.943, which you find in the table under 6% and next to year 1. Then multiply the future value by this discount factor to get $471,500. To determine present value, you'll also have to calculate the PV returns for the second year. To get the PV of returns for the second year, multiply the FV of $500,000 by 0.890, which is found in the table under 6% and next to year 2. The result is $445,000. And the final component is PV. To obtain PV, you add together the PV of returns for the first year and the second year. In this case, the PV is $471,500 plus $445,000 equals $916,500. Net present value, or NPV, is succinctly defined as the present value of all expected cash flows. The formula is NPV equals PV minus total investment. NPV is equal to the sum of the present value of all cash outflows and inflows. Outflows are investments, and cash inflows are returns, profits, and other benefits at a specified discount rate. The discount rate is either the cost of capital or the interest rate. Financial institutions often use the concept of NPV. Consider an example. As a commercial loans officer, Jonas applies the concept of NPV to determine if a new loan application is too risky for the bank. He needs to know if their financial investment today will be returned at a higher rate, preferably at a much higher rate. To do this, he reviews the business loan application and carefully considers the projected annual net profit. He subtracts the investment costs and determines the potential gain and rate of return. It's important to the bank whether that gain will come in a year or in 10 years. In this role, he is given very specific and non-negotiable directions from his boss. The gains must be at least 4 times the amount of the initial investment. If they aren't, the loan is rejected, no exceptions. Employees at financial institutions must determine whether they should provide loans to individuals and businesses. To do this, they use NPV to calculate the potential gain on the investments. The same decision-making process can be applied to Six Sigma projects. Calculating net present value for a Six Sigma project can be an important predictor of project success or failure. Net present value for Six Sigma is simply the present value of all costs and future returns on a selected project. But for a reliable NPV, you must consider 3 specific factors. One factor is all cash flows. A cash flow can be an inflow or an outflow. The present value of all expected cash flows is the NPV. The second factor is the risk of future cash flows, which relates to how inflation, interest rates, and other risks affect the value of money in the future. The time value of money is the third factor. This involves knowing the present value and future value of the investment. The time value of money principle indicates that money today is always worth more than the same amount of money tomorrow. Six Sigma projects require an upfront investment, which provides potential gains over several years. Future gains must be discounted by the interest rate to be accurate. When determining NPV, all quantifiable costs and future gains are added and discounted by this interest rate to determine whether the project will add value for the organization. Conducting a reliable NPV analysis is dependent upon using good process and technique. Performing a Six Sigma project NPV analysis involves 6 steps. The first step involves quantifying all the investments. These investments are money, time, and resource commitments, such as training, software, and labor costs. The second step involves estimating the annual yearly returns and number of years of expected returns. Identifying the interest rate, which is the cost of capital of the investment and is referred to as the discount rate, is the third step. To determine this, you need to make an assumption about how interest deductions will affect future financial returns. The fourth step involves figuring out the present value of returns for each year. This requires knowing the expected returns for each year and applying the discount rate factor to them using the PV formula. The fifth step is adding the present value of all annual returns and then subtracting the initial investment to determine the net present value of the investment. Using the NPV decision rules to determine whether the project should be accepted on the basis of its NPV is the sixth and final step. Consider this example. Management at a health insurance company is considering implementing a Six Sigma project which involves improving a member file database system. A Six Sigma team has been organized and charged with using the NPV analysis process. The Six Sigma team is tackling the first two steps of the NPV analysis process. To estimate total investment, the Six Sigma team adds up the investment costs by category. Labor costs equal $25,000 for consultants and $90,000 for 2 new salaried positions. Beta testing requires $70,000, training will cost $35,000, and miscellaneous costs will be $15,000. Although the team cannot predict every cost, it estimates the total investment to be $235,000. The Six Sigma team expects that the project will yield returns for the next 3 years. Team members estimate that for the first year, the project will provide $120,000 in returns. The second year will offer $200,000, and the third year will provide $250,000. The total return is expected to be $570,000. The team has been asked to assume that the interest rate for the capital costs will be 7%. This completes Step 3 of the NPV analysis process. Identify the interest rate of the investment. Now, team members are ready to complete Steps 4 and 5 of the NPV analysis process. To calculate the PV of returns for each year, the team members take the annual returns and multiply them by the appropriate discount factor found in the discount factor table. They get these results. PV returns for the first year are $120,000 multiplied by 0.935, which equals $112,200. PV returns for the second year are $200,000 multiplied by 0.873 to get $174,600. Finally, PV returns for the third year are $250,000 multiplied by 0.816, which is $204,000. Then, to calculate NPV, team members add up the PV of all annual returns and then subtract the initial investment. So $112,200 plus $174,600 plus $204,000 equals $490,800. The initial investment was $235,000, and when this gets subtracted from $490,800, the NPV equals $255,800. The Six Sigma team determined that the NPV for this project was $255,800. But what does this mean? The decision-making process analyzes whether the NPV figure is positive, negative, or zero. The NPV decision rules outline that an NPV greater than 0 is a positive NPV. A positive NPV means the value for your organization is increasing. Thus, the project should be accepted. The rules also outline that an NPV equal to 0 is a neutral NPV. This means that the project could be accepted or rejected. If the project has intrinsic value, such as addressing an organizational issue or concern, this might warrant implementation. And an NPV less than 0 is a negative NPV. This would mean the value for your organization is decreasing and the project should be rejected. An NPV of $255,800 is positive. By applying the decision rules for Step 6 of the NPV analysis, the Six Sigma team members agree to accept the database system improvement project. Consider another example of a Six Sigma team at a retail bank as they conduct an NPV analysis of 2 potential projects. One involves reducing loan processing time, while the other involves checking account cost reduction. Throughout the rest of this video, you'll follow the Six Sigma team through the process of calculating the NPV for both projects and deciding which one is a better option for implementation. Both of the projects need a similar initial investment and have potential for similar long-term savings benefits. The project sponsor has told the team to assume an interest rate of 6%. The Six Sigma team is comparing the 2 projects with an NPV analysis. Project A requires an initial total investment of $1 million. This project is expected to return an annual benefit of $1 million for 3 years, for a total of $3 million. Project B requires an initial total investment of $1 million and is expected to yield an annual benefit of $850,000 for the next 4 years, for a total return of $3,400,000. Six Sigma team members are completing Step 4 of the NPV analysis. They are calculating the PV of returns for each year for both projects. The team uses the PV formula and the discount rate table to get the PV of returns for each year for Project A. Year 1 equals $1 million multiplied by 0.943 equals $943,000. Year 2 equals $1 million multiplied by 0.890 equals $890,000. And year 3 equals $1 million multiplied by 0.840 equals $840,000. The amounts for all 3 years are added to yield a PV of $2,673,000. Team members use the PV formula and the discount rate table to get the PV of returns for each year for Project B. Year 1 equals $850,000 multiplied by 0.943 equals $801,550. Year 2 equals $850,000 multiplied by 0.890 equals $756,500. Year 3 equals $850,000 multiplied by 0.840 equals $714,000. And year 4 equals $850,000 multiplied by 0.792 equals $673,200. The amounts for all 4 years are added to get a PV of $2,945,250. The table indicates the end-of-year cash flow and the values for both projects. Project A has a higher end-of-year value at 3 years, and Project B has a higher total value at the end of the 4 years. Having to compare projects that will yield returns over different periods of time is not uncommon. The Six Sigma team at the retail bank then calculates the NPV for each project to make a comparison. For Project A, the team members have determined that the PV is $2,673,000. To calculate the NPV for this, they take $2,673,000 and subtract the initial investment costs of $1 million to get $1,673,000. And for Project B, the team knows the PV is $2,945,250. To calculate the NPV, members take $2,945,250 and subtract the initial investment costs of $1 million to get $1,945,250. Both of these NPVs are greater than 0, which indicates that each project would be a good possible investment. Yet the NPV of Project B is greater than that of Project A. This indicates that pursuing this project may be more profitable. It's true that Project B will yield returns over 4 years instead of 3, but it will still create more total value. To understand net present value for Six Sigma, you need to have a good grasp of future and present value and understand how cash inflows and outflows impact the project. Understanding present and future value of investments will help you to make more educated and informed decisions about financial investments. Net present value for Six Sigma projects can be a key factor when determining whether or not projects are viable. To calculate NPV, you need to know the 5-step process of estimating total investments, estimating expected returns, identifying the discount rate, calculating the PV of returns for each year, and subtracting total investments to calculate NPV. After you determine the NPV, you can apply the decision rules, which dictate that a positive NPV is a good investment, while a negative NPV is not. A neutral NPV requires more discussion. You can determine whether the project is a good candidate for implementation using these rules. You can also compare a number of projects and decide which ones stand out as better options for implementation. Teams become components of a system, working toward the common goal of quality and process improvement. Many different types of teams exist in the business world. There are regular project teams, which may be called task forces or ad hoc teams, Six Sigma teams, cross-functional teams, self-directed or autonomous teams, and virtual teams. Almost every business uses one form of team or another. For a team to become effective and achieve its goals and objectives, the team must grow from a group of individuals into a unit. As a prerequisite to working together, some basic conditions for team formation have to be met. In general, team members need to have a common goal or other valid reason to work together. They also need to accept that they have a mutually dependent relationship and agree to be held to and promote team values. Team members almost always have diverse skills and experiences. They may represent various departments and functions in an organization, but they all share an involvement in the problem that needs to be addressed. The two main benefits of teamwork are that it contributes to the organization and empowers the individual. Teams contribute to the organization by increasing the flexibility of team members. A single person, no matter how skilled, can seldom master an entire work process. The most significant gains are usually achieved by teams, as individuals will have access to a whole group's talents and expertise. This means that teams can usually tackle larger issues, will have a broader understanding of the process, and have immediate access to the technical skills and knowledge of all team members. And, of course, team members can rely on mutual support and cooperation as they work on a common project. Being part of a team can empower the individual because of added knowledge from learning from others and increased motivation and job satisfaction. Teamwork benefits include learning from the creativity of colleagues and having a greater understanding of work issues, the opportunity to forge stronger working relationships, and a chance to learn new skills and enhance existing ones. Being on a team allows members to work on a project that has management support, to have the satisfaction of solving an ongoing problem, and to have the opportunity to reduce costs, please customers, and increase revenues. From your background in Greenbelt concepts, you should already be familiar with generic team types. There are many different types of teams, including project, Six Sigma, and quality. Other types of teams that are more commonly used are cross-functional, self-directed, and virtual. Any type of the generic team types, or a combination of them, can be adopted to the specific requirements of a Lean Six Sigma project. You can access the content in Team Types after this video if you wish to get more background on generic team types. Many interrelationships exist between organizational units and processes, and they have an impact on quality, productivity, and cost. Two general team areas that are of special interest to Six Sigma practitioners are improvement teams and quality teams. Improvement teams, including process improvement teams, focus on improving or developing specific processes. These teams come together to achieve a specific goal, are guided by a well-defined project plan, and have a stated schedule with a defined beginning and end. They often focus on cross-functional projects with requirements that are unclear or not agreed upon. These teams take a horizontal focus across the process to understand requirements and reduce waste. Six Sigma teams are improvement teams that effect change through deliberate and precise acts of improvement. Quality teams use cross-functional organizational designs to incorporate quality improvement efforts. Quality teams improve internal efficiencies that are impacting output, which is usually in the form of products and services. Teams may concentrate on particular processes or may draft a quality plan for an organization or department. The quality circle, sometimes called the quality control circle, was popularized by Kaoru Ishikawa in the early 1960s as a way to increase employee participation in the daily work routine, and the first practical applications were made in Japanese industries. The quality circle decentralized problem solving. The resulting management technique returned high levels of productivity, quality, and worker satisfaction. Today's more common quality teams are direct descendants of the work done with quality circles. Ishikawa introduced the participative problem diagnosis tool of the fishbone or cause and effect diagram, which came to be called the Ishikawa diagram. Teams can take several specific forms or types, and although there is overlap between types, each of the team types has a best application. Consider the Six Sigma and project teams. Six Sigma teams work on specific process or customer-based projects that are important to quality. They involve black belt or master black belt support and typically contain green belts among the membership. Analysis of data is a main focus of Six Sigma. A telephone company found out that administrative bureaucracy issues were reducing productivity and tasked a Six Sigma team to examine and improve the processes using the DMAIC methodology. Project or ad hoc teams are formed for special projects, especially those with a material focus. Project teams can consist of a narrow or broad range of team members and can be interdepartmental or cross-functional. A procurement task force at a food manufacturer was appointed to find and partner with the most efficient suppliers. This project team took less than 4 months to complete its task, and then the team disbanded. The variety of team types can vary over several dimensions, such as function, purpose, time duration, and leadership. Six Sigma and project teams can be self-directed or cross-functional. In self-directed teams, members must have considerable training, experience, and cooperative skills, since they operate without constant direction from management. They can be assigned objectives or develop their own. Team leaders give guidance rather than direction, and on some teams, members rotate jobs and managerial responsibilities. Empowering employees and reducing company bureaucracy is the main thrust of the self-directed work team. At a fabric plant, self-directed work teams were used to reduce layers of management. After the initiation of self-directed teams, there was a plant manager and 7 self-directed teams. Cross-functional teams promote the acceptance of change throughout the organization. They are useful when knowledgeable people from various departments and different areas of expertise are required to address projects, policies, practices, or operations. Cross-functional teams are often effective in generating creative solutions to problems. An auto company that specialized in luxury cars and trucks wanted to become competitive in the small car market. It mobilized a cross-functional team of engineers, team members from other disciplines, suppliers, and assembly workers to meet the goal. The last team type is that of virtual teams. Virtual teams are typically project or ad hoc teams, and they are necessary when members are geographically dispersed. Communication technologies are used to conduct team work. Virtual teams allow companies to hire and retain the best people regardless of location. For example, a utility company is building a wind power production facility in Europe. Key members of the construction team are located in the US, the engineering firm is in Canada, and construction resources are in Spain. A virtual team is created to work together seamlessly. Before you can determine the best team model for your needs, you must be clear about your team's purpose. The best team model for any particular situation may well be a combination of types. But keep in mind that Six Sigma and project teams will be mutually exclusive, as will cross-functional and self-directed teams. The 6 basic purposes for forming a team are to produce an item or service, share learning, coordinate resources, solve problems, plan or develop strategies, and to innovate and create. Teams can be described in a number of ways, depending on your perspective. Knowing team classifications can help determine what the best team model is for your purpose. Types of teams can be classified according to their function, structure, or skill. Function classifies a team by the purpose for which the team is formed. For example, a project team for product development has the specific purpose of transforming a conceptual idea into a tangible product. Structure classifies a team by how it is composed. For example, a virtual team comprises members from different geographic areas who communicate electronically. Skill classifies a team by common expertise. For example, a Six Sigma team may be formed to apply quality improvement to a manufacturing process. Each Lean Six Sigma project will have certain constraints. A constraint refers to an element that presents a challenge for a given project or organization. Black belts need to determine what team type will work best for each kind of constraint they encounter. There are 4 key constraints. The first is geography, which occurs when team members and stakeholders are scattered across a large geographical area. It could mean team members are located in different offices, cities, regions, or countries. Due to different geographical locations, scheduling meetings and ensuring clear communication can be challenging. There may also be cross-cultural and regulatory differences that can make team formation and development even more challenging. A second key constraint is technology availability. This constraint occurs when there is unavailability of collaborative, shareable, or real-time enabled technology or communication tools in the organization, department, or a specific location. This constraint also includes the failure of these technologies, even if they are available. Making these technologies available may be cost prohibitive or non-feasible from an ROI perspective for the department. Additional talent or training may be required. The organization may decide to work without that technology. The Lean Six Sigma team needs to determine what team type will work best in this situation. Staff schedules are another key constraint. This constraint occurs due to unavailability, schedule conflicts, or uncertainty about the availability of team members. It is especially difficult to manage in organizations, which have team members in different locations working on the same project. The final key constraint relates to time zones. This is more applicable to multi-locational or multinational team situations and can affect communication or cohesiveness among team members. Lean Six Sigma project teams might grow larger over time in order to include more stakeholders on a project. Many of these members might be located across multiple time zones and regions of the world, or even within the same country but in different time zones. Maintaining communication in real time, having all team members on a single call, and coordinating their activities is often very challenging for Black Belt team leads. There are no fixed rules about using a particular type of team to overcome a certain constraint or set of constraints. A Six Sigma team will take the nature, extent, and combination of various constraints into consideration and decide on a team type that is best suited for that organizational framework. A virtual team can help address some of the constraints associated with geography, inconsistent staff schedules, and time zones. It can enable team members who are not in the same physical location to function together as a unit. It also helps in accommodating communication between team members who have varying schedules or live in different time zones. A cross-functional team is suitable for organizations that do not have adequate collaborative, shareable, or real-time enabled technology or communication tools. A cross-functional team is made up of people from various departments and differing expertise who come together to achieve a common goal. It ensures that a team contains members with varying skills or members that are multi-skilled. One of the benefits of having a multi-skilled team is that it can lead to more creative solutions being generated. A self-directed team can be useful for addressing technology unavailability and inconsistent staff schedules. Such a team works towards a goal without the normal managerial supervision, and this helps in maintaining collaboration between team members. Another benefit is that team members are able to function unsupervised, even if there are situations where the team leader or other important team members are missing. If there are a number of different constraints present in a project, a combination of team types can be used. A team is a group of people organized to work together to achieve a common objective. Two or more people may be considered a team as long as they are mutually accountable for the accomplishment of a purpose and specific performance objectives. Teams become components of a system, working toward the common goal of quality and process improvement. Having an understanding of the team types will allow you to use them to their best applications. You will then be able to select the best team model for your individual work situations. However, each team type is best suited to specific constraints, so it's important to choose the appropriate team type for your. Why do some teams work well together while other groups of equally talented people don't achieve their goals? The difference is team balance. Teams include a number of key functional roles, each of which is associated with a number of duties. A balanced team has members selected for their complementary strengths and weaknesses. The kind of behavior required of the people on the team is something team selectors need to keep in mind when choosing members. The expectations are different for each team role. Team members should be able to increase their knowledge through training and learning from other members. Team members should be prepared for and attend team meetings. They should actively participate in the meetings and encourage the participation of their teammates. Team leaders are expected to be able to direct and assess the project's progress. From an interpersonal perspective, leaders should listen to, accept, and encourage people working with team members and considering their individual needs and viewpoints. Team facilitators have to be able to evaluate the team and give feedback on its effectiveness and progress. Facilitators should have an objective, neutral, and clarifying perspective that doesn't interfere with the team's work. Acting as coaches, facilitators help to manage interpersonal difficulties non-judgmentally. In the 1970s, Dr. R. Meredith Belbin researched the area of team management. Belbin carried out an intensive study of management teams, working with simulations of real-world challenges. He looked at the relationships among team success, personality factors, mental capabilities, and creativity. Belbin discovered that 9 roles exist within all teams. He saw each role as a pattern of behavior that describes the way different team members approach their work. But because people may have a mixture of dominant and subdominant traits, any team member's combination of aptitude and skills can lead her to play 2 or more roles at once. The Belbin roles can be used to identify types when starting up teams. This will ensure there's a good role balance, or that any imbalances are known and can be managed. Belbin's 9 behavioral or personality roles on a team can be grouped into 3 categories: action-oriented roles, people-oriented roles, and problem-solving roles. Each role has different strengths in a team situation. The first 3 Belbin roles are the action-oriented roles. Shapers are dynamic and challenging. They are highly motivated people who are task-minded and make things happen. Shapers tend to be outgoing, dominant, and extroverted, and they thrive on pressure. Shapers direct the team and its work to get results, keep the team focused, challenge and respond to challenge, and have the drive and courage to overcome obstacles. Shapers are committed to achieving goals. Implementers are practical people who are organized, reliable, methodical, self-disciplined, and not easily discouraged. They are methodical and hard-working. Implementers favor hard work and tackle problems in a systematic fashion. They turn ideas into actions and work for the team in a pragmatic and realistic way. Completers, also known as completer finishers, are disciplined, conscientious, and orderly. They tend to be the perfectionists and planners on a team. Completers deliver on time, taking care that details are not overlooked and that pace is maintained. They meet deadlines, follow through, and seldom start what they cannot finish. The next 3 Belbin roles are the people-oriented roles, also with their own strengths in a team situation. Coordinators are social leaders, clarifying goals and seeking contributions from others. Coordinators are confident and calm, encouraging decision-making and the attainment of shared goals. They spot individual talents and use them to pursue group objectives. Coordinators clarify goals and delegate well. Team workers are good listeners and can cope with difficult people. They are sensitive but can be assertive. Team workers will always put the group first and help to maintain morale. With sensible and sociable personalities, they foster team spirit by supporting other members, building on their ideas. They bring cooperation and diplomacy to a team and reduce any friction that may arise. Like shapers, resource investigators are extroverts. They naturally explore opportunities and develop contacts, so they are good communicators and skilled and diplomatic negotiators with a wide circle of contacts. Innately curious, they are enthusiastic about people, ideas, and anything new. Resource investigators like a challenge, are energetic and positive, and will readily look outside the team to obtain information. The last 3 Belbin roles are the problem-solving roles, which also bring strengths to a team. Plants, also called innovators, are creative, individualistic, and bright. They can think outside of the box to suggest new strategies to address an issue often solving difficult problems. They provide the seeds and ideas from which major developments spring. A plant brings creativity, ideas, and imagination to a team. Monitors, also known as monitor evaluators, are serious, sensible, and unemotional. They take a strategic view because they possess the ability to think critically. They can offer dispassionate advice, finding flaws in arguments and carefully considering all factors. Analytical and objective, monitors evaluate the team's ideas, analyze problems, and gather and assess data. Undeflected by emotional arguments, they bring objectivity and judgment to options. Specialists are self-starting professionals, single-minded, dedicated providers of expert knowledge and skills. They pride themselves in acquiring technical skills and specialized knowledge. Specialists bring dedication and initiative. They provide needed knowledge and technical skills, and they are good at remembering specific details. No one person can be strong in all 9 roles. All members' favored roles can be good for the team as long as all are aware of them. Knowing their natural roles and those of their teammates, members can better understand conflict and tolerate differences in behavior. Each role has strengths that it brings to a team, but those strengths can also be a source of weakness. Belbin discovered that the personal attributes that allow a member to contribute in a particular way can also lead to weaknesses that have to be adjusted for. These associated limitations are known as allowable weaknesses. The first 3 Belbin roles, the action-oriented roles, have allowable weaknesses. Each of the roles has traits to be aware of. Since shapers are outgoing, extroverted, and thrive on pressure, they sometimes can be seen as arrogant and abrasive. They may be impulsive and impatient, and will challenge, argue, disagree, or even display aggression in the pursuit of goals. This can provoke people and offend feelings. According to Belbin, 2 or 3 shapers in a team can lead to arguments and infighting. Implementers are practical, methodical, and not easily discouraged. The flip side of these behaviors is that they also can be inflexible and slow to respond to new possibilities. They may be seen as close-minded and slow, since they may have trouble deviating from their own well-organized plans. Completers are detail-oriented and seldom start something they can't finish, but they can get stuck on details and worry excessively about minor details. Since they tend to be over-anxious, they're reluctant to trust their teammates to perform tasks, making them poor at delegating. The next 3 Belbin roles are the people-oriented roles, which also have allowable weaknesses. Coordinators, being calm, controlled, and disciplined, may not be particularly creative. Because they are so good at delegating, they are sometimes seen as manipulative, offloading personal work onto others, and can be seen as overly controlling. Team workers are good listeners who work to resolve social problems, but because they dislike personal confrontation, they're reluctant to offend and may appear soft. Because of this, they can have problems making difficult decisions and may be indecisive in a crisis. Resource investigators are great at exploring new possibilities with energy and with others, but they may be over-optimistic and can lose interest once the first rush of enthusiasm is over. They are not sources of original ideas and tend to be poor on follow-through as they forget small details. The last 3 Belbin roles are the problem-solving roles. Each of these roles has allowable weaknesses in a team situation. Plants are innovators and can solve difficult problems, but they may ignore incidentals and may be too preoccupied to communicate effectively. They can make careless mistakes on details and may respond poorly to criticism. Monitors are serious, prudent people. They're slow deciders who have a critical thinking ability that's not deflected by emotional arguments. But these very traits may make monitors appear dry, boring, or overcritical. They can be cynical, lacking enthusiasm for anything without logical grounds, and they aren't good at inspiring themselves or others. Specialists are self-starters with a high level of concentration, ability, and skill. They provide needed knowledge and technical prowess, but they may contribute only on a narrow front and dwell on technicalities. Specialists tend to be uninterested in areas outside their discipline. All members of teams play at least two roles. There's the functional job-related one that may involve customer relations, sales, marketing, administrative, managerial, or leadership skills. But there's also the team role or roles. Teams are most effective when there's a balance of roles and when all the team members know what their roles are. Then they can work to their strengths and actively manage their weaknesses. You can access the job aid Belbin's Team Roles after the video to review the characteristics associated with the different roles and personalities commonly found within teams. Team leaders can use information about Belbin's roles. Leaders who themselves are a mixture of coordinator and shaper are likely to succeed. But a leader who's a mix of monitor and specialist could create problems through overanalysis and dwelling on the technical aspects. As a leader, you need to identify your own role preferences and make sure that roles you can't personally fill are represented in your team. Trying to be what you're not, or trying to make team members be what they can't, leads to stress and poor performance. No single role is better than another, and successful teams need a range of roles to bring diverse skills into play. Many teams won't have 9 people to each take on a different role, but members may be able to develop into roles if a gap exists. Leaders should keep in mind the interactions of the role combinations on their teams. For example, a plant will give more ideas and better strategies, but you need a monitor and coordinator to evaluate and refine the ideas. Shapers keep a sense of urgency alive, essential to high-performance teams. But too many shapers leads to excessive conflict, and a team worker may be needed to keep relationships smooth. Having no monitors means a team may not carefully weigh options when making decisions, but having too many can paralyze a team through overanalysis. And with no completers and implementers, a team may be able to create good strategies, but be unable to follow through on them. By analyzing team role combinations, leaders can empower team members to perform in accordance with their strengths and to the optimum benefit of the team as a whole. There are 3 levels of aptitude for a role: preferred, manageable, and least preferred. Everyone has one team role that comes naturally, but up to 4 roles in which they can function comfortably. People will often modify the role that they play, depending on the makeup of the rest of the team and the demands of the task. A person can assume a role that falls into the manageable category, albeit with a certain amount of stress. It's highly likely, however, that a team member will underperform if forced to fill a role that falls into the least preferred category. You can deal with any missing roles by having the whole team deliberately assume the missing perspective for a moment, or by having some team members flex into manageable team roles by purposefully adopting them. In analyzing a team's roles, first you need to identify any weaknesses. A few team roles often prevail in functional teams. Within a research department, there may be an abundance of specialists and plants, while a team of consultants may be comprised mainly of team workers and shapers. Such teams may be missing key approaches and outlooks. If a team has several members with analytical strengths but few creative people, analyzing roles can be used to identify potential candidates or current members who can fill the gap. After identifying weak areas, you look for potential areas of conflict, as when too many shapers pull the team in different directions. In some cases, members' self-perception may differ markedly from how teammates perceive them, and the team may be able to improve how it works together when members are aware of their natural styles and the potential for conflict with other members' styles. Let's take a closer look at the Belbin team roles in this example. In the human resources team of a large company, a new team is getting acquainted with each other. Chris is the HR director and team lead. He handpicked the team members because of their talents. Chris's job is to make sure the team is all pulling in the same direction and to communicate his vision to them to keep everyone focused. Kathy is an HR advisor and information analyst. Her role is to provide statistics on the department's performance, budgets, and accounts, and to objectively evaluate all available options. Then she will give advice, set policy, and put company guidelines into practice. Jack is a recruitment consultant and employment lawyer. One of his functions is to get advertisements for job vacancies out on time, working to strict deadlines. He also reviews application forms in a detailed manner, since he specializes in employment law and all the legislation that the organization must adhere to. Lisa is the training manager. She looks at the development needs of the employees and comes up with the most innovative ways to deliver these through training. Amy is the HR assistant. She does administrative work to help keep everyone organized and communicating effectively. The HR team is off to a good start with a good cross-section of Belbin team roles. Chris, the team lead, takes on the roles of coordinator, shaper, and resource investigator. As coordinator, he generates trust and knows how to use ability in others. As shaper, he has a vision of the direction that the team needs to take, and he communicates that vision to the team. And as resource investigator, he uses external information and contacts to help the team keep in touch with the marketplace. Kathy, the HR advisor and management information analyst, is a monitor and implementer. She grasps the big picture as she evaluates current processes and puts company guidelines into practice. Jack adopts a completer role, finalizing details and working to deadlines. As the recruitment consultant and employment lawyer, he also fulfills the role of specialist within the human resources team. The team includes at least one creative and clever member as a plant. The training manager, Lisa, is always trying to innovate in her area. Amy, the HR assistant, is a team worker who supports the rest of the team by doing administrative work and keeping people organized. Each of the 9 Belbin team roles have strengths and allowable weaknesses. Recognizing how each role contributes to a successful, well-balanced group will allow you to create and maintain productive teams. Think about teams you've worked with at your organization. Did all team members understand what they were expected to contribute to the team? How did team members' understanding of their roles contribute to the success or failure of the team and its projects? Successful teams have some characteristics in common. Effective teams have diverse members with a common mission, knowledge and expertise, and cooperation and trust between members. In addition, they have effective communication and decision-making skills and creativity. Effective teams have a team structure that includes diverse members with a common mission. In Six Sigma teams, the define phase clarifies the purpose of the project. A project charter is developed that lays out a clear foundation and direction, so there is likely to be a higher level of mutual commitment to guide the project through to completion. In ineffective teams, team members may ignore the team's goals in favor of personal gains. Your team members have to have the appropriate knowledge and expertise to be able to deal with the problem at hand. Often, these are people closely associated with the problem, and you should choose the best and brightest your organization has to offer. You need team players who believe that 2 or more minds are better than one, and who will contribute a diversity of perspective, experience, and knowledge. Six Sigma teams will need to be technically supported by green belts, black belts, and master black belts. Your team members should have knowledge of your process, product, customer, and the problem and access to the relevant data needed. They should also have the ability to dedicate several hours each week to team meetings and collection of data, as well as information and skills in areas helpful to developing the solution to the problem. If your team is in a situation of shared responsibility and shared reward, then the quality and productivity of your team's relationships should be part of your focus. Successful teams have members who have skills in cooperation and effective communication. An effective team has a climate of openness and trust with sincere concern for one another's well-being. Members will always need to pool resources, skills, and information, and to collaborate with other groups. Six Sigma teams can't work in isolation, since they are usually trying to improve processes where other people also work. So, skills in working with other people, from coworkers to customers, is a key to success. In a successful team, members are open and honest with each other, and use both listening and discussion techniques. Learning to really listen and understand what people are trying to say is a cornerstone of effective teamwork. Using the technique of active listening, you listen more than you talk, and if you don't understand, you ask questions to obtain more information. Team members need to have effective communication both within and outside of the team, so they'll also need good discussion skills. These skills will allow members to clearly state their own ideas and support them with facts and observations. Strong teams also exhibit effective decision-making and creativity. Teams are formed to figure out what needs to change in a process, product, or service, and so they are judged largely on how effectively they make decisions. Various processes and skills will lead to healthy conflict resolution and to making good decisions. Gathering data to explore all the options, documenting the reasons behind decisions, and involving every team member facilitates the decision-making process. You can evaluate issues by using decision trees and weighting factors, and then use consensus-building techniques. Effective teams are able to reach consensus on most issues, leading to strong buy-in to the decision. Strong levels of creativity in a team can be encouraged through the use of brainstorming and discussion techniques. Since one of the reasons for forming teams is to be able to have access to different perspectives, ideas, and knowledge, you can use brainstorming techniques to get people to think creatively. These skills help enhance the team's ability to go beyond the status quo, to find new ways of approaching the problem. And discussion techniques help teams ensure that all members get their voices heard. Selecting team members is a vital component of forming an effective team. The first attempts at continuous improvement teams used volunteers, but often they lacked the right skills, experience, or knowledge. Most of those teams didn't accomplish their goals. In forming teams, you need members with the right mix of education, experience, and knowledge. Assess the project itself. If it's a highly technical project, you should include technical employees. If the problem is in customer service employees will need to be represented. Various factors related to knowledge, skills, and abilities, KSAs, for example, the ability to influence and openness to change, need to be considered in the selection of team members. When was the last time you thought about how you influence others, how you change minds, shape opinions, move others to act? Leaders must be able to influence. Without influence, interacting with and directing employees in an effective way becomes impossible. With the acceleration of globalization, Six Sigma team members need strong influencing skills in order to overcome challenges in managing potentially widespread project teams. A key responsibility of leadership is managing change effectively. Change is inevitable, and leaders must embrace change and be able to adapt their approach accordingly to new situations. This often involves seizing opportunities that arise and facilitating growth and development as a leader. When considering Lean Six Sigma projects, you should also think about team members' subject matter expertise and availability for the project. Within an organization, the subject matter expert, or SME, is a team member who has a high level of expertise around the process under improvement or in a relevant knowledge area. Teams might require a variety of subject matter expertise on the process targeted for improvement, technical expertise, expertise in certain skills, or knowledge of a particular area or tool. For example, a team might need expertise in financial analysis, IT, or design of experiments. SMEs tend to be involved during the research phase and are also used for technical validation. One of the key considerations for selecting team members is their availability. Six Sigma Black Belts usually work full-time on improvement projects, though other team members are often part-time and typically work 10 to 20 hours per week on the project. Black Belts as team leaders are often able to accommodate availability constraints of team members. However, there are certain situations, such as team meetings and combined tasks, that members need to make necessary arrangements for. While diversity of members is important, one of the most common mistakes in establishing teams of all types is to overload them with too many members. While you need enough members to do the job, you need to keep the size of the team manageable. As a general rule, the larger the team, the longer everything takes. So don't try to be too inclusive. Another mistake is to choose team members simply because they are available and have the time for the meetings. Just being available doesn't mean the employee will be a good fit for the team or will add the needed skills and expertise. Yet another common mistake gets made when the employees responsible for implementing the changes aren't included on the team. Knowing where the implementation responsibility will fall is not always easy, because the Six Sigma process is one of discovery. The data leads the team to where the improvements are needed the most, but representatives of the likely areas should be on the team. There are some key items to think about when selecting team members. When considering who should be on the team, ask yourself the following questions. Who knows the most about the process being improved, or is the best contact with the customer? Who knows the most about the problem, and who has the best access to the data pertaining to it? What specific skills or viewpoints will be needed through the whole length of the project? What divisions, processes, or functions will be affected most directly by the project? What level of managerial representation is needed? When you're considering a specific individual for the team, ask yourself some other questions. Is the potential team member someone who can work cooperatively in a team situation? Does the potential member have the time to devote to data collection and team meetings? Can the potential member successfully challenge the status quo to find innovative solutions? If the answer to all of these questions is yes, you're on your way to an effective team. Six Sigma teams comprise several people fulfilling well-defined Six Sigma roles. From your background in Greenbelt concepts, you should already be familiar with these key Six Sigma team roles: Black Belts, Master Black Belts, Green Belts, Champions, Process Owners, and Executive Sponsors. You can access the Six Sigma roles content after this video if you want to review your knowledge of these team roles. The Black Belt and Champion are ultimately responsible for the team's success, so they need to be very involved in selecting team members. They also need to identify stakeholders, the extent of stakeholder involvement, and the levels of communication about the team's progress. Six Sigma teams typically include a Black Belt or Green Belt as project manager and team leader, and pull together team members with different backgrounds and knowledge levels. The project champion may also be on the team. If Black Belts are used more as coaches who give specialized support to Green Belts and teams, their input tends to be more technical. If Black Belts are leading improvement teams, management skills such as problem definition, leadership, and project management become equally as important as statistical analysis. Without openness and trust among team members, the team can't effectively discuss various issues that arise during the Six Sigma project. The Black Belt or Champion is responsible for making sure that more dominating team members don't squelch the inputs of others, which can diminish the team's strength and effectiveness. You can access the job aid team member selection questions after the video to use as a reference when selecting team members. And finally, there are some additional recommendations you can follow regarding team size, team diversity, adding or removing team members, and accomplishing an effective representative composition. These will help you form and change the makeup of a team without causing a loss of cohesion. The first recommendation regards team size. You need to have a manageable team size, remembering that you can always add team temps if needed when you hit crucial points in the DMAIC process. Conventional wisdom holds that the optimum number for most project teams is between 5 and 8. Teams with more than 15 people can be ponderous, making it difficult to have the active participation of all team members. And teams of 4 or fewer people may not be able to generate enough ideas. Ideally, a team should have representation from various parts of the organization. Although you can't include every person who could be involved, each person should understand the processes you're dealing with. The team has to be kept small enough to effectively work together and still involve enough of the people who will be implementing Six Sigma improvement in the organization. Effective teams develop a communication plan to gain the participation and support of everyone who's needed, even if they're not on the team. The second recommendation covers team diversity. A diverse mix of skills and knowledge is important, and so is a diverse mix of personalities and aptitudes. Diversity in teams includes team diversity recommendations and team diversity in action. To achieve optimum performance, a team needs a variety of perspectives and complementary skills. Some team members should be primarily oriented toward task and schedule accomplishment, while others should excel at process, planning, and organizational methods. Teams also need people-oriented members who support, encourage, and communicate, as well as creative and innovative members. These diverse characteristics aren't usually roles that are assigned. Members are drawn to the roles because that's how they orient their thinking. Understanding the strengths and the value each desired trait brings to a team gives guidance for team member selection. Personality indicator tools can be used to learn potential members' aptitudes, decision-making styles, and so on. For example, the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator tool is specifically geared toward facilitating teamwork by helping team members understand their own learning and decision-making styles, as well as those of their fellow team members. When a Six Sigma team in product development had already spent 3 hours on an issue, one of the members, Jan, still couldn't table the issue. Because they had used a personality tool, the team knew that Jan wasn't intentionally being difficult. She just has to understand all facets of an issue before she can let it go and move on. It's important to know the most prudent way to interview and add members, or to remove members as necessary. Recommendations for adding or removing team members focus on how you assemble and adjust a team. To keep a team successful and productive, you have to be careful when adding new people. You never want to impose a new member on a team, but rather involve the whole team in the selection process. When people play a significant role in making any change decision, whether as an individual or as part of a team, they're much more committed to making sure the choice is the right one. Prospective team members can be interviewed either one at a time or collectively, and the team should be clear about what skills are needed. Many situations may arise where a member may need to be taken off the team. If a team member is missing required skills and doesn't have the interest or time to develop them, if there are personality conflicts, or if a member can't keep a time or work commitment, the team and the manager should talk frankly with the team member. The discussion should cover what's expected, what's at risk, and what isn't getting done that needs to, or what is going on that shouldn't be. Unless the situation improves, the team member should be removed. It's important to create a representative team. Recommendations for representative composition focus on the who of teams, ensuring your team is comprised of people close to the problem, people in touch with elements of the solutions, people with diverse skills and knowledge, and people with different Six Sigma roles. The team should include the people who will be implementing Six Sigma, since people accept and support changes better if they have a hand in developing the solution. Changing the composition of teams is often necessary. Membership in the Six Sigma team may be adjusted over the course of a project, especially when you transition from developing the solutions to implementing them. Different skills and talents are usually needed for successful process improvements, and a flexible approach to team makeup will help you avoid forming a team that's too large and cumbersome to accomplish its goals. The characteristics of effective teams are that they have diverse members with a common mission, a high level of cooperation and trust, good decision-making and communication skills, creativity, and members with the knowledge and expertise needed for the problem. When forming teams, you can follow recommendations regarding team size, team diversity, adding or removing team members, and having an effective representative team composition. You should also consider leadership's ability to influence, openness to change, subject matter expertise, and the availability of potential members for the project. Forming and developing successful Six Sigma teams can provide an organization with a way to distribute the workload, reinforce individual capabilities, and create an atmosphere of participation and involvement that aids decision-making and generates diverse ideas. But a team approach can also introduce challenges and constraints. There are several critical success factors for achieving Six Sigma team success, including management support, mutual trust, respect, and support on the team, and communication. Other critical success factors are respecting timeliness, following ground rules, clarity of goals, and sound decision-making procedures. The first critical success factor is management support. For true management support, a company needs to have an environment in which teams can thrive, so management has to fully comprehend the value of teams. Managers should be energized by the team concept and prioritize teams' project schedules and solutions. Leaders, facilitators, and team members should be thoroughly trained in Six Sigma tools and techniques. The development of productive teams requires time, talent, money, information, and materials. So management must optimize all the available resources to create the proper environment for sustaining teams. Mutual trust, respect, and support on the team are also critical to effective team building, and teams should try to improve their teamwork as well as their output. Team members should be willing to help one another and encourage each other by offering assistance or advice when appropriate. To accomplish this, team members should seek information and opinions, compromise and be creative in resolving differences, and praise and correct others with equal fairness. They should also accept both praise and complaints, as well as be sensitive to nonverbal communication. The third critical factor for team success is communication. Effective communication goes beyond the basics of avoiding interrupting and talking when others are speaking. You need to listen actively and explore each member's ideas rather than holding a debate about them. Team behaviors that enhance communication are for members to initiate discussions, keep discussions on track, speak clearly, and be succinct, avoiding drawn-out anecdotes. The next critical attributes for team success are to make sure a team respects timeliness and follows ground rules. Respecting timeliness is critical in regards to saving time and money, as delays can result in major costs and affect departments in the business related to that project. Timeliness is important for any project, especially those that involve many stakeholders and team members. To foster an efficient time value culture, team members should always be on time for meetings, respond quickly to work-related communications, and deliver their contributions before the deadline allocated. In order to set the boundaries of a project and ensure everyone is on the same page, ground rules should be set at the start of the project. These rules don't need to be overly strict or heavily enforced, but should ensure that team members are not given a free rein and know what behavior is appropriate. These ground rules typically cover the expectations regarding the tasks and deliverables, the project process, and the manner of interaction within the team. The last two critical success factors for teams are clarity of goals and sound decision-making procedures. Team members need to be very clear about the team, project, and their individual goals. They should be able to understand how their work fits into corporate objectives and agree on the team goals. Members should know their own duties and who's responsible for task completion. Teams should have an improvement plan and clear process ground rules. With such clarity and awareness comes commitment, which is the foundation for team synergy. Making strategically sound decisions based on good problem solving is one of the most productive activities teams can undertake. Understanding how a team reaches a decision will allow it to make intentional choices about how to approach any decision. The team should discuss how decisions will be made, such as when to bring in expert advice, take a poll, use majority rule, or decide by consensus. Members should agree to make database decisions and to decide all important issues by consensus to facilitate buy-in. Let's consider this situation. Amrit is full of enthusiasm when her team meeting starts. But after only 15 minutes, multiple side conversations have begun. One member is trying to get everyone to listen, and the agenda has fallen by the wayside. Amrit thinks, oh no, not another bad meeting. Just as there are critical success factors for teams, there are also indicators of potential trouble, such as those in Amrit's team meeting. High-performing teams consistently accomplish their project objectives as planned, on time, and within budget. Underperforming teams typically overrun their budget, miss their schedule, and always have a good reason why the project objective was not quite met. Identifying the indicators of potential trouble will begin the process of addressing problems and helping teams become highly effective. Indicators of potential trouble can also be found for the factors management support and mutual trust, respect, and support on the team. Teams need to have the proper environment in order to thrive, and management support should be evident in numerous ways, including providing input, resources, funding, and time. Indicators of potential trouble include mid-level managers being absent from meetings and difficulty in accessing the required resources. Having mutual trust, respect, and support on a team creates successful team relationships, which enhance the quality of information exchange and minimize the need for direct supervision. Indicators of potential trouble here include extreme imbalances of team participation and an unwillingness to listen to and respect the opinions of all team members. Conflict-laden meetings can result from either of these scenarios. A critical factor for team success is communication. Productive discussions depend on how well information is exchanged between team members. Failure to use discussion skills can lead to several indicators of potential problems. For example, members with poor speaking skills and members repeating points, or cautious members with tentative conditional statements or opinions expressed as questions. Another consideration is a meeting with plops, which are statements that receive no acknowledgement or response. Be aware of members making bullying statements such as, "What you don't understand is," or "How many of you do not know what I mean," as well as discounting the ideas or knowledge of others. And finally, inattention to nonverbal clues and shifts in the team mood can be an indicator of future trouble. Trouble with mutual trust, respect, and support, and with team communication, can sometimes be resolved fairly simply. Potential problems include reluctant participants, discounting or ridiculing another's values, and feuding team members. When team members are shy or otherwise reluctant to participate, practicing gatekeeping or dividing tasks up can give them the opportunity and encouragement they need. Discounting or ridiculing another's values should never be tolerated. If this happens, you should support the discounted person and emphasize the need for all team members to be more open to others' opinions. Occasionally, you will encounter team members who don't get along. To handle this, tell them to take it offline and remind them about the team's ground rules for respect for all. The next two critical factors, respecting timeliness and following ground rules, both have indicators of potential trouble associated with them. Missing deadlines, lack of general self-organization, absenteeism, and frequent requests to extend delivery dates are indicators of potential trouble associated with a lack of respect of timeliness. By not respecting timeliness on your Six Sigma projects, you risk looking unprofessional. You call your own respect levels into question by inadvertently displaying disrespect for your team and senior leadership. Additionally, you waste people's time and your own time, and time is money. Critically, you increase the risk of the project failing, especially if the project focuses on some urgent fixing. A well-documented and mutually accepted housekeeping document or manual for the team is essential to the smooth running of the team. Lack of ground rules or members' inability to follow ground rules can mean trouble for the entire team. It can generate project disputes where team members' roles and goals conflict. The ambiguity inherent in ruleless teams can cause a lack of coordination among team members and lead to intervention and escalated decision-making. Actions taken by team members tend, without ground rules, to be subjective and based on convenience. Indicators of potential trouble can also be present for the critical success factors, clarity of goals, and decision-making procedures. A team needs clear goals to be successful. Switches in team direction, excessive second-guessing of decisions or actions, or confusion over roles and responsibility can indicate a team in trouble. If members wonder, "Why are we doing it that way?" they need more clarity of their goals. To make effective decisions, a team needs to understand the potential effects of its choices. Indicators of potential trouble with team decision-making include making choices regardless of supporting data, accepting the minority's decision, or frequently needing to use majority voting or averaging out differences instead of consensus. Now, let's move on by considering this scenario. In the Human Resources Department of a large company, a Six Sigma initiative is beginning. Chris, the HR director and team lead, is pleased with how things are going so far. In addition to always taking part in the meetings, the champion and chief financial officer, CFO, has set up an incentive system that reinforces teamwork. Instead of a traditional system set up to reward individual contributions, the award system is based on team members working together on projects. The team has great management support at the moment, but Chris will be on the lookout for the CFO missing meetings, which is an indicator of potential trouble. Chris's team was formed to increase cooperation between different business units, and the team is working on defining exactly what that means. The discussion focuses on clarity of goals, decision-making procedures, and following ground rules. Chris's team increases clarity and awareness using a team charter. It documents why the team was formed, the problem it's trying to solve, how its goals align with the broader objectives of the organization, and which member is responsible for what. Chris and the team decide to use the consensus approach to make decisions about the success criteria they'll use for a particular project. This is a critical area, and group success depends on everyone agreeing on the criteria. They'll use voting, and when a small group is appointed to make a decision, they'll use subgroup decision-making. On occasion, they'll use the one-person method, which is quick and effective, especially when an emergency decision needs to be made. Chris and his team create a housekeeping manual that documents the team's ground rules. All members have a chance to provide input. Among other things, it records the expectations for the team, the roles of each member, as well as how tasks are assigned. Chris is conducting a meeting when two of the team members, Jack and Letitia, jump into the discussion. Jack claims that Letitia shouldn't be in charge of data gathering because she isn't experienced enough. Letitia immediately denies Jack's claim and asserts that she has more experience than Jack. Chris tries to restore calm and reminds them of their agreement to the team charter, with its focus on respecting others' views and skills. Jack apologizes to Letitia for his dismissive remark and then explains that he was trying to say that Taku, a new team member, has just finished a project where he was in charge of data collection. Letitia acknowledges Jack's apology and offers her own for her defensive reaction. With order restored, Chris invites Taku to talk about his last project. Chris's meeting threatened to go out of control due to feuding when Jack appeared to be discounting Letitia's abilities. By simply reminding the team of the ground rules all members had agreed to, Chris was able to get the meeting back on track with no hurt feelings. In fact, he used the digression to encourage Taku, a reluctant participant. Chris used a potentially divisive situation to clarify the communication going on and enhance mutual trust, respect, and support. Each of the 7 factors, management support, mutual trust, respect, and support on the team, communication, following ground rules, respecting timeliness, clarity of goals, and decision-making procedures, is critical for team success. The ability to spot the indicators of potential trouble for each factor will help you recognize which critical success factors might need improvement on your team. As a black belt, being able to maximize Six Sigma team contributions is critical to the success of any improvement project. The key activities that Six Sigma improvement teams will be involved in are collecting and presenting data, solving problems and making decisions, and organizing breakthroughs. Data collection and presentation is often used to illustrate either problems or improvement. Bar graphs, cause and effect diagrams, and various charts are effective tools in data analysis, problem definition, and presentation. Problem solving and decision making are the most productive team tasks. Improvements can then be made to specific areas and can be used for information sharing with the organization as a whole. In business generally, and in manufacturing in particular, there's a deep-seated belief that scrap and rework are inevitable. Six Sigma teams work to organize breakthroughs and create a zero-defect mentality, brainstorming how a process would look if all waste were eliminated and all customer expectations were met. Six Sigma projects have aggressive schedules for achieving target Sigma levels, and project teams work through various stages from planning through implementation. This includes initial planning, alignment, program development, and implementation. The time needed to reach Six Sigma performance levels depends on an organization's starting point and how committed it is. But under an aggressive schedule, a company will begin to realize benefits outweighing the costs of team training and preparation, often within a year, even though it may take more time than that to approach Six Sigma performance levels. Six Sigma team members need training in preparation for launching a team project. The duration and the core subject training matter varies for each of the Six Sigma team roles: executives, champions, black belts, and green belts. Black belt training usually follows the champion workshop by a month or so. This training follows the DMAIC sequence as black belts learn about defining, measuring, analyzing, improving, and controlling processes in intensive hands-on training sessions. Typical black belt training takes 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and is usually staggered into 2 two-week sessions. Let's take a closer look at the training schedule. The first week corresponds to the define and measure phases as black belts are introduced to Six Sigma. They're assigned projects and taught about process mapping, FMEA, statistics, capability studies, and measurement systems, and how to apply these to their projects. In the analyze phase in week 2, black belt trainees learn distribution analysis, plot data graphically, conduct multivariate analyses, perform hypothesis testing, and plan Six Sigma projects. Week 3 is the improve stage, when black belts learn the methodology of design of experiments, DOE, and correlation studies. In this week, they also conduct full factorial experiments and continue to plan and carry out project plans. The fourth and final week is the control phase of the training. Black belts review what they've learned, implement statistical methods of control and mistake proofing, and finalize their project work. The completed projects are a very important component of becoming a certified black belt. Black belt training should create technical leaders, advanced users, and teachers of Six Sigma. After the black belts are trained, they can be assigned to the projects selected in the champion workshop and green belts assigned to assist them. Green belts also have to be trained in Six Sigma tools and methods. Their training isn't as rigorous or detailed as the black belt training, but they need to develop their technical knowledge so they can be the local experts at solving problems in their area. For the most effective team meetings, bear in mind certain considerations about frequency and duration. For the first 3 or 4 meetings, the team should meet weekly to build momentum and take care of tasks. After the initial meetings, task completion, such as gathering data, takes longer, and meetings can take place every 10 days or so. Mini-meetings with some team members can help keep focus in the longer intervals. Generally, the initial few meetings should last for about 3 hours. The duration usually decreases to 2 hours for later ones, but the important thing is to take however much time is needed to cover everything you need to. There are several things to do at the first team meeting. Be sure to introduce all members so they get to know each other and discuss team roles. Review the project charter and the DMAIC process and project timelines. It's also important to establish ground rules about attendance, participation, interruptions, preparation, timeliness, decisions, data, and conflict resolution. Things to do at all team meetings include reviewing the agenda, making assignments for the next meeting, and evaluating the team meeting. Having an agenda is critical to having an effective team meeting, and reviewing the agenda should be done at all meetings. A summary of the agenda can be posted on a whiteboard at the meeting as a visual cue and reminder to stay on track. There are several steps involved in having an effective agenda. First, the reason for calling the meeting should be included on every agenda, whether the team is meeting to identify problems, choose a solution, create a plan, and so on. A list of the items to be covered are a vital part of the agenda, and they should be accompanied by a brief explanation about why each item is on the agenda. An example might be, the reason for holding this meeting is to revise the project plan. Changes in the project scope were prompted by the customer review of the prototype. Each agenda item should have at least a rough estimate of how much time it will take. Remember that even a ballpark figure is better than not having any time estimate at all. For each item, the action needed should be stated directly, in clear terms. And the agenda should always be sent out before the meeting, and any background information should be attached. Then team members can read it beforehand instead of dividing their focus by studying it at the meeting itself. For a Six Sigma project to succeed, project team members need specialized training before launching the project. In order to have effective team meetings, members also need to be able to identify which activities should be part of all team meetings and which need to be performed only at the first team meeting. Consider this scenario. Kim lives in China. Maria lives in Spain. You live in the United States. Yet you're all on the same team, a virtual team. The virtual team model is a reality in many companies. It poses many of the same challenges that local teams face, but with additional constraints and obstacles. Teams, whether virtual or not, work together to make decisions and solve problems, which are important tasks that aren't as easy as they sound. To be effective, a virtual team must first possess the characteristics of an effective traditional team, such as leadership and commitment of team members, and then address the issues inherent with a virtual team environment. In a virtual project environment, team members rarely share a workplace or see each other. They may not have worked together previously, and the team may disband after the project is complete. Virtual teams are agile and efficient. They help organizations rapidly adapt structures, cultures, and products to the changing demands of a global environment. But there are also some special constraints of virtual teams to consider, including differences in time zones and scheduling, lack of face-to-face communication, and the costs of communication. There are also several challenges inherent in the management of virtual teams, including establishing trust and a group identity. Issues can also arise with developing clear structures and dealing with cliques or subgroups. And finally, the sharing of information and ensuring that information is understood also needs to be considered. The first challenge in managing virtual teams is establishing trust. With team members scattered in different cities or even different countries, communication may be irregular or inconsistent. There may be a lower level of comfort and familiarity among virtual team members as opposed to conventional teams. This can lead to an us versus them attitude in those members who do know one another. The second challenge in virtual team management is establishing a group identity. Virtual teams often share few experiences. This can cause team members to feel like they're not part of a group. It's difficult to create a sense of involvement in virtual teams, since getting time together is difficult and interaction must be well prepared. You need to find ways to increase interaction among your virtual team members. Virtual teams often cross space, time, and organizational boundaries. Additional challenges inherent in them include how to develop clear structures and deal with cliques or subgroups. A team needs a sense of structure. When teams don't regularly meet face-to-face, members can be uncertain of their roles and responsibilities. Clashing cultures can lead to team members with very different expectations, and there may not be enough clearly defined decision-making processes. Team members may be unclear about the team's purpose and goals, the leadership roles, what the shared values are, and even when meetings take place. While it's human nature to bond with people you know, cliques create antagonism. They lead to competition among team members and with the project manager, or among the various cliques that arise. Since the opportunities to meet and know your team members are limited in a virtual team, fragmentation and subgroups are more common than in conventional teams. Sharing information is another challenge to virtual team management. In a virtual team, it's hard to share adequate levels of information across distances and time zones. When formal opportunities to discuss work-related issues or common systems to transmit information are lacking, the logistical flow and movement of information is constricted. Even with a common system in place to ensure adequate information flow, virtual teams may face a challenge in ensuring that information is understood. Just because people receive information doesn't mean they understand it. Poor quality, consistency, and comprehension of information leads to team members with different information, varying levels of information, or different perspectives of the information. These challenges produce inequities of information among team members. Every challenge provides the opportunity to discover a solution. Most team management experience comes from teams located together, but many of the same techniques can be applied with great success to virtual teams. Team leaders can address and overcome each of the challenges. The first two virtual team challenges are establishing trust and establishing a group identity. There are a variety of resources and strategies to help meet the challenges of a virtual team environment. To establish trust, use a variety of communication methods. Video conferencing can help team members put faces to names. Use visual forms of communication wherever possible. Project management software should be available to all team members to improve communication. Interpersonal trust is more difficult to achieve in a virtual environment than in a conventional one, so encourage a high trust culture, one where teamwork and collaboration are the norm. To establish a group identity, conduct regular meetings. Mimic the attributes of conventional teams, allowing time for informal discussions, socializing, and celebrating achievements. Use logos, mottos, and humor to create team spirit. Make sure the agenda is managed so all team members are involved in the discussion. Don't wait for team members to come to you. Stay in touch with them even when meetings aren't needed. Develop clear structures for a virtual team and always use standard formats for meetings. At the kickoff meeting for each project, ensure all members are clear about the defined goals, objectives, problems, and concerns, and reiterate the goals frequently. Team structure includes having written goals, objectives, project specifications, and performance metrics. Have team members describe and define possible problems and concerns, and perform risk evaluation as a group activity. The team should clarify its purpose as a group. Each person can talk about his or her expectations and what each needs from the team. Leadership roles should be specified so everyone is clear about how to resolve problems. Also, discuss team members' areas of expertise, task assignments, decision-making processes, and reporting structures. Individual responsibilities need to be defined so everyone knows who is responsible for what. These clear structures will ease the way for collaboration and sharing resources and information. No one can prevent cliques and subgroups from forming, but this is a challenge that can be managed. When cliques are identified and monitored, you'll be able to keep track of them. Look for opportunities to bring together participants from different subgroups and initiate these opportunities when necessary. Whenever possible, draw members from different cliques to create recognized subcommittees when there's teamwork to be done. Let's now take a look how the virtual team challenges were handled in practice. A Six Sigma team in a software company is geographically dispersed. This allowed the best people to be hired regardless of location. Since the members of this virtual team communicate electronically, they seldom meet face-to-face. The team works to overcome each challenge of virtual teams. Starting with establishing trust. The team members get to know each other through meetings. For kickoff meetings, they try to always meet face-to-face, but any team member who can't be physically present is video conferenced in. The first messages of the team members set the tone for how the team interrelates, so they made the first online impression positive. The team also develops greater trust by mixing social and task communication and maintaining high levels of enthusiasm, optimism, and initiative. Then they go on to establish a group identity. The team has a name and a logo to promote a sense of belonging. Before the first meeting, the team lead sent a welcome message with everyone's phone number and email address, along with a short biography of himself. He then sent it to the first team member and asked that person to attach her bio and send it on until all members had received the bios. The bios included photographs and an interactive map to find out where each team member lives. With this simple visual device, a group identity was created. Next, clear structures were developed so team members couldn't disappear from the group view. An online calendar for each team member shows everyone's schedule, and a team agreement with team buy-in was created. The agreement covers issues such as how quickly email should be answered, when video conferencing is needed, and who has authority to make decisions. And finally, cliques or subgroups also need to be handled suitably. When a problem with cliques arose, the team lead used the team's initial bio information to create a Facebook with information about background and interests to help members get to know each other better. The lead also rotated the hosting of conference calls. Since the person hosting the call usually does the most talking, it breaks down subgroups and builds connections beyond cliques. Technical barriers to information sharing in a virtual team environment range from unreliable bandwidth and incompatible networks to slow systems and network traffic congestion. And managing the logistics of communication takes time and effort. But technology can also add opportunities for information sharing through use of email, texting, smartphone applications, collaborative platforms for solution design, websites, virtual conference centers, discussion boards, and online communities of practice. Information can be put at one central access point, such as a project web page that can even include a team web page for announcements and collective information. Teams can share information and conduct real-time collaborative sessions utilizing the latest technology capabilities in conferencing, collaborative design of solutions, interactive websites and communities of practice, and smartphone communication applications. The sheer time and effort required to manage the logistics of communication can be a serious problem. Even when team members are technologically prepared to share information and knowledge with each other, ensuring that information is understood is equally vital. To overcome the challenges of comprehending information across time changes and cultural variations, have team members explain their viewpoints and not just state them. Have them describe the actions they plan to take and ask for input about possible impacts to other involved members. Different levels and channels of information should be used for different participants as appropriate. Consider another example. In the virtual team in a software company, the first process improvement project undertaken was in the creation and sharing of analysis and documents. The majority of the activities focused on a planning document template that the UK core of the group was developing. Two challenges they faced were related to sharing information and in ensuring that that information was understood. The UK group knew the US group well, and there were no problems with logistics or software compatibility. But the team included a few external contractors, and the UK team sometimes had difficulty contacting them and working with the various time differences. The IT department set up a web-based application that all members could access, which smoothed the sharing and creation of documents. The UK core group designed the planning document with the aim of crossing national and organizational boundaries. Even so, when they relied only on written communication, some team members felt they were being harshly criticized. The team lead began to mix the written communication channels with more voice and video conferencing, and members then could put comments in context. In fact, participating in the common activities bonded the group even more, so a simple planning document became a catalyst for better virtual collaboration. Many of the suggestions for overcoming virtual team challenges are all good practice guidelines for local teams as well. Any particular challenge is typically greater for a virtual team, since team members often can't meet face-to-face or don't share the same time zone and office culture. It's important to have a formal communication plan when project teams are large and geographically spread out. Working in virtual teams poses problems not usually encountered when groups of people work in the same building. Developing a team culture and clear procedures are essential for the development of trust in a virtual environment. To be effective, virtual teams have to find new ways of sharing knowledge and understanding in the electronic. What motivates people to commit to a group effort? Why perform for the good of all, even against one's own interests? This has been a subject of great importance to leaders through the ages. In this topic, you will learn about 5 modern theories of motivation. From a practitioner standpoint, many of these theories led to the development of motivational techniques commonly applied in organizations. This topic will explore the theoretical foundations of several motivation techniques. Their practical applications will be discussed later in the course. Motivation is a system of forces and relationships originating both within and outside the individual that influences behavior. Motives cause people to behave in certain ways. For this reason, it's important for anyone who seeks to influence people or teams to understand motivation. Since the mid-20th century, many people have contributed to the field of motivation studies. There are 5 important theories of motivation: Maslow's hierarchy of needs, Alderfer's ERG theory, McClelland's acquired needs theory, Herzberg's two-factor theory, and Vroom's expectancy theory. Abraham Maslow was a psychologist who perceived human needs as a hierarchy. Maslow's hierarchy is depicted as a pyramid, with basic needs at the bottom and higher-level needs at the top. Maslow theorized that people must satisfy all their needs at one level before they can move up to the next level. This hierarchy of needs is the basis of many modern theories of motivation. Let's take a more detailed look at these needs. Physiological needs include food, water, shelter, and clothing, the basic needs that people must satisfy in order to stay alive. Safety needs include protection from the elements and from harmful environments, as well as protection from threats to life, morality, health, and property. In an organization, safety needs could refer to protection from capricious or malicious managers and peers. Belonging needs refer to benefits that people derive from living in a community with others. For example, most people need the affection, loyalty, and protection derived from being part of a family. Belonging needs are also satisfied by membership in and acceptance by a work group or project team. Esteem needs include the need for self-respect and the respect of peers. These needs motivate people to become active in influencing and being acknowledged by the culture of the community to which they belong. At the top of the hierarchy, self-actualization needs explain the drive for purpose, creativity, and self-realization. Self-actualization needs are psychological needs that people strive to achieve in order to reach individual potential. Let's turn our focus to Clayton Alderfer, a clinical psychologist who spent many years studying human motivation. In 1969, Alderfer proposed that Maslow's needs hierarchy can be collapsed into 3 categories: existence, relatedness, and growth, which he abbreviated the ERG theory. Existence needs comprise the desire for physiological well-being and include Maslow's physiological needs and safety needs. Relatedness refers to satisfying interpersonal belonging needs as well as esteem needs. Relatedness needs overlap Maslow's internal esteem and belonging needs. Growth needs include the need for continued personal growth and development and the pursuit of self-realization and productivity. These needs overlap Maslow's external esteem and self-actualization needs. Unlike Maslow's theory, the ERG theory holds that the order of needs is different for different people. For example, some people pursue higher-level needs at the expense of lower-level needs. Medical personnel and the clergy, for instance, may place a higher value on growth and self-actualization than on safety and belonging. The next contributor to modern motivation theories is the psychologist David McClelland. McClelland's acquired needs theory, published in 1961, holds that people's needs reflect their life experiences. McClelland identified 3 needs areas: achievement, affiliation, and power, that have an effect on the motivation of both individuals and organizations. An individual with a high need for achievement seeks to excel. These people prefer projects with an even chance of success without excessive risk. They require regular feedback to monitor the progress of their achievements. High achievers prefer to work alone or with other high achievers. Individuals with a high need for affiliation need good relationships with other people and need to feel accepted by others. They function well in a team. They prefer work that provides significant personal interaction, such as customer service. An individual's need for power can be one of two types, personal or institutional. Those who need personal power want to direct others. Individuals who need institutional power want to organize the efforts of others to further the goals of the organization. McClelland believed that people possess all three characteristics, achievement, affiliation, and power, but that one characteristic is always dominant. The implications of McClelland's acquired needs theory is that managers can motivate people by linking each need area with a set of work preferences, such as individual responsibility, interpersonal relationships, and giving influence over other employees. Another important theory of motivation is Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory, also called the motivation hygiene theory. In 1968, Herzberg surveyed 200 accountants and engineers to find out what made them happy and unhappy about their jobs. The results of Herzberg's survey surprised him. He learned that satisfaction and dissatisfaction arise from different factors. In his own words, what makes people happy is what they do or the way they're utilized, and what makes people unhappy is the way they're treated. Herzberg used two terms to describe the factors that make people happy and the factors that make people unhappy. Satisfiers are factors that challenge people to develop talents and fulfill potential. They are strong motivators. Satisfiers include the opportunity for advancement, the ability to earn recognition, the opportunity to achieve, variety in job content, and the ability to assume greater levels of responsibility. These factors are intrinsic motivators. Dissatisfiers are factors that demotivate when they're not present, but rarely motivate when they are present. Dissatisfiers include a good working environment, the opportunity to form interpersonal relationships, salary and benefits packages, a reasonable level of supervision, and organizational policies and procedures. These factors are extrinsic motivators. Herzberg's theory focuses attention on job enrichment. Jobs that are boring or lack content need to be enriched with other elements so that motivating principles can take effect. Herzberg's theory isn't perfect. It is based on surveys conducted on a small sample of only two populations. It doesn't account for the role of unconscious human factors in motivation or for situational constraints, which include those factors beyond the individual's control that influence how he works. The motivation theories proposed by Maslow, Alderfer, McClelland, and Herzberg are content theories or models. Content models are also called needs models because they focus on categories of needs as the driving forces of human behavior. Another kind of motivation theory is the process theory or model. A process model focuses on cognitive aspects of human behavior. It assumes that behavior is a function of belief, expectations, and values. Process models assume that people have their own expectations about work and decide to act only if they can achieve something that is valuable for them. Victor Vroom's expectancy theory is a process model. The theory suggests that behavior is a result of conscious choices among alternatives that are made to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. The expectancy theory assumes several factors, such as there being a positive correlation between effort and performance. Also, good performance will earn a desired outcome, and the desire for the outcome is worth the effort required to achieve it. Based on these beliefs, Vroom defines three elements, ordered as expectancy, instrumentality, and valences. Expectancy is the strength of an individual's belief about whether or not a particular job performance is attainable. If an individual believes that a high level of performance will be instrumental to acquiring a desired outcome, then the individual will place a high value on performing well. Valences are the levels of satisfaction an individual expects to get from the outcome, as opposed to the actual satisfaction they get from attaining the outcome. Now, here's an example of the motivational theories in practice, specifically Maslow's and the ERG theory. Let's review what happened with Steve, an inexperienced manager, and Jane, who has much more experience in management. Steve has hired Paul, fresh out of school. Paul is struggling financially and working hard to get his own apartment and professional wardrobe. Steve would like to send him to some training classes and then give him some low-level tasks for a few months. He feels that Paul needs a sense of belonging and to not be overwhelmed before his first high-profile project. Jane tells Paul that people are sometimes more capable than they're given credit for. She recalls how she once had a non-English speaking team member who was able to resolve linguistic and social issues at the same time as he managed a high-achieving career. Jane feels that even though it wasn't easy, he worked on his basic needs and higher-level needs simultaneously. She suggests that Steve provides Paul with a few challenges along the way. This way, he can help Paul build his self-esteem at the same time he's developing a sense of belonging. Steve's attitude reflects his belief in Maslow's rigid hierarchy of needs. He doesn't plan to advance the new employee, Paul, until he meets his basic physiological and social needs. By citing an example of a team member who was able to satisfy needs at 2 levels simultaneously, Jane's attitude reflects the ERG theory. Let's take a look at another situation, this time with Tim and Rose. Both are Six Sigma black belts, but subscribe to different theories of motivations. Tim is building a team for a new project that is set to begin soon. Rose is managing 3 smaller teams. Tim is a high achiever. Most of his team members are high achievers as well. This is good for Tim because his project is well defined and has a 50-50 chance of success. Tim appreciates the value of frequent feedback, and he plans to speak to team members often about their work. He also likes to help people build a sense of belonging to the team, so he will conduct weekly status meetings. To keep harmony, Tim resolves to handle all disagreements promptly. Tim has one team member whose primary focus is personal power. Tim knows that Sheila will challenge him and other team members periodically, but Tim wants her on his team because her skills are outstanding. To keep her team members motivated, Rose rotates them among her 3 teams whenever she can. This enables her to enrich team members' jobs with variety and the ability to learn new skills. Rose also checks to ensure that team members maintain good relationships with their foreman. Tim's attitude reflects McClelland's acquired needs theory. His team members are a combination of people motivated by achievement and affiliation. One individual is motivated primarily by power. Tim knows that he'll be working through some conflicts with her. Rose is interested in providing job enrichment for her team members as a way to keep them satisfied with their jobs. As such, Rose is influenced by Herzberg's 2-factor theory of motivation. Here's another example. Ian is managing a short-term, high-visibility project. The target dates are very tight, and it's likely that overtime will be required. During the kickoff meeting to which all team members are invited, Ian explains the importance of success, as well as the types of sacrifices that may be required. Then, Ian explains the compensatory time scheme. Employees who work overtime will receive time off after the project is successfully completed. In addition, if the project is successful, Ian will write letters of commendation for high performers' personnel files. He will also do his best to ensure performance bonuses are awarded to those who go the extra mile. By linking inducements to high performance, Ian is demonstrating Vroom's expectancy theory. A lack of motivational factors doesn't necessarily equate to demotivation. Just adding more motivators will not address the issue of demotivation of team members, so it's very important that specific factors that can demotivate project team members are identified, analyzed, and addressed directly. It is not possible to identify all factors causing demotivation. However, a few key ones are discussed here. Some of the key issues causing demotivation include the demotivation chain and a lack of communication. Further issues include disagreements leading to conflicts, lack of management support, and constraints facing projects. Let's discuss the first factor, the demotivation chain. It has 3 parts: doing your work, seeing the result, and being recognized or rewarded for your effort. Demotivation can set in when links between any of these parts are broken. Consider these examples, which show how employees can become steadily demotivated. John is a new team member. He arrives early for work every day and often stays later than the rest of the team. But because of the way the project is structured, John never gets to see the results of his hard work. As the months go by, he grows steadily more demotivated. Mary is involved in research and spends months experimenting with different approaches to problems. There is no way for her to see the results of her research in the short term, and she has to be highly motivated to continue. Sally works equally hard but gets to see the results of her efforts. However, despite years of dedication and consistently producing quality work, nobody notices. She is never congratulated or rewarded. As time goes by, she loses motivation and there's a noticeable dip in the quality of her work. It's essential to communicate the right information to the right people at the right time. Project managers must communicate frequently with their teams. These interactions should be complete, reliable, and to the point. Communication can occur in various formal formats, in addition to general formats like meetings, email, and phone calls. A project communications plan addresses the why, what, who, when, where, and how of project communications. Communication tools, such as formal briefings, videos, reports, emails, and instant messaging, can be used for a variety of purposes, including knowledge transfer and sharing, project definition, briefing, awareness of project status and results, consensus building, morale building, team building, and directives. The A3 report is a kind of summary condensed to one sheet of paper, which addresses Six Sigma's extensive reporting requirements. It is used for various purposes, including proposals, problem solving, and providing a project status. Conflicts on teams can come from several sources, for example, schedules, priorities, or resources. Other issues include beliefs about technicalities, administrative policies and processes, associated project costs, or personalities. A project manager needs to be aware of each of these potential conflicts and seek to resolve any tensions caused by team member disagreements. Then, everybody wants to feel like their efforts matter and that their work has meaning. If a team member feels like their work does not matter to either their manager or to the company as a whole, she or he may be less motivated to do good work or to complete tasks in a timely or efficient manner. If team members get a feeling that management doesn't support the project, the team members might feel that the project is not actually needed. Once this kind of mindset takes over, motivation can be badly affected. There are 6 main constraints acting on projects, namely risk, resources, time, cost, quality, and scope. An issue with any one or more of these constraints puts additional pressure on a project. If your team doesn't have the necessary expertise or preparation completed for a task, or if their completion deadline seems unreasonable, the team might become demotivated. A good project manager is able to dynamically manage each of these constraints, especially in situations when they are noticeably tightened. Once you've identified the demotivation factors affecting your team members, you need to take action. To do this, you'll need to know how to manage the demotivation chain as well as resolve conflicts. You need to consider each technique and use the most appropriate one to address the issues facing your team. Let's begin with managing the demotivation chain. This chain consists of 3 factors: doing your work, seeing the result, and being recognized and rewarded. If either of the 2 links in this chain are broken, it can result in demotivation. Six Sigma Improvement Project Managers can use this model to help create meaningful work for team members. You can ensure that each project is set up so that the team will see results of their efforts. If possible, reward team members for their work. If you're unable to directly reward your team, make sure you show your appreciation for the time and energy they've put into the project. Also, acknowledging individual contributions can help motivate the members of your team. There are several techniques a project manager can use to resolve conflicts. You can try problem solving. This is the preferred method of conflict resolution. It is a direct, head-on approach, which some people might feel is confrontational. To avoid this reaction, examine the situation and try to find a win-win solution where all parties come away satisfied. This technique develops relationships and fosters trust, and is best used when there is adequate time to work through issues together. The next technique to try is forcing. This technique sees the person with executive power forcing a decision onto the team. While this decision might not always be the best one, its advantage is speed. Forcing is a win-lose technique and does nothing to nurture team relationships. Use this technique to speed up the decision-making process, but consider the effects on relationships before you do, and if your decision is well-informed. Compromising could also be tried. A compromise means that opposing sides must each give up something. While it's considered a lose-lose situation, the resulting decision has the advantage of resolving a conflict through a combination of the opposing approaches. If relationships with both sides are equally important and a fight needs to be averted, this technique offers a good solution. Another technique is smoothing. A conflict can be smoothed by making a problem seem smaller than it is. This means the solution is not a permanent one, but it does provide a useful first step in soothing an aggravated team or calming a hostile situation. Use this technique to save time or to end a stalemate. It's a lose-lose technique, best employed when the issue is not of vital importance, and it's a good way to maintain relationships. Use smoothing to shift the focus of the conflict, direct attention to what the parties do agree on. And a final one is withdrawal. This approach is sometimes more of an emotional response than a deliberate technique. It involves one party walking away from the issue. This means that the conflict is not resolved because the withdrawing party yields to the opposing viewpoint. It's a yield-lose situation. Withdrawal is best used to create a cool-down period in a heated conflict, or if the issue is not of vital importance. Then, in addition to managing the demotivation chain and resolving conflicts, there are some other techniques or general approaches you could try. It's good to continuously remind team members about the importance of the project. This will keep them motivated. Also, make sure that management support is both accessible and visible. Proactively manage project constraints as they can't always be avoided. You can use team-building activities to foster healthy, understanding relationships between members of a team. Team building is a good way to manage personal conflicts. And always be aware of any inequality regarding individual recognition or rewards. A project manager must be fair and know how to appropriately match skills with salaries. Don't let any team member seem like a personal favorite. Using these techniques can help you prevent and manage any demotivating factors that arise in your projects. The theories developed by Maslow, Alderfer, Herzberg, and McClelland are content theories, also called needs theories. They identify specific needs as the driving forces for human behavior. Some of them hold that lower-level needs have to be fulfilled before people can aspire to higher-level needs. Others see needs as overlapping or intertwined. In terms of organizational behavior, understanding what needs people are trying to fulfill helps managers to offer the right incentives to get the best effort out of their employees. Process, or cognitive theories, are concerned with the choices people make because of what they know, believe, and expect about the impact their behavior will have on their situation. Managers use process theories to try to bring about specific behaviors by influencing the process of how employees' work gets done. Vroom's expectancy theory is a process theory. Each new project presents the team with a different situation and a fresh set of challenges. There are many factors that contribute to both team and individual demotivation. A project manager who understands the links in the chain of motivation will be able to identify when one of the links is broken and will know how best to fix it. Every manager needs to have a strategy to deal with and resolve any potential conflicts which the team might. In the late 1920s, Western Electric in Ohio allowed a Harvard researcher, Elton Mayo, to study the effects of worker fatigue and output at its Hawthorne facility in Chicago. The most famous result from this study, the Hawthorne experiment, showed that worker productivity improves when workers feel that management pays attention to their welfare. A less publicized result concerns the importance of the team as an entity. Based on his studies, Mayo found that the team is a powerful social group that fulfills specific human needs. Workers who are part of a team are more satisfied than workers who are not part of a team. In the previous topic, you were introduced to motivational theories. In this topic, You'll learn about motivational techniques that have been developed based on the theories discussed earlier. Herzberg's two-factor theory of motivation is a helpful model for organizations to use. His theory distinguishes between factors that satisfy employees but don't motivate them and factors that satisfy and motivate employees. The factors that can satisfy but not motivate are called dissatisfiers. Herzberg's dissatisfiers include remuneration and elements of work design. Remuneration refers to salaries, benefits, performance bonuses, and a wide variety of monetary rewards and inducements. Let's take a look at how theorists differ in their opinions about whether remuneration is a motivator and how it is best applied. Maslow and Alderfer consider remuneration to be a motivator for meeting lower-level needs only. Money is important when people need to obtain food, clothing, shelter, and safety, for example. After those needs are satisfied, money ceases to be a strong motivator. Herzberg believes that money and benefits can cause dissatisfaction if they aren't adequate, but they don't motivate employees toward higher levels of performance. Herzberg's position is very similar to Maslow's and Alderfer's positions. Vroom contends that remuneration is a motivator, but only if people value it as such. If an individual values money, if she believes that superior performance will attract money, and if she thinks the monetary award is worth the effort it takes to achieve superior performance, then money is a motivator for her. A second factor that can satisfy but not motivate is work design. Work design refers to the arrangement of tasks and the amount of flexibility that workers have, as well as the existence of support systems. When organizations streamline their systems or workflows to make them more efficient, they sometimes remove the very elements that make jobs interesting for workers. For example, a toy company finds that separating out the tasks for assembling a toy rocket and having different people perform the tasks is more efficient. In doing so, however, the company takes away the work variety and pride of product from the employees who assemble the toys. Another element of work design that causes dissatisfaction is the system of work time. Often, while they seem to satisfy workers by providing increased flexibility, these systems also result in dissatisfaction because workers fail to get work done. Consider these systems. Flex time enables workers to plan the hours during which they will be in the office. However, flex time also limits the time that team members have to work as a group. Remote work allows people to work from home or other remote locations. However, it also eliminates opportunities for social interaction, and it removes potential sources of information from the workplace. Teamwork is made more complicated when members of the team are present only via telephone or computer. In addition to identifying factors that don't motivate employees, Herzberg's two-factor theory also identifies elements that lead to employee satisfaction. He called these elements satisfiers or motivators. Herzberg's major satisfier is job satisfaction. Herzberg believed that the content of jobs should be enriched with elements that will increase the employee's interest and engagement. Work should be interesting, meaningful, and important. In addition, the employee should have some control, responsibility, and discretion about how the job is performed. This enables him to meet higher-level needs for growth and self-actualization. Job enrichment has been widely adopted in many organizations. The following characteristics are the major elements that can be used to enrich jobs and enhance job satisfaction: feedback, autonomy, task identity, task significance, and skill variety. Feedback is an essential component of job satisfaction and motivation. People need to be told how well they're doing so they can continually adjust their performance. Feedback should be provided by project managers, supervisors, co-workers, and customers. Autonomy requires that workers should be given responsibility for their work and ownership of the outcomes. They should be able to exercise some control over job-related decisions. For example, in a company that employs lean principles, workers take ownership of production processes. This motivates them to perform well and to continually improve their processes and make them as efficient as possible. Task identity gives workers a sense of purpose and pride. However, task identity is sometimes incompatible with an efficient workflow. It isn't always possible to arrange tasks in such a way that people feel they are doing a complete job. Some organizations have solved this dilemma with group work or teamwork. A job should have a distinct beginning and end. One aircraft manufacturer uses teams of people to assemble whole parts of the aircraft. One team assembles wings, another team assembles the fuselage, and so on. Job satisfaction transfers to everyone on the team. Workers need to understand how their work contributes to the organization and affects the lives of other people. Through task significance, workers experience heightened pride, ownership, and purpose. An insurance company has hundreds of jobs that don't seem to be related to selling insurance or paying claims. The company undertakes a campaign to link every job to the company's mission and vision statements. As a result, people are re-energized with a new sense of purpose and report a higher incidence of job satisfaction. To enable employees to grow, their jobs should require a variety of skills, and whenever possible, employees should acquire new skills and information. They should also be encouraged to challenge themselves to achieve. Sometimes the objective of skills variety can be achieved through job rotation. If an employee's interest in a task has peaked, the employee can be rotated to a different task. This sometimes enables the employee to acquire new skills or to use existing skills in new ways. For example, the IT department at an investment bank provides its programmers with a complete list of skills that are used in all of the IT jobs. As much as possible, programmers are assigned to projects based on their expressed desires to acquire particular skills. You can access the job aid Job Enrichment Characteristics after the video for an overview of the 5 attributes that can be used to enrich work. By applying the correct motivators at each level, managers can help an employee to make a decision that benefits both his own growth and the organization. Most employees will try a task if they think they will succeed. To increase an employee's motivation to undertake the task, expectancy, a manager can provide certain conditions. For example, training in needed skills. They can also provide support and feedback in helping an employee set goals and achieve them. And they can provide the materials and equipment to do the job, as well as complete information about the job. To motivate staff, you must ensure that there is a strong link between perceived effort and reward. For example, employees who work on commission see the direct relationship between their work effort and their earnings. The more they sell, the more they earn. Most jobs do not have such a clear link. Promotions aren't always assured, nor are bonuses or raises. However, wherever possible, linkages must be clarified and communicated to employees. Then, organizations must provide rewards that employees value. Common rewards include recognition, promotions, bonuses, extra vacation time, the ability to work at home, an increased opportunity to choose projects, and raises. Some organizations survey their employees to find out what their employees value. This practice prevents the organization from offering rewards that no one wants. Let's review Kara's situation. She is the project manager of a team of experienced IT people and is managing a risky, high-profile project. It requires learning to use new tools and techniques, as well as developing new skills. The project will last for 6 months. Kara is concerned about keeping her team motivated over the long haul. This is her approach. Kara makes sure that every project member receives training in the new tools and techniques. Kara finds out whether team members have specific goals they want to meet. She designs work tasks, when possible, to help team members meet those goals. Kara visits every team member at least once a day to check in or provide feedback. Kara holds regular meetings so that team members always know the status of the project. She communicates changes in project scope, objectives, and deadlines as they occur. When overtime is required, Kara offers compensatory time off in return. She schedules work around planned vacation times. When the project is half over, the team has a picnic to celebrate the milestone. When the project wraps up, Kara writes letters of commendation for high performers and personal notes to every team member expressing her gratitude. One solution to employee engagement is empowerment. In their book, Organization Development, Behavioral Science Interventions for Organizational Improvement, W. French and C. Bell Jr. define empowerment as giving employees the authority to make decisions, to contribute their ideas, to exert influence, and to be responsible. Employees who are empowered often succeed in meeting their higher-level needs. They experience appreciation and acceptance, as well as increased responsibility and self-esteem. Increasing autonomy enriches their work lives and results in greater job satisfaction. Empowered individuals know that they matter in important ways. A management approach that goes hand in hand with empowerment is Douglas McGregor's Theory X and Theory Y. Theory X assumes that people are lazy and shirk responsibility whenever possible. Workers are dishonest, unimaginative, and don't care about the organization's welfare. They are mainly motivated by money and must be closely supervised. Theory Y assumes that people like to work. People can apply self-control and be self-directed. Work can be as natural as play. Imagination and creativity are widely distributed. For most employees, recognition and self-fulfillment are as important as money. Theory X and Theory Y are extremes. There are no pure Theory X or Theory Y managers. Most people fall somewhere between the two extremes. Often, if you assume the best about people, they'll reflect your expectations. But not always. Taking a highly directive Theory X approach may be appropriate in certain situations. For example, if employees abuse team rules or each other, if employees violate organizational policies, or when there's an emergency situation, you will need to take firm control, confront the situation directly, and deal with it. Knowing about aspects of Theory X and Theory Y will help you gain insight into your own beliefs about human nature, as well as your natural management style. In order to achieve success as a manager, it's important to know your own beliefs and tendencies and use both techniques as a situation demands. Empowerment means to give people autonomy and control over their own work. Empowerment and motivation go hand in hand. There are 3 important ways to empower yourself and motivate employees or team members. Start with knowing yourself and your team members. Be honest about your own motivations, strengths, and weaknesses. Get to know your team members and understand their cares and concerns. Discuss ways to make project work more fulfilling and to make working relationships pleasant and productive. Listen to employees, gain their trust, and find out what makes them tick. Trust people to do the right thing and to make choices that work. Then, always share goals and successes. Well-defined goals help team members focus their energies, make good decisions, and participate in team processes. Celebrate your employees' and team successes. Recognition for individual and team achievement is one of the best motivators there is. And finally, you should be getting team members involved in their own work assignments. This helps employees achieve autonomy and self-direction. Avoid micromanaging. Encourage team members to take the initiative and responsibility for their work, trust and implement their own ideas, and make their own decisions. Allow team members to use their own work methods, as long as the methods are consistent with producing the results you need. Let's see how Miranda, a black belt, attempts to build a strong and empowered team. Miranda gets to know her team members. She greets people each morning and drops by their desks for a chat. People begin to feel comfortable sharing their problems and suggestions for improving processes. Miranda makes sure that each team member knows their goals and responsibilities. She holds a weekly status meeting where she gives praise and feedback and collaborates on how to improve working conditions and processes. Miranda gives team members the autonomy to perform their tasks the way they see fit. She steps away and doesn't interfere with work or working relationships unless there's a problem. In addition to knowing yourself and your team, sharing goals and successes, and getting team members involved in their work, there are 2 more important empowerment and motivation concepts: developing interesting work and monitoring progress and providing feedback. Job enrichment is the gold standard for creating job satisfaction. Whenever possible, you should provide some or all of these elements in employees' work: feedback, autonomy, task identity, task significance, and skill variety. Monitor progress to ensure that people stay on track with their goals and schedules. Provide feedback so team members develop a deeper understanding of their jobs and learn to self-correct in order to meet expectations. Let's check in on Miranda again. Miranda is confident that she can empower and motivate her team members to create the innovative new product. Miranda's work plan organizes tasks to enable most team members to feel they are doing a complete job, task identity. She continually underscores the significance of each team member's contributions, task significance. She arranges for training to help team members build new skills, skill variety. And she encourages team members to be autonomous by taking responsibility for and ownership of their tasks. Miranda keeps tabs on her team members' progress by walking around and talking with everyone. She gives feedback to team members who need or request it. She conducts more in-depth discussions of project and performance issues in her office. Status meetings help Miranda monitor and report progress in a more structured way. To retain employees and keep them motivated, organizations must help them fulfill their needs. The basic needs, identified by Maslow's and Alderfer's theories, are met by the competitive salary and benefits packages most organizations provide. This means that the emphasis must be on the higher-level needs. Herzberg's two-factor theory can be used to minimize dissatisfaction and provide job enrichment. 5 characteristics are necessary for job enrichment: frequent feedback, autonomy, task identity, task significance, and skill variety. People are motivated to achieve in one of 3 areas: achievement, affiliation, or power. Managers can motivate by appealing to each employee's predominant needs area. Organizations can increase the likelihood that their employees will work toward higher levels of performance by providing training, support, tools and materials, and appropriate and valued rewards, and by clarifying the link between different levels of performance and rewards. The goal of the modern organization is to achieve an empowered workforce. As a manager, you can empower employees in many ways. Know yourself and your employees, share goals and successes, get employees involved in their own work assignments, develop interesting work, monitor progress and provide feedback, communicate effectively and positively, and provide information, training, and support. There are varying definitions of leadership. A leader is technically someone with a desire to realize a vision. Leadership could be defined as the ability to get people to work together towards this shared vision. While leaders and managers are both concerned with motivating the members of a group project, there are key distinctions worth examining. Leaders use the techniques of politics and power. Power can be thought of as ways to get people to behave in certain ways or do certain things which they ordinarily wouldn't. Politics involves techniques for getting people to accept and carry out decisions, even if they disagree with them. Leaders seek to inspire and operate through earning the loyalty, respect, and cooperation of those who look up to them. Managers, on the other hand, are far more focused on accomplishing specific tasks within a project and less on the project's final overarching vision. Managers typically employ the techniques of budgets, controls, plans, policies, and procedures. Managers are ideally competent organizers with a good general skill set. Improving existing processes, products, and services, or creating new ones as part of a Lean Six Sigma project may present several challenges for Six Sigma leadership. Improvement project leaders do not have much formal authority or power. Project teams are often temporary and are formed with members drawn from several departments on an ad hoc basis. Team members are often subject matter experts in their own areas. Their expertise might not include the areas other members are confident in, and so it's a difficult task to keep everyone on the same page. Additionally, improvement projects seldom last longer than 6 months. This means that Six Sigma leaders do not get much time to establish leadership. Given these challenges, leading an improvement project team successfully becomes a critical skill to the success of Lean Six Sigma projects. An effective leader is someone who is able to overcome several challenges. For example, dealing with temporary project teams, non-permanent team members, or new members joining the team during a project. Another concern may be short-term projects of up to 3 months, where the leader has little time to establish strong relationships or authority. Or situations where there are various personalities within the team, each with expertise in different areas. And a final challenge for a leader is limited formal authority or power. It's important to understand that a person with power can either use it in a good way or a bad way. A leader uses 5 kinds of power to get people to do certain things in certain ways. Reward. This type of power leverages awards and bonuses as motivational forces. Punishment. This is the opposite of reward power. Instead of being motivated by the expectation of a reward, a team member is threatened with unpleasant consequences. Punishment power is also known as coercive or penalty power. Subject matter expertise. When a team member believes their manager has superior knowledge or abilities, this form of power is in effect. A subject matter expert exerts influence through the belief that they truly are an expert. Due to their superior knowledge in a certain subject, it's assumed that they will make the best decisions in a relevant situation. Formal structure or legitimate power. This is a form of power stemming from a person's position in a hierarchy. Formal power is made legitimate by drawing on the formal structure of an organization. For example, a CEO or a project manager has the authority to make decisions within the power structure of his or her company. Referent power. This form of power is granted to a leader by the people he or she leads. When team members follow their project manager out of a sense of respect or trust, they are giving their project manager referent power. Now, let's discuss the 5 well-known leadership styles. Autocratic. In this style, leaders tend to have total authority and control over making and executing decisions. These leaders are little more than dictators. Their style radically limits input from team members, and all decisions are made by the leader. Laissez-faire. This is the opposite of an autocratic leader. A laissez-faire leader steps back and allows the team to generate suggestions and drive the decisions. The leader is minimally involved in the decision-making process. Democratic. Also known as a participative leader, a democratic leader first assembles as many facts, opinions, and group suggestions as possible before formulating solutions. In this style of leadership, team participation is emphasized and everyone is directly involved in the decision-making process. Transactional and transformational. Based on the work of the late Bernard Bass of the School of Management at Binghamton University, these types of leaders are autocratic, activity-focused, and autonomous. They are more concerned with actual activities and the achievement of goals. These leaders employ contingent incentive schemes and manage people by making exceptions. Situational. Situational leadership occurs when a leader modifies his or her style to suit the development level of the people being led. It can be broken down into 4 styles: telling, selling, participating, and delegating. Let's focus on situational leadership in a bit more detail. As suggested by the term situational, this approach to leadership doesn't favor one clearly defined style of leadership. Instead, a leader adapts to best approach of the demands of the current situation. The Hersey-Blanchard approach relies on the leader matching his or her approach to the maturity level of the team. Situational leadership revolves around applying one of 4 leadership styles to the perceived maturity level of the team members. For example, consider someone who is new at their job. This person might feel uncomfortable if assigned the same task as their experienced, confident colleague who has completed such a task many times before. This new employee might not yet have developed the level of skill or knowledge to handle such a demanding task. In a situational leadership approach, the project manager will use a different leadership style for each of these team members. When the Lean Six Sigma project leadership is able to match their style with the maturity level of the team performance is maximized. Team maturity level determines leadership style. This means that each style is a mix of task behavior and relationship behavior. Task behavior consists of the what, where, when, and how of a task as directed by the team leader. Relationship behavior is the amount of back and forth between the leader and the team. Limited relationship behavior would be one-way communication from the leader to the team members. A more developed relationship behavior might include active listening, leader support, or active coaching. According to the Hersey-Blanchard approach to situational leadership, there are 4 leadership styles, designated S1 through S4, which can be matched to any situation. These approaches are telling, selling, participating, and delegating. Each one has its own advantages. Telling, directing, S1. This is the simplest and most direct style. The leader just tells or directs each person what to do and how to do it. The leader gives orders and limits discussion or team input. The structure of a telling style is, do this in such a way, at this location, and complete it by this time. It's a transactional approach to leadership. Selling, coaching, S2. In the second style, selling, the leader attempts to persuade the team that he or she should lead and that things should be done a certain way. The leader might use coaching or emotional support to guide team members. The leader is still in command, but actively engages with the team, so there is some exchange of ideas. Participating, supporting, S3. In a participating or supporting approach, the leader focuses on building interpersonal relations by encouraging the entire team to participate in the decision-making process. Here, the leader strives to become one of the team and might even defer certain decisions to team members with more experience or understanding. This style draws on democratic principles and is less concerned with accomplishing a goal than it is with strengthening relationships within the team. Validating, delegating, S4. This is the 4th and final leadership style. Delegating or validating entrusts experienced, mature team members with autonomy and grants them permission to make decisions without first consulting the project manager. Here, the leader assumes a monitoring role and allows team members to go about their tasks without direct supervision. The Hersey-Blanchard approach works by matching the 4 leadership styles to the 4 maturity levels. It recognizes that each new task or situation could present a different maturity level. For example, a team member who has previously demonstrated high maturity and independence might be assigned to a new project where he or she has little experience, and in this new case is treated as having a low maturity. These maturity levels are designated M1 to M4. Let's review the maturity levels in more detail. Starting with M1, unable or unwilling. The least experienced, and often the youngest, team members are at the M1 level. The leader must guide and instruct them through every step of an assignment. While this maturity level generally applies to inexperienced team members, it also applies to any team member who doesn't have the necessary background or skill set for the task they've been set. Because such a team member must be told what to do every step of the way, it's best suited to the telling, directing leadership style. Next is M2, unable but willing. The second level of maturity describes people with a similar level of technical proficiency as those at level M1, but who are willing to perform their task. A person at the M2 level might be enthusiastic and eager to tackle their task, but still requires direct input from the team leader. This level is best matched with the selling coaching approach. The next level is M3, capable but unwilling. The third tier describes team members who have the competency to perform a task, but lack the motivation to do so. Because these individuals don't need constant attention, the participating, supporting leadership style is a good match. Individuals at the M3 level might still require some guidance to get the job done perfectly, but can do the bulk of their work on their own. Then the 4th level, M4, capable, ready, and willing. These team members can complete a task from start to finish without the leader's help. What's more, they are confident in their ability to complete tasks without supervision. For these individuals, the hands-off approach of delegating, validating works well, as they often expect to work independently. Situational leadership is the art of leveraging team members' strengths while supporting their weaknesses. It requires the manager to estimate a team member's level of maturity and choose the appropriate style of leadership to use for that person in that specific situation. This approach assumes that everyone desires autonomy and ideally does not want to be led. However, this approach may conflict with the desire to build close working relationships with leaders and to be directed at every step in project implementation. Therefore, the foundational belief of a situational leadership model might not make sense in every context. That said, the Hersey-Blanchard model is both popular and widely used in several organizations globally. It emphasizes that everyone, both team members and their managers, must continue learning. The manager plays a key supporting role throughout the process of any project. The lesson is that nobody ever reaches a fully autonomous status. A good way for a project manager to apply situational leadership is to begin leading in an S2 selling or coaching style. Then, depending on the maturity level of each team member, the project manager branches into either S1 or S3. The goal is to reach S4, delegating or validating, by gradually offering less support and giving less direction as the team matures. If a certain team member is unable but willing to perform a task, the project manager can shift styles to offer increased participation and support, matching M2 with S3. Conversely, if the team member is capable but unwilling, then the project manager can directly tell the individual what to do, matching M3 with S1. With each branch, the leader must provide what the team member is lacking, either ongoing support or direct instruction. As the process unfolds and maturity is gained, the leader can steadily withdraw what was provided until the desired goal of autonomy is reached. Consider several situations in the following examples. Take note of the maturity levels of the team members, as well as the corresponding leadership style adopted by the project manager. The members of the M1S1 project are both unmotivated and lacking the technical skills for the task. They were assigned to this unpopular project at the last minute. The team members are unhappy with this assignment, don't know each other, and have no previous relationship with the project manager. The project manager decides to be firm with her team. She calls a meeting where she explains what needs to be done in detail. There is no discussion. She directs each team member and breaks each individual role down into a series of tasks, detailing how, when, and where to perform these tasks. When the M1S1 project is underway, the project manager closely supervises its progress. She is careful not to reward poor performance. Project M2S2 has a vibrant team. There are a couple of senior members mixed in with a majority of new, eager staff. However, despite their passion for the project, the team has little expertise in the field they are trying to improve. The project manager decides he'd better lead them by the hand. He knows what needs to be done and how to do it, so he provides clear direction for his team. He makes sure to keep their enthusiasm alive by providing constant support and by explaining the importance and value of this exciting new project. Project M3S3 is complicated and requires extensive technical know-how. The team assigned to the project is experienced and more than capable of meeting the technical demands of their task. But because of the nature and complexity of the M3S3 system, they don't think they can pull it off. The team has mixed emotions. They want to do this, they just don't know how. The project manager decides to adopt a motivational approach. She knows her main duty is to inspire confidence in her team. She believes in their abilities. She just needs to convince them they're equal to the challenge. During team meetings, she encourages group participation, shared decision-making, and active listening. As M3S3 progresses, she offers constant support. Project M4S4 has an incredible team. The team consists of senior staff members with many combined years of experience. They're used to working together, and they have a solid relationship with their project manager. Furthermore, they truly believe in the importance of Project M4S4 and are highly motivated to get it done. The project manager knows he can trust his team to do their jobs without his constant supervision. He takes a hands-off approach, confident that his team needs little instruction or support. In fact, he knows from experience that the more involved he gets, the more he'll slow things down. He allows the team members to make their own decisions, but remains available for consultations or queries. Leadership is the ability to get people to work together towards a common goal. Managers, on the other hand, are far more focused on accomplishing specific tasks within an existing project. The 5 styles of leadership are autocratic, laissez-faire, democratic, transactional and transformational, and situational. Hersey and Blanchard developed 4 styles of situational leadership. Each style is matched to a corresponding team maturity level. The styles are telling, directing, selling, coaching, participating, supporting, and delegating, validating. Six Sigma goals are achieved through teamwork. A team is a dynamic entity. The team is formed, it develops, grows, and achieves results. Then it dissolves and ceases to exist. To become effective and achieve its goals, the team must gel. A group of individuals must agree to focus on a common goal and become a cohesive unit. A team evolves through a series of well-known stages. From your Greenbelt studies, you should already be familiar with these evolutionary stages: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. Access the content Key Stages of Team Evolution after this video if you wish to review the 5 stages of team evolution. Each stage of evolution produces new feelings and behaviors in team members. To manage an evolving team, a black belt must understand the behaviors and emotions that team members experience, as well as the characteristics of each stage of development. Let's follow Millie, an experienced black belt with a pharmaceuticals company, as she is guiding her team through a difficult project. During the forming stage, Millie must allay team members' fears and provide structure and direction. She must also provide the impetus for team members to get to know each other. Millie calls a team meeting. During the meeting, Millie shares information about the project's mission and goals. She also establishes the ground rules for working as a team and assures team members they will receive training in team dynamics as the project moves forward. Then she describes her management style and assures team members they will have equal participation in decision-making. Finally, she encourages questions and answers them openly and honestly. As team members begin their work, initial reserve gives way and conflicts break out. The team has entered the storming stage. To respond to her team's behavior and feelings, Millie coaches and conciliates. She also prompts members to voice areas of disagreement honestly. Then she clarifies goals, tasks, roles, and responsibilities with team members while establishing a problem-solving process that emphasizes collaboration. Finally, she resolves content and process issues with team members. After several weeks of conflict and confusion, people settle down. The team enters the norming stage. The team gels and becomes a focused unit. In response to team members' new feelings of confidence and control, Millie begins to delegate as much decision-making as the team can handle. She provides support with these new responsibilities. Millie also performs team evaluations and requests, and gives positive feedback and constructive negative feedback. This helps team members grow in their jobs as they learn to self-correct. The team enters the performing stage and operates like a well-oiled machine. Millie steps back to give the team autonomy. In addition, Millie delegates tasks and projects to develop each team member's potential, and she also looks for new opportunities to increase the team's scope, as well as providing feedback on team members' contributions. The project is nearing completion and is entering the adjourning stage. Millie prepares to shut down the project, dismiss team members, and move on to the next project. Some of her team members begin to experience mourning. Some team members lose focus, whereas others cling more tightly. Millie's responsibility is to keep team members focused on goals and help them to detach emotionally. She must provide emotional support and closure. Millie conducts a post-project review meeting. She begins by sharing praise she's received from upper management. The team has performed extremely well, and managers are pleased. She gives team members the opportunity to talk about the project. She asks about things that went well and the reasons why they went well. She asks about things that went wrong and solicits ideas for how the team could have done them better. Finally, Millie segues into talking about the post-project celebration and takes volunteers for party planning. Not all projects reach a normal conclusion. There are many reasons why a project might be canceled. Budget considerations or scope change, for example. When this happens, it's customary for the team to continue work until an agreed-upon cutoff point is reached. Regardless of where the team is in its evolution when the project is terminated, team members must remain focused on their tasks until the project's stopping point is reached. The activities from the adjourning stage can be helpful in providing closure. A positive attitude is extremely important during this time. You can access the job aid Facilitating Team Development Through Evolutionary Stages after the video to review team issues at each evolutionary stage. Communication is an art, the art of providing information in order to achieve a clear vision and shared meaning. Humans communicate all the time. Often, however, information is provided without meaning being shared. Lack of clarity is one of the primary causes of frustration and ineffectiveness in teamwork. To ensure that team members understand the important project processes, it's imperative that the team leader be an effective communicator. It's especially important to be adept at two things: effective questioning and active listening. Effective questioning enables a team leader to clarify superficial or fuzzy thinking and obtain usable information. There are 3 techniques that you can try for more effective questioning. Start by preparing questions in advance and using open-ended questions. Also, try phrasing questions in a positive way, not a negative way. Don't go into a questioning session cold. Plan ahead so that you get the information you need without wasting time. Create questions that will elicit the appropriate information, decide on the clearest phrasing, and order the questions correctly. Open-ended questions encourage the team member to provide in-depth information. These questions often begin with words such as what, when, how, and why. For example, how have you verified that the data is accurate? Calls for the team member to tell you about his process in some detail. Avoid the words no, not, can't, won't, and don't. Phrase questions in a positive way to encourage open communication. Consider this question: what do customers lack that they really need? It promotes an open discussion focused on customer needs. Now consider this: what don't customers get that they need? It asks the same thing, but the word don't puts a negative spin on the question. Now let's consider some examples. These questions are frequently used to clarify information. Think about whether each one is phrased correctly. Why do you think the customer is dissatisfied with the latest prototype? This is an open-ended question. Asking why elicits a team member's honest response. Do you think the customer will approve of this added feature? This is a closed-ended question. It won't elicit a response beyond yes or no. Closed-ended questions can be useful for verifying, but not for eliciting information. The pipe began leaking after you oiled it, didn't it? This is a leading question. A leading question attempts to guide the team member, often by telling him what you want him to say. Avoid this question type. A better question would be, when did the pipe begin leaking? Didn't you collect data to confirm your opinion? This question is phrased negatively and seems judgmental. A better way to ask this question might be, what kind of data did you collect to confirm your opinion? In addition to asking questions the right way, it's important to ask the right questions. There is a set of good questions that are almost universally useful. The first is why. When a problem occurs, ask why it occurred. Repeat until you get to the root cause of the problem. Japanese quality teachers recommend asking why 5 times. In reality, it can take fewer or more times to get past the superficial levels to the root cause. Then, what is the purpose, or who benefits? If a team member proposes a new project or technique, ask what its purpose is or who would benefit from it. Next, ask what will it take to accomplish this? Like the 5 whys, this question can be asked repeatedly when a team member describes something she would like to do. Then ask, will the customers care? This question helps the team member to clarify whether the proposal is useful to the end customer. Will the customer care or notice? How will this effort affect the customer? And what data is available? This question is intended to move the team member from theory or hunches to data gathering. Finally, where does the data come from? This question requires the team member to justify the data she's using for her proposal. Ask the team member how the data was gathered, analyzed, and interpreted. Communication is a two-way street. Speaking skills are important, but listening is equally as important. Active listening is a communication technique where the listener helps the speaker to resolve a problem or issue. There are 8 activities required to be an active listener. Let's take a look at the first 4. Put the speaker at ease by adopting a welcoming attitude. It's easier for a person to be open when he feels relaxed. Remove distractions to eliminate the possibility of being interrupted. Close the office door or hold all calls, for example. Show that you want to listen by focusing on the speaker. Maintain eye contact. If your body language says you're not interested, the person will sense it. Show respect. Connect and empathize with the speaker by reflecting his feelings. Empathy develops rapport and trust. Use body language and nonverbal communications. Mirror the speaker's posture and some of her facial expressions as appropriate. Let's take a look at active listening in practice. Samantha is a black belt. Her Six Sigma project is nearly half complete. The project has had some difficulties, but Samantha feels it's on the right track. Samantha looks up to find Greg hesitating in the doorway of her office. Greg asks if she has a minute to talk. Samantha tells him to come in and close the door. As Greg sits down, Samantha mutes the volume of the music she was listening to on her computer. She sends all her phone calls to voicemail. Then Samantha initiates eye contact, smiles, and invites Greg to speak. As Greg begins talking, Samantha leans forward and tilts her head to the side to demonstrate active listening. She carefully responds to Greg with appropriate facial expressions. She remains silent, apart from the occasional nod and that signals she is listening. While listening to Greg speak, Samantha followed the active listening protocol. She smiled and welcomed Greg to put him at ease. Then she removed distractions by muting her computer and sending calls to voicemail. She made eye contact with Greg and used the appropriate listening body language and remained silent while Greg spoke. Let's examine the last 4 activities required for active listening. Be patient and don't interrupt the speaker to interject your own thoughts or reactions. Allow the speaker to finish. Hold your temper and remain neutral. Don't judge or attempt to control the conversation. Don't correct, praise, or criticize. Remaining neutral will permit you to hear what the speaker is saying. You need to ask clarifying questions at the right times if you don't understand something. Try not to interrupt the speaker's momentum by interjecting questions at the wrong times, and don't ask too many questions. Be silent except for recognition signals, such as a semi-verbal or a head nod. Avoid the temptation to think about what you were going to say next in response to the speaker. Focus on the message. Let's get back to Samantha and Greg. Samantha had thought that the project was on the right track. As Greg continues to speak, though, it becomes clear that some problems have resurfaced. It's equally clear that Greg is partially at fault. It takes all of Samantha's willpower to remain calm. She manages to remain patient and doesn't react or interject her own thoughts. She makes a few notes of points to follow up on. Apart from asking several questions to clarify issues, Samantha remains silent and patiently allows Greg to finish speaking. When Greg finishes, Samantha thanks him for coming to her and initiates a follow-up discussion. While Samantha is alarmed at what Greg is telling her, she doesn't deviate from good listening protocol. She holds her temper, asks clarifying questions, and remains silent until he has finished speaking. Good communication is essential to teamwork. Practicing the skills of effective questioning and active listening will enable you to clarify important messages and keep the right kind of communication flowing through your team. Clear communication is the lifeblood of a Six Sigma project. A team evolves through standard stages: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. Team members' feelings and behaviors change with each stage, and the way in which a team leader responds to the changing feelings and behaviors can determine how successfully the team evolves. One of the primary causes for team ineffectiveness is poor communication. Communication is an art, the art of providing information in order to achieve a shared meaning. Despite the fact that they communicate all the time, humans are notoriously bad at sharing meaning. Two techniques are especially important in clarifying messages from team members: effective questioning and active listening. Effective questioning means planning ahead and asking the right questions in the right ways. Active listening involves using a host of oral, verbal, and nonverbal activities in order to receive the intended. There is no one way to deploy Six Sigma. A specific deployment strategy is dependent on the culture of an organization. Regardless of the strategy used, the importance of communication to the success of a Six Sigma deployment initiative cannot be overestimated. With the failure rate of change initiatives hovering at 60%, it's imperative to have a holistic plan that will ensure the right information is communicated to the right people at the right times. At the start of a deployment initiative, executive management chooses a deployment leader. Then, executive management or the deployment leader chooses a small team of people that will assume the responsibility for a successful deployment. A deployment leader must be able to communicate the appropriate information to his team and gather the appropriate information from the team. Communication must occur frequently, and information must be concise, consistent, and complete. To his team, the deployment leader relates the vision and mission of the company, policies and procedures required for teamwork, feedback on performance, the degree of satisfaction or dissatisfaction with the team's performance, and any priority shifts that occur. The deployment leader continually solicits status information from his team members to form a complete picture of the initiative. In addition, he must handle resource change requests, modulate shifts in the direction of the initiative, respond to requests from other teams or departments, and keep abreast of stakeholder information. Two kinds of communications plans are required for a Six Sigma initiative. A deployment initiative communications plan identifies how people in an organization will be kept apprised of what occurs during the initial deployment of Six Sigma. A project communications plan is used within a Six Sigma project to help ensure that the activities, resources, and focus of the project team are reaching the intended results. In this topic, you will focus on the Deployment Initiative Communications Plan. Developing a Deployment Initiative Communications Plan can be simple or complicated depending on the scale of an initiative. The focus must be on creating a foundation for sustained change that is aligned with the vision and goals of the organization. To prepare for creating the plan, the deployment leader works with executive management and brainstorms with her team to identify the plan's why, what, who, when, where, and how. People are more likely to embrace change when they understand the rationale, vision, and strategy of the change. The why of the plan explains these elements. The why describes the commitment of executive managers to support the initiative and documents the purpose of the plan and the role it will serve during Six Sigma deployment. The why may also describe the level of communications that managers will be responsible for during the initiative. The why sets the tone of the initiative and states the commitment of the deployment leader to keep people informed over the long term. Most organizations have their missions and values documented and available for anyone who wishes to learn them. Another important element of the why is a description of the mission and shared values of an organization. Six Sigma produces a culture change. Over the course of a Six Sigma deployment initiative, an organization may transform itself from a rigid hierarchical structure to an enterprise structure built around teams. With the elimination of hierarchical controls, the binding element within the organization is the values that the organization pledges itself to uphold. At the start of the initiative, it's important to remind everyone what those values are. The what of the plan identifies key items of communication that will be produced during the initiative. Some of the key content items included are a list of other plans, such as the project plans, planned experiments, and quality assurance plans project budgets. Also included are metrics that will be used to assess whether projects are successful, as well as a list of reports that will be produced and project charters. You can access the job aid What to Communicate in a Six Sigma Organization after the video to learn what to communicate in a Six Sigma initiative. The who of the plan identifies the target audiences that will be sending or receiving items of communication. Remember that communications flow in all directions. Information flows vertically from executive management down and from team members back up the chain of command. Methods and tools are shared and results are verified laterally, across and within projects and departments. External communications flow from the outside in, from external customers, suppliers, and stakeholders. Communications go from the inside out, from the organization to external customers, suppliers, and stakeholders. Information also flows bidirectionally, between and among people. It's important for everyone to communicate clearly and actively listen during a Six Sigma deployment. To identify and keep track of the lines of communication, a matrix is often useful. A matrix is a table that lists to whom communications are sent and from whom they are received. The matrix helps a deployment leader to think through how best to communicate with target audiences. Each row and column of the matrix represents a communications channel. Using the matrix, the deployment leader thinks about several issues, starting with which communications channels will be used the most and which are unlikely to be used, as well as which communications are most important to accomplishing the initiative's goals. The leader also needs to assess whether any communications pose a risk to the initiative and how to protect communications that are most vulnerable to interruption. In addition to why, what, and who, another key element of the deployment initiative communications plan is when. There are 3 critical times when information must be communicated at a milestone event or point of achievement, at a periodic time interval, or at an unplanned time when communication seems necessary. Milestones measure the achievement of goals. Milestone events such as stage completions and project completions must be communicated. Communications such as project status reports are created on a weekly or bi-weekly basis and communicated to appropriate people. A deployment initiative is fluid. The deployment leader must be prepared to communicate whenever necessary to keep the right people informed. Another element in communications planning is where. Where specifies storage locations for reports, presentations, plans, and other communications that are commonly accessed throughout the initiative. The location of hard copy documents must be determined and made known to everyone who will need them. Certain documents, such as status reports and development plans, often reside on a company's intranet or on a project website. This ensures that everyone can reference them as needed. Another aspect of where involves specific locations or environments in which communications will take place. For example, executive managers often use formal settings to make important announcements. Such a setting imparts gravity and underscores the significance of the information. By the same token, team-building exercises are often held at informal locations away from the office. Informality encourages people to relax and get to know each other. The venue for the activity or communications can have a profound effect on how communication is received. Another aspect of communications planning is how. It identifies the tools that will be used to disseminate the items of communication, the how. The medium must suit the message. A deployment leader must consider different audiences and the methods that will be most appropriate for ensuring that messages are received and understood. If key audiences don't have access to email or computers, for example, reliance on web-based communications alone may not be an option. Six Sigma has many tools available, such as meetings, phone calls, formal presentations, emails, videotapes, and DVDs. Tools matrices are available for help in deciding which tools to use. Having identified the why, what, who, when, where, and how of the plan, compiling the Deployment Initiative Communications Plan is straightforward. A typical plan is organized into 8 sections plus a cover page. Each section is related to one or more of the planning elements. The Role and Purpose section documents why Six Sigma is being adopted. The Values section sets forth the organization's shared values and is part of why the organization is adopting Six Sigma. The Items of Communication section lists what will be communicated. Key Personnel documents who will send and who will receive items of communication. Timing documents when items of communication will be created. The Tools section documents how items of communication will be disseminated. The Environment section describes where items of communication will be archived and made available, and special venues that will be used. Measurement and Analysis documents both the tools that will be used to disseminate the items of communication and the personnel who will receive the communications. The plan must also have a cover page. The cover page contains the title, version number, authors' names, and spaces for approval signatures. The cover page is important because it reflects the amount of revision the plan has undergone and records all approvals. The plan is a living document and is continuously updated during the initiative. The version number confirms for the recipient that he is using the latest version. Let's examine Sheila's situation. Sheila is a deployment manager who is writing her communications plan. She begins with the why, what, and who as follows. The Role and Purpose section documents why Sheila begins this section with, in setting forth what, when, where, and how communications will occur, as well as a master distribution list of who will initiate and receive communications, this plan will serve key stakeholders as a communications guide over the 2 years of the initiative. The Values section is part of why Sheila reiterates the mission and values of the organization. For example, our organization believes in accomplishing key business objectives through teamwork and cooperation. Our managers support their employees' drives toward self-actualization by providing training and appropriate work experiences. The Items of Communication section sets forth the what. Here, Sheila lists key communication items that will be part of this initiative, including project charters, project plans, and meeting minutes, for example. For key personnel, who, Sheila specifies the people who are responsible for creating each item of communication and the people who will receive it. Sheila continues her communication plan by documenting when, how, and where as follows. In the Timing section, critical content items are listed by milestone date and by their frequency of distribution. Sheila decides that status reports are to be created weekly at the project level and summarized bi-weekly for upper-level managers. For each item of critical content listed on the plan, Sheila specifies the tool used for communicating it. For example, key milestone events will be marked by formal presentations. The Environment section details where communications will be archived and specifies other facilities, information technologies, and channels that will be used. Sheila decides to keep hard copies of published reports and status reports in the project folder and online. Measurement and Analysis identifies key measures and describes how analyses of these measures will lead to improvements. Sheila specifies that return on investment, ROI, will be used to assess success. Finance will calculate ROI using figures from the dashboard. Concise, consistent, and complete communications are the lifeblood of a Six Sigma deployment initiative. There are 2 basic kinds of communications plans. A deployment initiative communications plan identifies how people in the organization will be kept apprised of what is occurring during the initial deployment of Six Sigma. A project communications plan is used within a Six Sigma project to help ensure that the activities, resources, and focus of a project team are reaching the intended results. To prepare for creating the Deployment Initiative Communications Plan, a deployment leader and team brainstorm 6 basic elements: why, what, who, when, where, and how. Using the information gained, the leader puts together the plan in 8 sections plus a cover page. While plans differ from one organization to another, common sections of a deployment initiative communications plan include role and purpose, values, items of communication, key personnel, timing, tools, environment, and measurement and analysis. Experienced carpenters have extensive toolkits. They use the appropriate tool for each job. This makes the job easier and the results better. As a Six Sigma Black Belt, you too have an extensive toolkit. In addition to technical tools, your toolkit provides tools for communicating to team members, stakeholders, and the organization at large. For example, for oral communication, you can use phone, face-to-face discussions, video conferencing, videos, podcasts, or formal briefings. For written communication, you can use letters, reports, emails, and instant messaging. Each tool has an appropriate usage. Like the carpenter, you must be able to choose the right tool for the communication job at hand. Part of choosing the right tool is considering the nature of the communication task you're undertaking. One-way communication occurs when information is relayed from a sender to a receiver without the expectation of a response, or with the expectation of a delayed response. Email, memos, and announcements are examples of one-way communication tools. Two-way communication happens when both parties transmit and receive information without delay. The telephone is a two-way communication tool. Public communication occurs when information is sent to a group of people. There are no restrictions on who can receive the information. Public communication is often one-way. Mass emails, memos, large meetings, and newsletters are tools for communicating to the public. Communication tools vary in their richness. Richer forms of communication provide multiple methods of evaluating information and offer rapid feedback. It's important to choose the tool that has the elements you need. For example, an in-person meeting or video conference enables you to transmit and observe nonverbal cues and to gauge the effect your message has on the audience. A telephone call contains some of these aspects but lacks visual cues. An email has even fewer of these elements. In-person, telephone, and email communications contain decreasing levels of richness. The Six Sigma Toolkit provides many tools that are suitable for meeting a variety of communication objectives, such as knowledge transfer and sharing, as well as project definition, briefing, and awareness. Other communication objectives include project status and results, consensus building, morale building, and team building, and directives. One of a team leader's primary objectives during a project or initiative is knowledge transfer and sharing with team members, other stakeholders, and the organization at large. Six Sigma tools that help accomplish this objective include informal discussions such as brown bag lunches, presentations, intranet postings, information repositories and reference databases, Q&A pages, a suggestion box, and pamphlets. Let's consider this example. Mary, a Six Sigma Black Belt at an electronics company, was recently notified by the executive sponsor that her budget's been slashed and the project scope has been reduced. This event could cause team members to worry about project cancellation. Mary decides to share the information in an informal meeting and discussion. To promote a relaxed environment, she invites team members to bring their lunches. Another critical group of objectives for group communication includes disseminating information about the definition of the project or initiative, conducting periodic briefings, and maintaining organizational awareness of the project or initiative. Tools that are particularly suited for these purposes include formal documents such as white papers and plans, formal presentations, a CEO memo to employees, posters and banners, and FAQs. Let's take a look at how Donald shares information. He is a black belt at an insurance company, and his company is 6 months into a 2-year Six Sigma initiative. Donald wants to be sure that all employees are kept aware of the need to support the initiative. Donald makes posters and banners to keep the initiative at the forefront of everyone's thinking. Donald posts status updates of the initiative on the company's intranet to keep everyone informed of progress and plans. Donald asks the CEO to write a memo to employees. In his memo, the CEO describes the challenges and successes of the past 6 months, reiterates goals for the next 6 months, reaffirms his commitment to the initiative, and asks for the continued support of all employees. The memo goes out to everyone in the organization. A third objective of Six Sigma group communication is to keep stakeholders and the organization as a whole informed of project status and results. Tools in this category include dashboards, formal presentations, and newsletters. Renee is a black belt at a munitions manufacturing company. Renee's team fails to meet a scheduled milestone. Now Renee must inform the executive committee of her project status. Renee chooses to make a formal presentation. In her presentation, Renee justifies why the milestone was not met and offers a plan for getting the project back on schedule. The objectives of morale building, consensus building, and team building can be achieved by communicating public recognition and congratulations, conducting surveys and meetings, communicating stories, holding town hall meetings, and hanging posters. Juan is engaged in the first stages of team building. To promote the values he wants his team to adopt, Juan makes a poster and hangs it in the conference room that the team uses frequently. Then, Juan makes his 10 maxims to live by the subject of an informal team meeting. A directive is a statement that compels people to behave in a particular way or follow a particular course of action. A directive is a one-way communication. The person issuing a directive doesn't expect to receive feedback. Both emails and memos are appropriate tools for communicating directives. Dennis, a black belt at a large fishery, sends an email to his Six Sigma team members telling them to use the new change management form that he put on the project intranet. The 5 categories of objectives for group communications are not mutually exclusive. There is overlap between them. The same tools can be used to accomplish different communication objectives. For instance, a meeting can be used for all of the communication objectives with the possible exception of the directive. The extensive reporting requirements for a Six Sigma initiative are necessary to keep its multi-layered stakeholder family informed. Many formal reporting tools, such as Gantt charts and failure modes and effects analysis, are technical project documentation tools. These will be covered later in the curriculum. However, it's important to note that project documentation tools can also serve as communication tools. You can access the content in Project Documentation Tools after the video if you wish to review 4 main categories of project information. One way to communicate the heart of the Six Sigma initiative, that is, to quickly demonstrate root causes of problems, outline actions, and report results all in one concise, effective communication document, is to use an A3 report. The A3 report is a concise summary presented on a single sheet of paper. The report is named for the size of paper on which it's printed. A3 is the metric equivalent of 11 by 17 inches. The report originated in Japan with the Toyota production system, the same group that developed the original lean manufacturing techniques. Toyota engineers believed that the exercise of describing problem elements on a single sheet of paper eliminates fluff and helps to focus thinking. The widespread adoption of A3 reports has proved them right. Today, A3 reports are used across many different disciplines. The A3 report is extremely versatile. It is used for 4 different storylines: proposals, problem solving, status, and information. When creating an A3 report, the guiding principle is to include whatever information gives a complete picture of the issue and eliminate everything else. Bullet points are used to ensure the information is concise and easy to read. Charts and graphs are used to present large amounts of information concisely. The contents of the A3 report can vary, depending on what you are using the report for. However, there are some categories of information that all A3 reports use. The problem definition describes the subject of the A3 report. Charts are included to describe the problem fully. The problem analysis section documents the problem causes and quantifies the magnitude of the problems. Beneath the problem causes, root causes are listed. Sometimes the A3 report will contain a root cause analysis diagram to show how the root causes were determined. The action plans of the A3 report identify changes to be made to the work processes that will resolve the problems or issues, who was responsible for each change, and the date or time frame for making the change. The Results section documents the results of the action plans. Unresolved Issues and Future Steps documents those issues that you weren't able to resolve during this particular problem-solving cycle, as well as steps you will take in the next cycle. When used to document a problem-solving effort, the A3 report reflects Deming's Plan, Do, Check, Act (PDCA) cycle. A problem is identified, root cause analysis is performed, and a plan is established to effect changes that will eradicate root causes. Results are observed, and notes are made as to which parts of the problem are resolved. Then, a new plan is made to handle unresolved issues, and a new change cycle begins. Six Sigma provides an extensive toolkit to help you meet communication objectives. Tools are selected on the basis of the nature of the communication, whether it is one-way or two-way, whether it is public or private, and what the communication objective is. 5 objectives of group communication include knowledge transfer and sharing, project definition, briefing and awareness, project status and result, consensus building, morale building and team building, and directives. Each objectives category is associated with a group of tools, and there is overlap. Some tools, such as meetings, can be used to meet nearly all of the communication objectives. One useful communication tool is the A3 report. Presented on a single sheet of paper, the A3 report documents problem definition and analysis, action plans, results, and unresolved issues. To encourage optimal performance, Lean Six Sigma leaders must furnish team members with the required tools and support to successfully complete their given tasks. To do this, they carry out some key functions. One key function is to identify and manage conflicts by using various conflict resolution techniques and to overcome negative group dynamics, such as dominant and reluctant participants, groupthink, and digressions. Black belts also have to manage team meetings effectively for keeping improvement projects on track and schedule by establishing ground rules for meetings. Setting up some ground rules lets all team members know what to expect from meetings. Ground rules may include everyone staying at the meeting until it's concluded, no sidebar conversations allowed, only one person talking at once, and so forth. Establishing a decision-making process is another key function that leaders have. Teams need to know whether decisions will be made by overall consensus where no vote is taken, by overall majorities where votes are taken, or by collaboration where individuals unite on issues. Other issues that need to be decided include whether or not one person can remove an item from the agenda without the prior consent of others. And finally, Lean Six Sigma leaders must ensure that their team members are adequately trained on all matters relating to their part in the Six Sigma project to accomplish their Six Sigma goals. This will involve team members being able to use the full range of the Six Sigma tools and strengthen their ability to realize project goals. This video focuses on managing behavior, which is an essential function of leadership. It's vital that stronger personalities don't dominate meetings and prevent others from being heard. Black belt team leaders use various approaches to encourage participation and make sure that everyone has their say. One approach is to hear everyone's views, and then to explore all proposed solutions with the understanding that all ideas are valid and that no judgments or preemptive decisions are allowed. Another way is to encourage idea generation. This approach involves encouraging everyone to come up with ideas or to develop ideas from other perspectives. All ideas and all angles are discussed freely. The next approach is to separate discussion into 2 phases, idea generation and idea evaluation. This prevents the team from immediately judging other members' preliminary ideas, which is important during brainstorming. A fourth approach is using small work group or round-robin techniques to get input from reluctant or shy members, and then have someone from each group report to the larger team. This can encourage input from quieter members who might otherwise stay silent. Consider an example. Diane, a black belt team leader, knew that an important element of any discussion was ensuring that everyone on her team takes part and generates ideas. She encouraged her whole team to become involved in idea generation, keeping ideas flowing rather than stopping to evaluate each one separately. However, when Lars, a team member, began to critique all the ideas of another team member, Diane had to remind Lars that, at this point, they were just generating ideas, and that idea evaluation would come at a later stage. This intervention allowed Lars to refocus his attention on coming up with new suggestions rather than criticizing the ideas of others. Additionally, Diane's participatory approach encouraged shy and reluctant team members to contribute more. And when the time came to make a final decision, Diane knew that everyone on the team had made a contribution. Even in well-planned meetings conducted by well-equipped teams, behavior problems and conflict can surface from time to time. A key responsibility of black belt leaders is dealing with maladaptive behavior and conflict on a team. In particular, a leader should be aware of groupthink, a behavior that tends to develop as a team matures into a cohesive group. There are several symptoms that characterize groupthink. One is thinking that the group is invulnerable or above criticism. Another is believing in the inherent morality of the group, that the group is right. Next is refusing to look realistically at other groups. Refusing to consider alternatives or accept data that contradicts the group is another symptom of groupthink. Then there's not sharing individual or personal concerns with the group. Another symptom is thinking everyone is in agreement without first finding out if that's the case. Refusing to accept a member who suggests the group may be wrong, and protecting the group from disturbing news, ideas, or the views of outsiders are two more symptoms of groupthink. Groupthink is destructive and needs to be overcome. One approach is to challenge the team to come up with alternative approaches and solutions. Another is to encourage critical thinking and to reward individuality. Leaders should also introduce alternative methods of decision-making and stimulate team members by encouraging free discussion about alternatives. Another behavior that needs to be managed is risky shift. This is where teams get complacent and start proposing solutions that are expansive and expensive. When a group exhibits risky shift, it often starts proposing solutions to problems that can be quite over the top in terms of suitability. Leasing a whole fleet of new cars because a few existing ones are showing signs of age is an example of risky shift thinking. Risky shift is often demonstrated by the cost of the proposed solutions. Rather than recommending a couple of new mid-range servers, for example, a group exhibiting risky shift thinking might propose purchasing state-of-the-art equipment and hiring new staff to service it. To counter risky shift, responsible team leaders should get group members to ask themselves, "Would I do this if it were my own personal money?" This usually refocuses the group and gets ideas and solutions back on track. Team members must be aware of all maladaptive behaviors and potential problems, and also know the solutions that are available. You should be familiar with these behaviors and solutions from your background in Greenbelt concepts. Teams will face several common challenges. One is overbearing, dominant, or reluctant participants. Other common challenges are unquestioned acceptance, feuding, and floundering. Rushing to accomplishment, attribution, and discounting are three more common challenges that teams will face. You can access the content Resolving Team Challenges after this video to refresh your knowledge of common team challenges and their solutions. The key functions of team leads include managing conflicts and negativity, ensuring adequate training, managing meetings, and establishing a decision-making process. A leader should also be aware of behaviors such as groupthink, which is destructive and develops as a group becomes cohesive, and risky shift, which is when a group proposes expansive and expensive solutions. To counter these behaviors, leaders should refocus the group by having them ask themselves if the solutions they propose are feasible if they were to fund it themselves. Leaders should encourage critical thinking, introduce alternative methods of decision-making, support free discussion, and reward individuality. Human nature is such that some conflicts are inevitable no matter how you try to avoid them. Conflict within a team occurs when differing objectives or views are expressed using emotional responses such as anger, frustration, or even elation. In Six Sigma teamwork, there will always be some instances of disagreement. This is to be expected when people with different experiences, qualifications, and values work together. Conflict has a major impact on project success, so resolving it is an essential part of the black belt's role. This can be done either by the team leader alone or with the assistance of a neutral facilitator. Many issues can cause conflict within a team, ranging from status threats to technical issues, and from organizational structure to changes in procedure. Let's consider some of the more common issues that cause conflict in a team. First of all, in any team, there will be personality clashes. These are a basic human form of conflict where, for instance, strong personalities jockey for position, or an optimistic personality clashes with a pessimistic one. The next issue is role pressures. As team members take on different roles, pressures emerge that can often cause conflict. Internal deadlines, differing styles of work, or pressure from management all contribute to conflict situations. Differences in values can also lead to conflict. Different people will bring different sets of values to any team situation. People may differ in the value they place on ethics, success, relationships, or work. Values can also differ between a team and management. Differences can lead to tensions that can escalate to conflict. Another common issue that causes conflict is discrepancies in priorities. Different people, different levels of management, or different subgroups will have different priorities. One person might insist on quality, while another could insist on quantity. This can lead to conflict. Often, a person's perspective and priorities depend on their position in the organization. Divergent goals can also cause conflict in a team. Unless goals are clearly defined and agreed upon, they can be a big cause of conflict on a Six Sigma team. Without clarity, one person might think quality is the goal, while another might think it's quantity. These kinds of divergent goals can cause disastrous misunderstandings and terrible conflict in a team. And a final common issue is status threats. Change can be threatening, and if team members perceive that their position is being threatened by the implementation of new practices or management systems, there's a greater chance of conflict developing. In addition to these issues, there are several underlying conditions that can also foster conflict. One condition is diverse disciplinary expertise on the team. Each expert brings a different skilled perspective to the team and is likely to view the problem from a different but equally valid angle. But having more expert perspectives means a greater chance that disagreement could develop. Another underlying condition is a low degree of black belt authority. If a black belt leader's authority is perceived as insufficient, this can lead to conflict. Black belts need the authority to both reward and correct team members and others who are supporting the project. A poor understanding of project objectives is also an underlying condition that can foster conflict in a team. All members need to understand and agree on the objectives of the project. If they start with differing viewpoints and understanding of the goal of the project, then conflict can easily develop. Next is ambiguous team roles. Team members need to know where they stand and what their roles are in order to feel assured of their ability to contribute to the team. If roles remain ambiguous, it's more likely that conflict will develop. A low need for interdependence among organizational units represented on the team can also foster conflict. When strong interdependence exists between teams or subgroups, it fosters a bond with others. If one group sets itself apart and ceases to be dependent on others, conflict is likely to ensue. Another underlying condition that could foster conflict is scheduling pressures. Schedules cause stress, and unreasonable schedules only magnify the problem. Without proper management of schedules, the chances are high that the schedules will cause detrimental conflict. A final condition is a perception that improvement projects will threaten the status quo. Improvement projects involve change, and that can invoke fear that roles or jobs are being threatened. If the change isn't managed properly, it can cause stress that can lead to conflict. For most people, the notion of conflict has negative connotations, including hostility, isolation, lose-lose scenarios, and loss of productivity for the individuals involved. However, conflict is not necessarily all negative. Handled properly, conflict can result in a form of neutral compromise where nobody loses. It can even have positive outcomes, including a desire to unite and improve, the emergence of fresh new ideas, a better understanding of differing views, and increased motivation and energy. The outcome depends, to a large degree, on how the conflict is handled. The outcome of a conflict situation depends on how much each side is willing to balance two opposing forces, cooperating with the other side and asserting one's own viewpoints. Full cooperation from one party implies minimal assertiveness from their end. Conversely, if one side is being totally assertive, it implies that very little cooperation is being offered. The Thomas Kilmann conflict mode instrument diagram plots points in a chart according to two dimensions: the level of cooperativeness and the level of assertiveness. In conflict situations, team members will show different combinations of these two dimensions, which correspond to 5 unique conflict resolution styles. On the chart, assertiveness can be simplified to represent "I win," and cooperativeness to represent "you win." This is important in deciding how to approach a conflict situation. The various combinations of "I win" and "you win" can be used to show 5 typical responses to conflict situations. Knowing how people typically respond to conflict is key to knowing how to resolve that conflict. One typical response is the avoiding strategy, which is neither assertive nor cooperative. In this case, both parties withdraw from the conflict situation. This is deemed to be a "you lose, I lose" situation. Another typical response is the accommodating strategy, which is very cooperative and totally unassertive. In this situation, one party gives more than he receives, smoothing things over for the other. This is deemed to be a "you win, I lose" situation. Then there is the compromising strategy, which is a mix of cooperative and assertive. Each side is prepared to give a little to reach a common ground that partially satisfies both parties. As this is not the optimum outcome, it is deemed a neither wins, neither loses situation. A fourth typical response is using the competing strategy, which is assertive and not cooperative at all. In this situation, one party tries to force her views on another at the other party's expense. This is known as a "you lose, I win" situation. And a final typical response to conflict is collaborating. Collaborating is the optimum mix, high on both assertiveness and cooperativeness. Here, both sides confront the conflict and find mutually beneficial solutions to their problems. For that reason, it is known as a "you win, I win" situation. How individuals respond to a conflict situation depends on their own perceptions or their own personalities. Which strategy people use depends on the circumstances of the conflict. Avoiding is a temporary way of handling conflict that involves giving up, pulling out, or simply refusing to deal with the situation. It's appropriate when a cooling-off period is needed in order to learn more about the issues behind the conflict. It's also useful when one party involved is being both unassertive and uncooperative. Avoiding generally fails to solve problems, so you should only use it when the conflict involves low-priority issues that aren't critical to the success of the project. Accommodating is the art of de-emphasizing, or avoiding areas of difference, and instead finding and emphasizing the areas of agreement. As a strategy, it's useful when one party is wrong or the issue is more important to one party than to others. Use this to maintain general harmony and goodwill, to reach a more important overarching goal, or when you think that any solution will do. Competing is an aggressive strategy used when there's no common ground on which to negotiate or bargain, and when both parties are uncooperative and strong-willed. Competing is appropriate when quick decisions are needed, or when unpopular issues such as cutbacks are essential for a project's success. With this strategy, you take the risk and simply dictate an action in order to move things along. As this can leave people feeling resentful at having a decision imposed on them, you should only use this strategy as a last resort. As team leader, you will sometimes share one side's point of view and therefore will be directly involved in the conflict. In such cases, understanding which circumstances require which resolution approach for your team will be of utmost importance. If you feel very strongly about your own position, or especially if your feelings could compromise the prospects for a positive and fair resolution outcome, you may find it necessary to seek the help of a neutral facilitator. Collaborating and compromising are two further strategies that often produce important results. Each strategy represents balanced mixes of both assertiveness and cooperativeness. Successful black belt leaders recognize the characteristics of each and know when to employ them to diffuse conflict situations. Collaborating is the most productive strategy of all and involves both parties facing the conflict directly, adopting a problem-solving approach, and working through their disagreements. As a strategy, it's useful when both parties' views are important and an integrated solution is desired. Use this when there is mutual trust, respect, and confidence, when there is enough time, and when the skills of both parties are complementary. And compromising is the art of give and take. It is a strategy that allows you to search for solutions that bring some degree of satisfaction to the parties in a dispute. As a strategy, it's useful when two equal opponents have mutually exclusive ideas that would cause more effort or disruption than the overall team goals merit. Use it when both parties need to be perceived as winners for temporary solutions to complex problems, or when neither side knows if they're right. Consider an example. Ruth's team is at an impasse. Tasked with deciding whether to buy software or develop solutions in-house, the team had split into two subgroups to examine the merits of each approach. Now both groups are convinced that they alone are right. Ruth is under pressure from the company's operations manager, who needs her team to make a decision one way or the other. But instead of agreeing, both groups have been arguing endlessly, with neither side compromising or acknowledging the merits of the other. Ruth can't avoid making a decision, and her attempts at getting either group to budge have failed. She has no option left but to impose a decision on the team. Ruth employs the competing strategy and informs the team that she is going to tell the operations manager that they have decided to purchase the software. Regardless of which conflict resolution strategy is appropriate for the circumstances, the process of resolution itself is nearly always the same. The first step is to collect as much information as possible and prepare for discussion. In doing this, you determine how important the issue is to all involved and whether it can be discussed by everyone. Then, select a private meeting place. The second step is to ensure that all parties participate and that they understand their responsibilities in dealing with the problem and finding the best solution. At the meeting itself, begin by having all sides make opening statements and propose solutions. Third, proper resolution will only be possible by examining the problem from a variety of perspectives. This should be done in a matter-of-fact way without interruption or argument. Once all the information is out in the open, the final step is to evaluate the costs and benefits of each position and choose the best one. Consider another example. Brent is a Six Sigma black belt who was asked to resolve a conflict situation between two subgroups displaying competing conflict behavior. They couldn't compromise on a dispute over which direction their team's marketing strategy should go. Brent decided to have a meeting with both groups to learn more about the causes of the conflict. Brent began by collecting as much information about the groups and their ideas as he could. This helped him establish how important the issues were to all concerned. Then he booked a conference room and issued invitations, stressing the importance of full attendance. Once the meeting got underway, he asked both sides to make opening statements and then allowed ample time for each group to propose solutions that everyone could discuss calmly and thoroughly. Once all the information was out in the open, Brent was able to evaluate the costs and benefits of each position, make an informed decision as to which option was best, and explain his choice. Brent's resolution process was successful because he followed established steps. He collected information beforehand, booked a suitable meeting venue, issued invitations, and stressed the importance of attending. At the meeting, he got all the issues out in the open without analysis and allowed time for them to be discussed fully. Then, once all the information was out, Brent was able to make an informed decision. Conflict is inevitable in a team environment. As a Six Sigma black belt, you need to be familiar with the causes of conflict and what approach to take to deal with the conflict. Once you recognize an emerging conflict, you can choose the best approach for dealing with it. Then you can proceed through the conflict resolution process and choose the best solution for the situation. By knowing what's involved and the steps that you can resolve any conflict you encounter. Six Sigma Black Belt leaders use a number of strategies to keep team meetings on track. They also understand key elements of team meetings that involve operational details, such as protocols and conventions, roles, behaviors, process, and the meeting agenda. Protocols and conventions show that you take all team-related matters seriously. Two areas in particular should be addressed. First, rules governing attendance serve to establish meetings as a regular part of team members' schedules. For example, attendance rules might stipulate that non-attendance requires prior notification and the team leader's approval, and that latecomers are updated on critical issues only. The minimum attendance number that the team needs should be set, and sanctions should be agreed upon for persistent offenders. The other area is confidentiality, which is very important for the successful operation of a Six Sigma team. Members need to know what rules apply and what level of protections these give. Establish protocols so that everyone is clear about what is to be kept confidential. People also need to know that what they say at a meeting carries no threat of sanction. This is vital to encourage open and honest debate. Once protocols and conventions are established, successful Black Belt leaders will define the roles of those attending meetings. The common roles are those of leader, facilitator, recorder, and timekeeper. Guests are often included in meetings and are normally invited by the team leader or facilitator. Usually, guests will come to a meeting to deliver a presentation, or they could be members of management who have been asked to join a meeting. How members should behave at team meetings needs to be clarified before meetings begin, especially when a team is new and still establishing itself. A responsible team leader will remind members that a few behavioral conduct norms need to be observed, such as turning cell phones and pagers off and refraining from interrupting. In addition, members should be reminded to extend courtesy to others and to listen to others even if you don't agree. As a team leader, you'll also have to guide the team in establishing matters of process, such as processes for meetings to ensure smooth operation with minimal disruption to routine. Responsible leaders will ensure teams establish the times, venues, and frequency of meetings. They'll also put in place a process of notification to remind team members of what to expect. In addition, team leaders should guide the team in decision-making processes in meetings. Decision-making is an area that needs a clearly defined process to avoid confusion and to ensure good communication. Leaders help teams establish how decisions are made, by consensus, by majority vote, or by collaboration. Leaders will also help teams decide whether one person alone can remove an item from an agenda. The process of minute and report taking also needs to be clarified. Responsible leaders will appoint a recorder and help the team decide on how minutes are approved. They also establish how best to display minutes during a meeting and who will type and distribute them after the meeting. Finally, team leaders will have to guide the team in the agenda process. Having a process in place helps in creating meaningful agendas that are consistent and of high quality. Black Belt leaders help establish who sets the agenda, who publishes it and when it gets published, how and when to invite suggestions, and whether it's a rolling agenda or a fixed one with changing priorities. An agenda is more than simply a list. An agenda is a tool that gives you and your meeting participants a clear direction and the means to reach your common goal. It is a structured document and has definite demarcated areas that need to be completed and adhered to. One section relates to the logistics of meetings, such as the time and place of the meeting. This should be clear and unambiguous, so that there can be no misunderstanding about when and where the meeting is taking place. Another section relates to the participants. List all the participants, grouping regular team attendees in one area of the document. List guests separately, indicating their position and their responsibilities to the meeting, if any. The responsible parties section of the agenda identifies the recorder, the timekeeper, the facilitator, if there is one, the leader, and any regular team members who are giving presentations on certain agenda items or fulfilling particular team functions. This section establishes team roles and is particularly useful when certain positions rotate through the team. Most people have been to meetings where discussion veers off on a tangent, or to meetings that have been interrupted or don't have a proper agenda. Unmanaged meetings like these can be incredibly frustrating. To prevent meetings from being taken over by irrelevant discussion or derailed by strong-willed opinions, it's necessary to have strategies for effective meeting management. Developing good strategies will help keep meetings on track, focused, and productive. Several strategies are vital for effective management of team meetings. For example, allow sufficient time and involve team members in developing the agenda. In addition, observe the start and end times. And it is also vital to be prepared, to use the agenda to keep meetings on track, and to review the key points of the meeting. Make sure you allow sufficient time for all the items on the agenda to be discussed. Underestimating the time required is a common mistake, so plan carefully and factor in time for unexpected developments. Time is critical to a team's success. Black belt leaders employ a range of tools and strategies to manage time. Principal among them is the agenda, which should include details such as responsible parties, goals, topics for discussion, and time frames. To ensure the effectiveness of the agenda, Black belt leaders need to take measures to involve team members in developing the agenda by acquainting all members with it and seeking input. Start by sending the agenda to all the required participants well in advance of the meeting. This allows those attending time to schedule it in and to make any necessary preparations in order to optimize their use of meeting time. Next, have team members review and agree on the agenda before the meeting and encourage them to offer suggestions or amendments to it. This creates a feeling of ownership and a common purpose within the team. And then, discuss the agenda items with the team so that individual team members feel free to contribute to them or to clarify items they might be unsure of. A critical part of effective management of meetings is observing their start times and end times. Your attitude to these phases of a meeting will determine your team's attitude to the meeting itself. Meetings should start on time, regardless of whether or not everyone is present, and teams should have a policy for dealing with latecomers. This will ensure that members respect punctuality. The end time of a meeting is normally decided by agreement. Meetings are only a part of a working day, and members need to get back to the tasks they were doing. Therefore, end times should only be changed by unanimous consent. This sends a message that members' time is important and that keeping on schedule during meetings is essential. The motto, "Be prepared," certainly applies when it comes to meetings. Nothing defocuses a meeting quicker than waiting for someone to plug in a projector or get a file off a network, for example. There are some best practices that will help you to get ready for meetings. One practice is to be prepared and ensure that all the materials, files, documentation, and resources you need for the meeting are finished and ready for presentation well in advance of the meeting. Another best practice is to check that flip charts, projectors, presentations, laptops, cabling, and all the other resources needed at the meeting are working, and that all relevant files are loaded and ready to go. And finally, if others are going to be presenting to the meeting, ensure that they do the necessary pre-checks to have everything ready on time. The agenda is a very useful meeting tool. By treating it as a roadmap for the meeting, Black belt leaders can use the agenda to keep the discussion on track. For example, display the agenda on a flip chart to be referenced throughout the meeting. When people know how much has to be covered, they tend not to ramble off on tangents. Cover only one agenda item at a time and allow the necessary time to fully discuss the issue. Killing two birds with one stone may be tempting, but this diverts attention and should be avoided. And check off each item on the agenda as it is discussed. Using the agenda as a checklist allows you to know what's been discussed and what hasn't, which helps keep meetings on track. Any discussion will drift. It's normal. The trick is to recognize when it's actually drifting away from the point. When this happens, bring it back by asking the speaker how his point relates to the current objective or agenda item. And when unanticipated subjects come up, they should be acknowledged but parked until later. Add them to the end of the current agenda or even to a future agenda. This assures members that the new topic will be properly addressed, but at a later stage. When all the items on the agenda have been discussed, review the key points of the meeting. Remind members of the decisions made and the resulting assignments and their expected completion dates. Use the agenda as a frame of reference for expected actions. In addition to minutes, you can use other methods and means to record different aspects of your meetings. One method is a facilitator's log. A facilitator is different from a leader or recorder. Using a log, the facilitator keeps a written record of team members' concerns and comments. If those aren't private or confidential, the facilitator can pass them along to the team leader if appropriate. Another method is a team accomplishments record, which helps you keep track of the team's activities and accomplishments and the savings and results it achieved. A third method is a record attendance sheet, which documents who has attended meetings and who has not. This will help you ascertain if a team member is not contributing as much as others. Creating and using a detailed and appropriate agenda is a critical requirement for effective team meetings. You can access the job aid Managing Meetings after this video if you wish to review some of the tools and techniques you can use to manage team meetings effectively. Strategies team leaders should employ to effectively manage team meetings include involving the team in creating a detailed agenda in advance of the meeting, allowing sufficient time for discussion items, observing start and end times, preparing equipment and resources ahead of time, using the agenda as a map to keep the meeting focused, and reviewing the key points of the meeting at the end. Knowing how to use an agenda and other tools that make meetings more productive is an important aspect of a Six Sigma Black Belt. Imagine a team that never made a decision and never took action. How long would it last? Not very long. Teams exist to accomplish things and to make decisions, and a major part of a Six Sigma Black Belt team leader's role is to facilitate that. Decision-making moves in sequential stages: understanding the problem, generating solutions, narrowing down solutions, and then deciding which solution to implement. To facilitate this process, a leader needs to use a number of decision-making tools. These are tools that Six Sigma teams commonly use. You should be familiar with them from your green belt background. The force field analysis tool is primarily used to develop a full understanding of the forces, both for and against, that are acting on a problem or goal. Its main strength is that it forces people to think about the positives and negatives of a change situation and what they can do to make that change permanent. For instance, if the solution a company had put in place wasn't working according to plan, a force field analysis would show which forces in the organization were supporting the solution and which were resisting it. Once the list is compiled, both sets of forces are prioritized to determine which supporting forces can be strengthened and which resisting forces can be reduced in order to achieve the desired result. The force field analysis is a good initial problem-defining tool, but for idea development, Black Belt team leaders have other tools to choose from. These tools should be familiar to you from your background in green belt concepts. One tool is brainstorming, which is a very valuable means of generating new ideas from within a group. Each member makes suggestions, regardless of practicality or feasibility. None are discounted until the process has been exhausted. Then, through discussion and analysis, all the ideas are evaluated until only the best remain. Another tool is the nominal group technique, NGT. This tool limits team interaction to prevent anything from influencing the generation of ideas. Before any discussion takes place, members silently come up with ideas. The facilitator then goes around the table asking each member for one suggestion at a time. Discussion of ideas begins after all ideas are on the table. Members then vote for the best solution. A third tool is multi-voting. Multi-voting is a popular way for teams to choose their favorite from a large list of generated ideas. Similar ideas are grouped together and the list is renumbered. Members then choose several initial ideas that they feel are most important. A voting round is held and the least popular ideas are discarded. This continues until the most popular idea remains. You can access the content brainstorming, nominal group technique, and multi-voting after this video if you wish to further refresh your knowledge of these tools. Consider this example. Lee is a Six Sigma Black Belt team leader at an airline company. He's been tasked with finding ways of improving the eating experience of the airline's long-haul economy class while simultaneously saving on costs. His core team is full of members who are knowledgeable in the fields of pre-cooked meals and mass food production. However, for this particular task, he chose to expand the team to bring in some new thinking. He expanded his group to 9, bringing in 4 airline people with expertise in in-flight customer service, ergonomics, and nutrition. However, they didn't know his core group, so that might affect how they behave at the initial idea generation meetings. They're coming in as individuals to a pretty tightly knit group. That's always hard, and it's going to be difficult for them regardless of the expertise they have. Lee has chosen to use the NGT decision-making tool for this meeting. Not only is it very good for generating ideas, but the one idea at a time approach is a great way of leveling the playing field so that everyone is equal. He chose well when he opted for the nominal group technique. It was the right tool considering that there were newcomers on the team. It afforded everyone the chance to put ideas on the table without anyone feeling pressured by circumstances or other team members. At the next idea session, Lee was able to choose brainstorming as his idea tool. Everyone felt more comfortable with each other, and the list of ideas they produced at the brainstorming session was very large. To reduce the list down to a more manageable amount, Lee then got the group to engage in multi-voting. All members privately selected the 3 ideas from the list that they felt were strongest in light of project data and requirements. All items on the list were then voted upon, with each member voting for their top 3. Ideas with the least votes were eliminated. Further rounds of voting carried on until 3 really sound proposals remained that were then deemed worthy of development. An excellent way for teams to decide what course of action to take is to determine and compare the impact of any action to the effort or expense involved. This is known as the effort impact matrix and normally involves a matrix or grid so that the comparisons can be made. When only a little amount of impact will result from a little amount of effort, that action is deemed to be low priority and should be delayed until a more convenient time. But when a little amount of effort produces a great impact, that action is deemed to be a top priority and should be given immediate attention. And when a great amount of effort produces only little impact, that action is deemed low priority and should be shelved until all other action options have been completed. On the other hand, when a great deal of impact will come about, but only from a great deal of effort, that action is deemed to be a long-term objective and will require a champion to keep it alive. One disadvantage of the effort impact matrix is supporting the designations with objective data on effort and impact. But even when such data is unavailable, if members can subjectively agree on how to classify the potential ideas, then this method can be a very useful tool in establishing a course of action. Voting, or majority rule, is a quick way for teams to make a decision, especially about an issue that does not require unanimous agreement. Unlike multi-voting, this involves a straight one-member, one-vote approach with a majority count deciding the action to be taken. The inherent danger in this approach, especially in newly established teams, is that some members might disagree with the outcome of the vote, which may lead to conflict. Mature teams are less likely to argue about results reached in this manner. Consensus, as its name suggests, implies general team support for the proposed course of action. Ample opportunity is afforded to all members to discuss issues fully and to express and resolve concerns. When issues have been discussed, the leader will ask for consensus. If indecision still exists, another round of discussion could take place where lingering doubts are resolved. The leader will ask again for consensus, which typically would be reached. Unlike majority rule, no voting takes place, and while the decision may not be to everyone's liking, it's something that dissenting members can live with, so they don't fight it. But if after 2 or 3 rounds of discussion, there are still people unwilling to go along with the majority position, consensus is unlikely to be reached, and the team might have to turn to another decision-making tool. Decision-making is an important function of any team. Six Sigma Black Belt team leaders have a range of tools at their disposal that can make the process of decision-making a creative, challenging, and ultimately rewarding experience. Knowing the characteristics of each tool and in what situations that tool should be used will ensure that your team can make sound and informed decisions with broad support from team members. Black belts can improve the operation and performance of their Six Sigma teams and strengthen their team's ability to realize goals using training. Lean Six Sigma, LSS training, involves needs assessment and planning, delivery, and effectiveness evaluation. The effectiveness evaluation stage informs both the delivery and assessment and planning stages through feedback. Training of those involved with LSS improvement projects has a number of goals. First, it aims to map and align team members' knowledge, skills, and abilities, KSAs, with the organization's Lean Six Sigma deployment goals and the improvement project's goals in particular. It focuses on closing any gap between existing and required KSAs for the success of improvement projects. It also has a goal of enhancing individual and team capability on an ongoing basis. Black belts, as project leaders, have a range of training responsibilities. One responsibility is to help identify critical competencies required on a particular project and generally for all projects as part of organizational LSS deployment goals. They also have to guide efforts to fill gaps that are identified. Third, black belts as project leaders should help develop the team's capabilities on a continual basis using state-of-the-art learning and development strategies. They are also responsible for ensuring the team has resources and processes to facilitate experiential learning. Another responsibility is to create an internal social learning network to foster knowledge sharing among team members. They should also develop programs to promote transfer of knowledge between experienced and junior new team members. And a final training responsibility is to promote the exchange of information about best practices, benchmarks, and innovations in the LSS world in outside organizations, the industry, and outside world. The ADDIE model is a systematic approach to help determine training needs, develop programs, and assess the outcomes. ADDIE, or ADDIE, stands for Analyze or Assess, Design, Develop, Implement, and Evaluate. ADDIE can be used by training and instructional designers to ensure robust and effective training and performance support. Problems in performance can often be solved with training. However, before you can create a solution, you must find out exactly what the problem is by assessing training needs. The Analyze or Assess phase involves collecting data to identify any gaps between actual and desired organizational performance. A needs assessment examines potential performance issues to determine which areas may benefit from training on 3 levels: organizational, task-related, and individual. By taking the important first step of assessing the organization's training needs, targeted, cost-effective training programs can be developed. The second phase of the ADDIE model is design. To be effective, training design requires a concise statement regarding the goal of the program and corresponding objectives describing what the participants will learn and do. The goal is generally a single, clear sentence. It contains the intent and purpose of the training program, as well as the who, what, and why of the program from an instructional perspective. The development phase involves creating the materials to be used in the training, deciding on a delivery method, and determining any immediate needs. The first step in the development phase is to review training and development programs that are already available in the organization. This is done so that you don't waste time and money reinventing the wheel. Learning objects, or LOs, are a collection of content, practice, and assessment items that are combined based on a single learning objective. Reusable learning objects, or RLOs, are learning elements that may be used more than once. They include entire courses, specific job aids, graphics, charts, and pictures. Some organizations have a system in place for storing, updating, and managing all the learning materials, which is called the Learning Management System, LMS, or Learning Content Management System, LCMS. The implementation phase is often considered the most important and certainly the most visible stage of the ADDIE model. Whenever possible, pilot programs should be considered using the developed materials to ensure the intended skill or knowledge gaps are covered and that the material is audience appropriate. Once test programs have been completed, the feedback can be used to help update and enhance the content. This might mean repositioning key ideas or concepts, or shortening the duration of certain courses to help ensure the learners stay engaged. During the implementation phase, all the logistics of training delivery are addressed. For example, it's important to ensure that the training schedule fits with the target audience's availability and that any required facilities and equipment are booked. The final phase in the ADDIE model is evaluation. This involves measuring the effectiveness of the training interventions. While it is true that training programs can be, and often are, a significant investment by the company, the evaluation phase is not an area that should be overlooked or treated lightly. The benefits of a comprehensive evaluation include identifying the strong and weak points in the program, as well as if it has met its objectives. It should provide insight into which participants receive the greatest benefit and which receive the least. It should determine if follow-up training is needed, help gather data for the cost-benefit ratio calculations, and ascertain the overall appropriateness of the intervention. The ability to show the intervention was successful and cost-effective will help training designers avoid repeating mistakes and ensure the HRD programs remain a vital part of the company's strategic activities. Let's look a little more closely at the first phase in the model: analyze or assess. The analyze phase is all about clarification and involves analyzing or assessing the learner's needs. The purpose of training needs assessment for Six Sigma teams is to identify what needs are prompting the requirement for training, and from this, define the learning goals and objectives. Training needs assessment involves 3 steps. The first step is gathering information to identify needs. The second step is determining training requirements. And the third step is calculating costs and analyzing ROI. Learning needs analysis is often described as the process of identifying the learning gap, the gap between what is and what should be. Gap analysis is about identifying the gap between what people know and can do and what they should know and be able to do. This ensures that the learning needed to fill the gap can be specified. Information on the nature of the gap may be obtained by one or more of the methods described a bit later. But this deficiency model of training, only putting things right that have gone wrong, is limited. Learning is much more positive than that. It should be concerned with identifying and satisfying development needs, fitting people to take on extra responsibilities, acquire new skills to deal with changing work demands, or develop a range of skills to facilitate multitasking. Let's move on to cover the second and third phases in the ADDIE model: training design and development. A training program is aimed at bridging the gap identified by needs analysis. Effective training plans should contain some basic components. One component is organizational challenges or opportunities and strategies for dealing with them. This will help to ensure that the training aligns with the organization's strategic goals and takes advantage of any opportunities that could provide the organization with a competitive edge. Another component is the training's strategic goals and objectives. These should be clearly detailed and linked to efforts that improve the organization's competitiveness. If training is not implemented from a strategic perspective, it is likely to have a reduced return on investment, ROI. Training plans should also incorporate how current work and related jobs are designed, organized, and managed. This ensures that training is based on how the company operates and builds on this to promote continuous improvement. The competencies required to reach organizational objectives should also be contained in training plans. This means that the training plan should describe the training system that the organization requires, how this system should be structured and run, and when and how the training will be implemented. And a final component is all the administrative, management, and organizational resources that will need to be committed to the training program. The plan should also clearly outline the expectations of the training program and its expected return on investment. Black Belt training involves 4 weeks of training over 3 to 4 months. This training includes multiple interactive training methodologies. An in-depth coverage of the DMAIC methodology is provided. Trainees also cover tools and techniques for working with Six Sigma, as well as different methods for solving problems. The participant brings a company-approved project to focus on and apply the learned Black Belt knowledge, processes, tools, and techniques. Black Belts are usually designated project managers for Six Sigma projects and may have up to 5 green belts assigned to them. Black Belts provide direction, expertise, and ongoing coaching to the green belts and their Six Sigma teams. An additional function of black belts is to provide management with project status and result updates. Individuals such as process owners and subject matter experts, SMEs, who do not attend specialized or black belt training also contribute to projects. They provide insight into work processes and job functions of a Six Sigma project. These team members should understand both the informal and formal aspects of the process, as well as the customer requirements. Additionally, based on their level in the hierarchy, they should represent various perspectives of customer needs and have access to data critical for collection and analysis. In order to work effectively on Six Sigma project teams, team members should receive both technical and team skills training. Team skills training includes team effectiveness, problem solving and decision making, and effective communication. Technical training includes an overview of Six Sigma and basic DMAIC methodology. A Six Sigma curriculum can be planned quickly since no fixed curriculum exists. There's no single body administering global certification for a majority of LSS teams, but there are organizations such as ASQ, Motorola University, and a few other institutions that have developed Master Black Belt, Green Belt, and Yellow Belt BOK's curricula that are either used directly or indirectly for training. A model Six Sigma training curriculum may include items such as Introduction to Six Sigma Concepts, Leading Six Sigma Efforts, Processes and Tools for Leaders, Core Skills for Six Sigma Lean Improvement, Collaboration and Team Leadership Skills, Six Sigma Measurements and Analytical Tools, and Process Management Principles and Skills. Solid Six Sigma training balances technical and analytical knowledge, as well as everyday thinking and problem-solving processes. You can use some essentials to maintain this balance. One essential is to provide enabling learning, build on existing knowledge. Another is to use a variety of training techniques that make learning more fun, such as visuals, games, and exercises. In addition, use training to communicate more than what's being learned and to inspire action. You can also use multiple real-world examples and scenarios. And finally, focus on hands-on learning. Consider this example. Based on the need to reduce lab testing turnaround times, a pharmaceutical company recruited a team of black belts and process improvement experts to design an introduction to the Lean Six Sigma curriculum. The team carried out a needs analysis and, from this, developed learning goals and objectives. The team also created a training plan that included some of the challenges and opportunities facing the company, strategic goals and objectives, how current work and related jobs are organized, and the competencies required to reach learning goals. Resources that need to be committed were outlined. The team then designed and developed video and audio training that was aimed at hands-on learning and included real-world training scenarios covering principles of Lean Six Sigma and business, and a definition of roles and expectations. Black belts can improve the operation and performance of their Six Sigma teams and strengthen their team's ability to realize goals using training. The ADDIE model is a systematic approach to help determine training needs, develop programs, and assess training outcomes. ADDIE stands for Analyze or Assess, Design, Develop, Implement, and Evaluate. Solid Six Sigma training balances technical and analytical knowledge, as well as everyday thinking and problem-solving processes. Let's take a look at the implementation or delivery aspect of the ADDIE model and outline aspects of delivery that are developed further in the video. Various infrastructure considerations are important in training implementation, such as logistics, location, and seating. For example, you need to ensure that the training schedule fits with the target audience's availability and that any required facilities or equipment are booked for the scheduled times. The facility should reflect the target audience, the type of training program, any requirements such as smart boards and projectors, and travel considerations. Seating arrangements are important to consider. Various types of seating arrangements are available to suit different training needs. Seating arrangements can include classroom or theater seating, banquet seating, U-shaped, rectangular, and circle seating, as well as chevron seating. There are also several modes of training delivery. One mode is traditional training methods, which are those you're used to, such as self-directed training and classroom training. Self-directed training relies on a set of prepared training materials such as workbooks and job aids that learners use unsupervised and at their own pace. This method aims to achieve a shared baseline of knowledge among trainees, regardless of variance in initial knowledge levels. Classroom training provides trainees with an on-hand expert and the opportunity for trainees to interact with one another. Advantages of classroom training include better control over instructional quality, higher consistency of information, and increased interaction with the trainer and with peers. Technology-driven modes of training delivery is an alternative to traditional methods. Technology can be used for almost any type of content and can be widely distributed at relatively low costs. It provides a range of learning strategies and opportunities, allowing access to visual, audio, text, and interactive methods of training. It can often be updated rapidly, and there are a range of e-learning materials and platforms available. However, it should be selected only when learners are highly motivated and when it is cost-efficient to do so. Another mode is on-the-job training, OJT. This mode allows employees to adapt and learn while they are carrying out their tasks and can be structured or unstructured. Structured OJT is where the trainee moves through a series of planned activities that have been developed using an analysis of the job requirements and the trainee's specific skill set. This way, the trainee is systematically introduced to what he or she needs to learn and is assessed and assisted as he or she learns by an experienced coach. Unstructured OJT is where the trainee is generally given job-related materials to review and then is asked to shadow an experienced worker. After this, the employee is assisted and assessed on an ad hoc basis by an experienced worker. Although this strategy is flexible, it should never be conducted without some form of planning and design. A final mode is blended learning, which is a mix of traditional and technology-driven delivery methods and is increasingly used in business settings. It's best implemented when teams are geographically dispersed and in workplaces that have high levels of diversity. Blended learning can be used for almost any content once consideration is given to how it will be coordinated. Andragogy, a term popularized by Malcolm Knowles, an American adult educator, refers to the art and science of teaching adults. Andragogy encompasses principles that instructional designers must address when preparing learning programs for adults. 5 characteristics of adult learners serve as the foundation of adult learning theory and are present in varying degrees in all adult learners. One characteristic is self-concept. As adults mature, they begin to shift from being passive learners to being active learners who take responsibility for directing their own learning. Another characteristic is experience. Adult learners have reservoirs of experience that grow with each new learning situation. They filter information and experiences through these reservoirs, eschewing what they don't need or can't use and adopting what is useful to them. Motivation is another characteristic. The adult learner is motivated to learn in response to a personal need rather than to satisfy the expectations of others. Typical motivations include a requirement for competence or licensing, a promotion, job enrichment, a need to maintain old skills or learn new ones, a need to adapt to job changes, or the need to comply with company directives. Then there's readiness. The adult learner displays a readiness to learn that is directly related to how relevant the learning is to solving current problems or improving performance. And a final characteristic is orientation. The adult learner values the ability to apply learning immediately to solve current problems. They are problem-oriented, and the payoff of learning, the ability to solve problems or improve performance, is very important to them. There are 4 key learning theories that you need to be aware of. Let's start with the reinforcement theory. This theory is based on the work of American psychologist B.F. Skinner and is the belief that changes in individual behavior take place as a result of that individual's response to stimuli or events and the ensuing consequences, such as rewards or punishment. Operant conditioning is the method of conditioning that is used to get individuals to repeat a behavior using positive reinforcement in the form of feedback and knowledge of results. Another key learning theory is cognitive learning theory. Cognitive learning involves internalizing principles, concepts, and facts, thereby allowing the learner to gain knowledge and understanding. Learners are regarded as powerful information processing machines. Third is experiential learning theory. This theory is when people absorb and reflect on their experience, or on what they do, so that it can be understood and applied. This way, people become active agents of their own learning. And the fourth key learning theory is social learning theory, which states that effective learning requires social interaction. We all participate in groups of people with shared expertise who work together, and these groups are our primary sources of learning. Learning can also be viewed as a series of information processing steps set in motion by social interactions. Experiential learning is illustrated by David Kolb's four-step learning cycle. The first step is concrete experience, which can be accidental or planned. This is followed by the next stage, reflective observation, where the learner actively thinks about the experience as a whole and its significance. After this comes abstract conceptualization, theorizing, where the learner generalizes from experience to develop various concepts and ideas that can be applied when similar situations are encountered. Lastly, the active experimentation step is where the learner tests the concepts or ideas in new situations, giving rise to a new concrete experience and a renewal of the cycle. An adult's ability to learn and remember is an important consideration in developing a training program. Some skills, such as routine tasks, are easy to learn and remember. Others, such as learning to use a new software package, take time to learn initially, but with time, performance improves through use. The increasing returns learning curve is a positively accelerating curve. Typically, learners start off learning slowly, but as they master skills or knowledge, they learn more quickly. Decreasing returns are the opposite. The S-shaped curve, on the other hand, is a combination of increasing and decreasing returns. Learning is usually slow in the beginning until the learner is familiar with the process. Then performance increases. A plateau curve is defined by fast learning up front, which is then followed by a flat period without much progress. There are various considerations to making Six Sigma training effective. Let's consider what part softer methods of training can have and the role and benefits certification plays in training. There are several soft training approaches that can greatly add to the success of training. One thing you can do is to make it funny. Injecting considered humor into your training can make it vastly more enjoyable and increase learning levels. Humor creates an atmosphere in which trainees can be themselves and relax and interact. In addition, make it fun. Don't just list out material. Build enthusiasm among your trainees by adding an element of fun. Make it relevant, alternate the pace, and add the unexpected. Another approach is to build up employees by addressing what's in it for each of your trainees. Something else that can add to the success of training is to make it look good. Unprofessional packaging means your audience is less likely to assign your training the worth it's due. Make any handouts or presentation materials look glossy and attractive. And finally, get everyone involved from the get-go. Certification requirements vary from organization to organization. As a best practice, several organizations have a documented process for certifying their projects. These organizations also have a documented process for certifying their belts as competent in using Six Sigma tools. Certification has many benefits. It helps increase personal and team recognition and credibility. Certification also allows individuals to be part of a large professional community connected to global sources of best practices and advancements in the field, which can be used for networking. Additionally, certification allows individuals to learn new technical skills, soft skills, and team skills as they progress. Common certifications for Lean Six Sigma professionals include Master Black Belt, MBB, and Black Belt, BB, and Green Belt, GB for team members. Sometimes the practical component of the certifications are awarded partly based on the achievement of project goals by specific team members. Project certification should have a significantly positive as well as measurable impact on an organization's financial measures. In order to achieve this, certification has to follow the organization's roadmap. Training delivery methods should be tailored to the objectives of the training and to the mix of learning styles of the target audience. Modes of training delivery include traditional training methods, technology-driven methods, on-the-job training, and blended approaches. There are 4 key adult learning theories to design training. The reinforcement theory is based on the belief that behavior is a response to stimuli or events and the ensuing consequences. Cognitive learning involves internalizing principles, concepts, and facts so that knowledge is assimilated and understood. Experiential learning is when people reflect on their experiences and from this apply what's learned. And social learning theory, which states that effective learning requires social interaction. Certification requirements vary from organization to organization. As a best practice, several organizations have a documented process for certifying their employees. These organizations also have a documented process for certifying their belts as competent in using Six Sigma tools. Training evaluation is the process of examining whether the desired effect of the training has been achieved and whether learners can apply their learned knowledge to their regular work routine in the workplace. Training expert Donald L. Kirkpatrick identified 4 levels at which training can be evaluated. Kirkpatrick's levels are widely recognized as the benchmarks by which all training programs can be measured. When used appropriately and in sequence, they'll show trainers what worked well and what can be improved the next time the training opportunity comes up. The first level at which training can be evaluated is reaction. This level evaluates how participants feel about the training program that's been presented. This level checks the interest, attention, and motivation of the people the training is meant to reach. Learning should be measured second. At this evaluation level, you discover whether the training has changed attitudes or increased the skills or knowledge of the learners. The third level of evaluation is behavior. Behavior reviews whether employees have changed how they act or what they do on the job because of the training. The final evaluation level, results, can reach the heart of evaluating training. This level measures what happens because of the training program. Organizations can see whether goals, such as increased productivity or decreased losses, have actually been reached. It is essential to receive an all-round and objective viewpoint about the effectiveness of a training program. One common way to do that is by soliciting information from the various stakeholders within a training program, such as a trainer or facilitator, participants, management, and independent external evaluators. A trainer or facilitator's subject matter expertise can provide insights into content and delivery aspects of training, and recommendations for the next steps. Trainers and facilitators can provide valuable feedback about the effectiveness of an organization in terms of instructions, design of activities, and discussion questions. Participants' feedback includes the value of the program, knowledge gained, and how their behaviors and attitudes have changed as a result of the training initiative, and possible improvements in the training to make it more effective. Management's feedback might help evaluate a training program at the behavior and results levels. Information about the training's impact on the employees and the organization may not be immediately available, but if there are measurable changes, management can share those in an effort to determine program effectiveness. Management can also provide feedback on the improved performance and productivity of employees and overall skills and capacity of various business units. And independent external evaluators can give independent, objective, and fresh feedback on training and delivery methods. They can also collect data and make judgments about the overall effectiveness and impact of programs. These evaluators usually report to an organization's top management and other stakeholders. There are 4 key techniques to evaluate training. One key technique is formative evaluation, which provides continuous feedback to the curriculum designers and developers who ensure that what is being created actually meets the needs of the intended audience. For example, during a lesson, confirm the understanding of employees by asking them to write down their own explanation of any concepts that were taught. Another evaluation technique is process evaluation. Process evaluation provides information about what occurs during training and involves both giving and receiving verbal feedback. For example, process evaluation answers questions regarding what kind of issues occurred during training and if enough resources were available to make the training effective. Then there's pre-training and post-training evaluation to determine whether the desired results of learners applying their new skills were achieved in the short term and how the results of the training affect the overall strategic goal. For example, employees could be asked to take a test before training to gauge their current understanding or knowledge of a concept. Then, after training, they would take the same test to evaluate whether their understanding or knowledge has improved. And the fourth technique is feedback surveys. Feedback surveys should be offered to employees at the end of each training session so that their perception of the effectiveness of the training process, content, and format can be gauged. For example, questions could include whether employees feel that the training was effective, impactful, or relevant, and if the training served to improve their skills, knowledge, or behavior. There are 3 common metrics used for measuring training effectiveness. One metric is performance appraisals. Performance appraisals give an overall view of how team members perform their jobs. Changes sought from Six Sigma training can be discovered by comparing appraisals done before and after the training. Another metric is cost-benefit analysis, CBA. There are several direct and indirect costs involved with delivering Lean Six Sigma LSS training in an organization, and all quantifiable benefits accruing out of a training program must justify these costs. A CBA of LSS training considers all benefits and costs of a training program and analyzes the resulting benefits of a training program to the organization. A third metric used for measuring training effectiveness is return on investment, ROI analysis. Analyzing the return on investment, ROI, of LSS training gives the organization's leaders a view of the financial benefit or the lack of financial benefit of the training program. Here, you must weigh the investments made in a training program against its outcome. It is important to get feedback on training effectiveness. One common way to do that is by soliciting information from the various stakeholders within a training program. Trainers and facilitators can give feedback about the effectiveness of instructions, design of activities, and discussion questions. Learners' feedback enables evaluators to gauge how the learners react to the training and if the learning level is appropriate. Management's feedback might help evaluate a training program at the behavior and results levels, and independent external evaluators can provide fresh, independent feedback. Training evaluation is the process of examining a training program. There are 4 training evaluation techniques: formative evaluation, process evaluation, pre-training and post-training evaluation, and feedback surveys.